TikTok, time to rock out the new year here with everyone, guys. And we're going to have I can't say everyone, we're going to have a ton of people. We're going to have a ton of people, everyone, joining us. So right now we got IP and Jai and DOC. How you guys doing?
Doing
What
good.
is up?
I'm good.
Just
Hey,
over here celebrating the collapse of Dawah, leading people out of Islam. It's been a good year. Celebrating.
It's been the best year ever. You know what? I originally I planned and I said this. I said we'd go through people's predictions from last year because we did this last year, and then people made their predictions about it's amazing. Then we understood 2024 to be by far the worst year in Dawah history, and it was just, can it get any worse? Can this possibly get any worse for them? We pretty much all agreed that yes, it was going to get worse for them because all the pain that they'd gone through in 2024 was still going to be there, but it was going to be a bunch of new stuff, and we're going to, run the Islamic dilemma and all this other stuff. And my goodness, 2025 did not disappoint. I have to say, beyond my wildest expectations. I knew this was going to be a terrible, terrible year for them, but it went more horribly than I could have dreamed of. What are your guys' reflections? And then we'll get to some specifics. Guys, everyone who's watching, we're going to have other people joining us. Chris from Speaker's Corner is going to jump in a bit. We're going to have Hatun after that. Fearless Truth, Nick. I've never had him on my channel, but he's going to jump in. Nice. Let's see, Thaddeus, God Logic, maybe Christina. We'll see if we can get Christina to jump in because she's in one of the highlights because that was an awesome 4-on-4 Christian ladies versus Muslim ladies debate. So we'll have a clip from that. We're going to have clips. We're going to have clips of all the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. There are more. This is actually amazing. I have 20 clips. Hats off to Thaddeus. He got most of them ready. So I wouldn't have come close to having this many actual highlight clips. We're going to talk about it, but he actually put together a ton of clips. And so we've got clips from a bunch of things, but other people have been posting their recaps from this year. And it's like all this stuff. I'm like, whoa, forgot about that. Whoa, forgot about that one too. Oh my goodness, forgot about that. It's like we can't even cover in a 6-hour live stream. We can't even cover all of this. This is pretty crazy. But what are you guys? What are your thoughts, IP? Overall,
Yeah, it has been an amazing year. It has exceeded our expectations. We were going to push the Islamic dilemma, and we had talked about this. Oh, what's going to happen is we're going to push it. They're going to ignore us. They're going to ignore us. And then towards the end of the year, they're going to have to address us. That didn't happen. They started addressing us on the Islamic dilemma right away because their fans were panicking, absolute panicking, as some of them even were like, yeah, I keep getting all these emails, people asking me to address the Islamic dilemma. So, but on top of all that, think of all the scandals. Muhammad Hijab losing his lawsuit, his hotel wives. Now we have the Warner coming out, being exposed. You have Behind Veils exposing a group chat of the Dawah bros. I mean, it's just bad. And then to top it all off, I mean, you had DebateCon 6 last month. Probably my favorite highlight of the year because we got introduced to Junior, the new face of Dawah, who is just doing a great job out there. Love that guy. He's doing such good work. Please keep it up. And also at the DebateCon 6, Daniel Kikachu brain breaking on stage saying, I prefer low IQ. I want low IQ societies because if we raise the IQ, people will leave Islam and become atheists. It's like, how you could never have expected 2025 to exceeded our wildest expectations in the collapse of Dawah. They have just been doing a great job. That's why I'm all dressed up. I'm celebrating. This has been amazing. I had to break out this old fur coat, family heirloom. I was like, yeah, this has been great.
Nice. You need to rock that thing. Yeah, and it's great. Like I don't even have the Junior clip handy unless I have it from older clips when we watched it a while back. But that's just one of the things. It's like, again, there's too many things to cover, and yeah, the rise of Junior is one of the great events of 2025. And Coral here says, "What is this Warner thing? I missed it." Don't worry, Coral. we're gonna cover all. We'll be able to cover like half the stuff, half the main things that happened. We would need like a 12-hour live stream to cover the rest. But fortunately, lots of people are making their sort of 2025 recap videos. So God Logic made one, Thaddeus made one. Yeah, you can check those out. But yep, we'll be covering the Warner. All right, Giant DOC, what are your overall thoughts on 2025?
I loved it. I love 2025. I thought 2024, okay, we got an amazing year. We can't do it again. 2025, smashed it, doubled it, tripled it, quadrupled it. So now I'm thinking, should I keep my hopes up for 2026, or is 2025 as good as it's gonna get? I think it's the latter. No, I think it's the former. Sorry, I think it's gonna get a lot better with all the stuff that IP said. Junior is one of our great triumphs of all time. That guy is just amazing. High school level plus low IQ plus inbreeding plus he's outspoken plus
perfect representative of Muhammad.
He's like Daniel's dream come true.
He's amazing. Plus, don't forget that. Yeah, go on.
Oh, I just wanted to say, like, right when after Daniel defended first cousin marriage to lower IQs to keep people from leaving Islam, as soon as Junior started speaking, Daniel should have jumped up and said, "Exhibit A, ladies and gentlemen, Exhibit A."
Yeah,
exactly. So that was Exhibit A. It's already come in 2025, which is amazing.
yeah.
Plus, don't forget all the Dawah wars.
Lots of Dawah wars.
Daniel Pikachu.
Yeah.
Daniel Pikachu, when he came and debated you, David, on the Islamic dilemma, then Farida came out, said that he got caught with his pants down.
He really didn't like that. Daniel did not like that.
Which is awesome.
And I have to say, all this language of getting caught with your pants down takes on whole new meaning after the stuff came out with Malik and the Warner and all that.
Yeah.
That's like, dude, stop. Yeah, Fareed, stop saying caught with your pants down. Don't even say it. Not even to make fun of Daniel.
Yeah,
Pretty
Malik
creepy.
leaks. Malik leaks came out strong with the leaks. I mean, I didn't know. We didn't even know about this guy, and he just comes out of nowhere, and he just spills all
everything.
Yeah, he's like, it just does a tell all, and it's been amazing. And my personal highlight over this year has been, you know, those videos that you make when you're like, you know, when you talk about how people leaving Islam, or like drop the country that you're from or something like that, and you see like thousands of comments from ex-Muslims. Like, we literally made a list. We have a notebook, and just from that people that we've seen in our live streams, we write down every single ex-Muslim. They don't necessarily have to be a Christian, just any ex-Muslim, and it's like a prayer list that we pray for them on. And it's grown so large, so big, and a lot of them are becoming Christians. Sometimes over time, that same name, like guys like, I'm agnostic, I'm atheist, soon enough they'll become a Christian over time because they stick around and stuff. And that to me, that's like, whoa, that's amazing. And a lot of it is to do with the Islamic dilemma. We have people that have reached out to us personally and telling us that the Islamic dilemma is what got them out of Islam and into Christianity. And it's like, wow.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome. And like, we've been hearing the same stuff, but we've been doing the live call-in shows on my channel. We had a live call-in show like a month or so ago. Like, the first 3 callers were people that had been like, yeah, I think the Islamic dilemma is successful. And they were in different places in terms of stages. One of them was like, yeah, I'm out of Islam. One of them was like, I think I'm headed in that direction. Another one was similar. So, I mean, like, yeah, we're seeing it in real time. So the Islamic dilemma has been so successful. But we're also forgetting, this was also the year of the Al-Zut. That went viral, man.
Oh,
like, we didn't expect that.
Yeah,
Like, people were talking about that, like, that I had never met before. Like, didn't Muhammad, like, the people were coming up, like, I remember it being a conversation. It's like, that Muhammad guy, didn't he like sleep with like a 9-year-old? I'm like, yeah. Didn't he also get like, you know, have sex with a bunch of like men from India? And he used like terminology that I did not use. And I was like, wait a minute, where did you hear that from? Because it wasn't from me. You didn't say it like I would have said it. So yeah, you're seeing a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, we'll be covering the Zut the Zut a little bit with some clips, especially the one that ended up on Sky News and so on. But just to show everyone, in case you guys missed this, in case you missed this, yeah, Jai messaged me. What was it, yesterday, and said Zooted is now in the Urban Dictionary. So, yeah, zooted, used online as a mocking or insulting way to describe someone being humiliated, dominated, or banged by a group, usually in a debate, comment section, or public argument. And as examples, bro got zooted so hard in that live stream, he deleted his channel. He got totally zooted in that debate. So it's all down. You'd think it's all downhill after that, right? Like it's got to be just, but nope. It's if we learned anything from 2025, it's don't underestimate what amazing things can happen.
Yeah.
And yeah, it is cool because 2025, it's like there's all the stuff that we were planning, like the Islamic dilemma and stuff, and there's stuff that we control, basically our content, our live streams, our videos and stuff like that. So zooted, right? I wasn't planning on zooted. I mean, I've been hearing the story for years. I never made a video about it. It's like I don't know enough about it. And then Raymond Ibrahim put out a video where he actually went through the story. And then I made a video, and that's got like 1.5 or 1.6 million views. And then made a follow-up, and IP made some stuff on that. We just been talking about it. That really took off. And so, but anyway, but that's stuff we didn't think about at the end of last year, but it was still stuff that's like under our control. We decide that we're gonna be using this, or we're gonna talk about that. But then like all this stuff that happened that wasn't under our control, that we can't anticipate. All the scandals, and then like just out of nowhere, Malik, hey, let me tell you about everything that's going on in Dawah. Like what? And oh, by the way, on the topic of Malik, we'll be checking out Malik here in a few. But Jai, you mentioned we didn't even know who this guy was.
Yeah.
And then he comes out, exposes everyone, that then gets mad that we point out what he exposed them for, then flips out and he's threatening Christians, and then he starts going after people's wives and stuff. And so, we got to teach him a little lesson. We got to teach him a little lesson about good manners that he obviously didn't learn from his religion. But, where his religion fails, we will succeed. But what's interesting is we'll watch this clip too. But Jai sent me a little clip of him like demanding that I be blacklisted and so on. And I mean, it's weird how many times have I been blacklisted? And it never sticks.
Yeah.
But Malik is the one who's going to make it. He's going to make it stick. But what's weird to me is just in that little clip, and we'll check it out here in a few, but just in that little clip, he's acting like he runs things. And it's like, who does this guy think? We never heard of this guy. Man. And he's just like, dude, no, this is what you're going to do. You're going to do this, blah, 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 blah. He's acting like he runs the show behind the scenes. And it's like, yeah, dude.
Well, some of them do that. Like it's not just Malik. Remember Yemeni, whatever that guy's name was? He was doing the same thing. He's like, stop debating. And we reviewed that when we were in Colorado. But yeah, it's all these little tiny creators here's the thing though. You got to think of it from their perspective. They're seeing this in real time. They're on the outside. They're not in like the center core of the Dawah crew. They're kind of on the outside, and they're like, so they have a nice perspective. What do they see? They're seeing Dawah just look awful. They're seeing the Dawah bros collapse, do horrible things, not really living good moral lives. So they're in panic mode. So of course they're trying to take control and trying to like get control of these guys. It ain't gonna work. But I mean, like I get what they're trying to do here. They realize Dawah is collapsing. It's not working. They can't deal with the Islamic dilemma. They can't deal with all these moral issues that are happening amongst their ranks. So what are they doing? They're panicking. Everyone stop debating. Don't do this. Blacklist these people. It's not going to work, guys. It's not going to work.
It's not going to work.
Nice try though. You Dawah guys, we are 3 steps ahead of you, maybe 4. We have prepared for this
4.
stuff.
17, 4. Man.
Yeah. You know what though? So there's like rise in the Dawah ranks with Junior and stuff, and then you have like people like trying to get that level, like Malik's Leaks, and some other people. Like Yemeni is a good example as well for that. But think about what happened to Muhammad Hijab, the old face of Dawah this year.
Yeah, it didn't go well.
This guy got destroyed by everything this year. I mean,
and instead of the Muslims learning, they're like, "Ooh, can I take his place?
Yeah, exactly.
I can do better."
Oh man, all their Dawah money. It went to Douglas Murray, right?
Oh yeah. Wait, I got that one coming up too. All the Dawah donations. Yes, guys. All your donations to Muhammad Hijab will be going straight to a gay Zionist for a long time. So just thanks thanks to all the Dawah fans for funding Douglas Murray for a long time to come.
So imagine
now,
this:
just
their
to
Dawah
be-
money is
just to be
either
clear.
going to their Dawah money is either going to their Dawah guys getting high and drunk and partying, or it's going to fund Zionism. It's like they just
What do you guys
Gay
prefer?
they just keep catching L's.
Yeah, everyone. Hey, all you Muslims who are watching, which do you prefer your Dawah bucks go to? Your Dawah bucks can go to these guys, and you're about to see, ladies and gentlemen, this is their words, that it goes to smash and hose and drugs, and this is what they do. And Malik said this is everyone, and he was naming a bunch of names, and he was making it clear that he knew stuff about other people and was kind of warning them, don't interfere here. So your Dawah bucks, either look, I want to give money to give Qurans out. Okay, that's going straight to getting some weed for the Warner. Or your Dawah bucks, if they can't spend them on drugs because it has to go to the government, or to Douglas Murray or the court costs or whatever, your Dawah bucks are going there. So just know that's where you're. In other words, I'm not sure Allah blesses that. From your perspective, I'm not sure. Like you say, hey, I've got some Dawah bucks here. I want to give it to a Dawah guy. Let me give it to this Dawah guy who's going to give it straight to Douglas Murray, the gay Zionist. Interesting.
Or
Fun
they're
time.
gonna smoke it.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna smoke it.
They're gonna smoke it up. Smoke it up. Let's go ahead and check out the first clip. This will be the Islamic dilemma, guys. So this was
Nice.
should be on everyone's highlight list of the year. Plenty of stuff. We had endless debates and so on. Thaddeus put together a few clips in this highlight. Let's go ahead and check it out.
A historian perspective.
Oh, yeah.
How accurate do you
That's
think?
what I mean. How do we forget about Wes Huff, man?
Yeah,
I know he did so well.
Yeah, he
Yeah, he
blew
did.
up this year. That was
Oh,
this year.
let me-
That's crazy. Wow.
Let me drink a little bit of my Shirley Temple to Wes Huff there.
And it was cool. That's another thing that you can't anticipate that, because he just blew up when a guy asked him the night before, hey, you'd be willing to debate this guy. Then he just goes uber viral. We were all overjoyed. We've got a viral Christian apologist who's going on all these huge platforms. But Wes actually, even though he's using I think it's the simplest possible version of the Islamic dilemma, which would just be going with one verse, Surah 5, verse 47. 547 commands Christians to judge by the gospel. And he just puts it, okay, if I judge by the gospel, then Islam is false. Or I reject what Allah says and I don't judge by the gospel, and therefore I'm in rebellion. So I conclude that Islam is false, or I reject Allah. Which one is it? So he runs it like that simple version. But that had a lot to do with Muslims responding to it finally, because then it was all over channels like Piers Morgan and big podcasts and so on. So yeah, hats off to Wes Huff for really helping with the Islamic dilemma this year. But let's check this out.
Yeah, there was actually an evolution. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. There was actually an evolution in responses from if you compare what Muhammad Hijab first said in response to the Islamic dilemma after this interview. Remember, his main argument was the Muhammad, right? The Muhammad. That was the main argument, and then it turned into, when you say someone has their finger in their nose, it doesn't mean it's their full finger in their nose. So when they see someone's finger in their nose, like that, so their responses have completely changed over the course of the year.
Pretty rough. All right, here's Wes Huff.
For example.
Well, I think the Quran has a number of problematic historical issues, the chief of which is that Surah 4:157 denies the historical crucifixion of Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said before, Pierce, if there's one thing that even the most skeptical scholars historically will say, if they say we really can know not that much about Jesus of Nazareth, they will admit and say what we can know is that he did die under the reign of Pontius Pilate, the governor of Judea at that time, that he was indeed crucified. And so I find that the Quran has a number of very problematic historical issues. And then ultimately, as a Christian, the Quran seems to talk about what I believe, talks about the Torah and the gospel multiple times, and seems to fundamentally not understand what the Torah and the gospel are. Verse 47 of chapter 5 of the Quran actually addresses me as a Christian. It says, let the people of the gospel judge by what God has revealed therein, being the gospel, and whoever does not judge by what God has revealed, then it is he who's the defiantly disobedient. And so I find a problem with the Quran in that it confirms the Torah and the gospel, and it tells me as a Christian in chapter 5, verse 46 and 47, to judge by the gospel. However, Pierce, when I judge the Quran by the gospel, I find that the Quran does not understand what the gospel is or says. And ultimately, I would say if the Quran is true, and I need to take it seriously to not be one of the defiantly disobedient, as it says, and I judge the gospel by using the gospel, I judge the Quran, I find that the Quran is hugely problematic historically, but also in that it simply does not understand.
Yeah. So, guys, I know you may be thinking, well, I obviously don't want to use his argument. He's a super nerd, and I don't want to be associated with being a total nerd. But for those of you, so you can learn the Islamic dilemma, and you can learn multiple verses on on Allah inspiring the Torah and the gospel. You can learn a bunch of verses on Allah preserving the Torah and the gospel. You can read a bunch of verses on Allah affirming the continuing authority of the Torah and the gospel. But if you don't want to learn all those verses, guys, you can run the Islamic dilemma, just as you just saw, from one verse, Surah 5, verse 47. Yeah, you read the verse to your Muslim friends. Hey, this tells me to judge by the gospel. What are my options here? I can judge by the gospel, in which case Islam is false because it contradicts the gospel and doesn't understand the gospel. Or I can reject it, in which case I'm rejecting the Quran. So I have to reject Islam either way. I reject it or I reject it. Which would you prefer? And pretty good basic. I forgot to read this comment when I pulled it up, but it's from Jamshid. Hey, Jamshid. Jamshid says, hi, guys. Happy New Year from Uzbekistan. Thank you for that. Don't boast about what you did. We are going to see in the afterlife. well, there are some things that you will only see in the afterlife, but this is something we can see right here, dude. We can see this right here. We don't need to wait to the afterlife to see how Dawah is crumbling and how Islam is false.
Boasting. We're just celebrating, man. Celebrate. It's a great year. Great year. I have had so much fun this year, and I am going to kick it up a notch the next year. So.
Oh, yeah. Dude, they don't even know. They don't even know. We got our main plan. We've got our main things that we mentioned, but there are so many other things. It's like, gosh, you guys have no idea, man. Zero clue.
30 steps ahead of them. 30 steps.
By this time next year. Matter of fact, let's just say halfway through next year, by summertime, they're going to be looking back, the glory days of 2025 when we were just getting crushed left and right, but it wasn't anywhere near this bad. They will be longing for the pain of 2025 when they compare it to the pain of 2026, because they just handed us a ton of stuff right at the very end of the year. Like, hey, like they say they don't celebrate Christmas, but
they do.
They kind of celebrate Christmas and hand us the best gifts of all.
Yeah, they're like, we're not going to say Merry Christmas, but we're going to give you guys the best gifts.
Yeah. Okay. We're good with that. Don't say Merry Christmas. Just keep giving us these gifts. That's cool.
Yeah, I have to say they rival Santa. Santa and all his elves and his reindeer and his magic sleigh and all that stuff cannot compete with these guys when it comes to giving us amazing gifts for Christmas. But let's continue some of the Islamic dilemma.
Look at the comparisons between Santa and Muhammad. I mean, both have a beard, both old men, both ride magical animals through the sky.
Santa's a Muslim.
Think about it.
Dude, hey, IP, do not someone make a note of that, especially you. Next year, we need to make a Santa is a Muslim argument, because all the arguments they use to show Jesus is a Muslim, you can say the exact same thing about Santa. And so he's got a beard. Oh my goodness, he rides a magical animal. He's more of a Muslim than even anyone else.
He's got the beard. He's white.
He's white skinned. He's got slaves.
He's got slaves.
The youths of paradise.
The hooves of paradise.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant, man.
Let's check this out.
In today's episode, we'll be addressing the claims of Wesley Huff, a Christian apologist who seems to have carefully studied the Quran.
He mentions in chapter number 5, verse number 47, that Allah mentions that basically, you've got to rule by the Torah, right, and so on. I mean, all it takes is for him to have read the next verse, which says that وَأَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ بِالْحَقِّ مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ وَمُهَيْمِنًا عَلَيْهِ. Okay.
It's so funny.
That was his argument.
All you have to do is read the very next verse, which says that the Quran confirms the previous scriptures, exactly like Wes Huff said. Oh, you can't. I've learned one thing, guys. There's dumb, and then there's Dawah dumb.
Now, this is a very important phrase because actually Muhaymin, this terminology, is used to describe Allah. So what does the verse mean? It says, and we have sent down the book, i.e. the Quran now.
Yep.
Okay? We have sent down the Quran to you in truth to affirm that which has come before it. وَمُهَيْمِنًا عَلَيْهِ, and a guardian over it.
Exactly.
Muhaymin is a guardian. In this context,
He just said Muhammad is a guardian.
Thanks. Perfect. That's what we want to hear.
Nice.
So if he had just shut his mouth after that, he'd have been completely correct. But a Dawah guy can't speak without lying. So here we go.
there's nothing this word can mean except that it's a distinguisher from what is true and what is false.
He just said it means guardian, but there's nothing else that this word can mean except it's a distinguisher between what's true and what's false. Where are you getting that from in your lexicon?
That's why he ditched this argument.
Yeah, he didn't.
That's why he
say-
ditched his
he didn't
argument.
say it anymore.
Yeah.
This is what they do. This is what the Dawahs do. They'll lie to you in one sentence that they just and they'll say one thing in one sentence and then the next they'll say another thing that's completely the opposite. That's how much they lie. That's how little respect they have for their audience. They think their audience is so dumb, they're not going to catch that. Like,
well, their audience is
think
too dumb.
They're right. Yeah, they're right for the most part.
yeah, it's like,
But,
guys, get out of Islam. This is how they treat you. They will lie to you from one sentence to the next, and you're not catching this. How can you trust these guys?
That's where the 40 generations of first cousin marriage comes in, right? Because Muhammad Hijab's fans are watching this go, whoa, powerful point. Yes, Muhammad, good. Yes, distinguisher between truth and falsehood. There's no concept of actually looking it up. And even if they did and they found out it was complete nonsense, they don't care. They just don't care. And so this is all, guys, really the fallout, all this massive fallout from in 2025 is the result of what we've been saying for many years, that there was eventually a shift in the goal of Dawah. It used to be trying to convince non-Muslims that Islam is true. That's what it used to be. Then it eventually, once the apostates started coming in, then it shifted to, we need to convince Muslims not to leave Islam. And when you change like that, you go from what is persuasive and compelling to non-Muslims, and you shift it to what is compelling to Muslims. And it's something completely different. It's just, if I talk like this, they just believe whatever I say. And we're seeing that even up through like Sheikh Uthman, which we'll be getting to later. But Sheikh Uthman, I challenge all you guys to debate. We all accept. No, I'm not debating any of you. I'm not debating any of you. Too bad. I'm not following through on any of it. And then he just goes live. Okay, so where is everyone? They're all running from me. We literally all of us accept it. Anyway, notice you guys have seen it, right? His fans, why are you guys running? Why are you guys running? It's absolutely amazing. These are fun, crazy times. But it's the same thing, right? He knows he has a bunch of like completely stupid idiot followers. And he can say whatever he wants, right? He can say, I challenged everyone and they literally all traveled to Mars to hide from me. And his stupid fans will believe him. Oh, fun times. Back to Hijab, though. Let's see. Maybe he's got a powerful point here. Oh, no, that was the end.
This entire conversation that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala opens about the people of the book is about their neglect of the revelation that was sent to them. And their lack of sincerity. Allah essentially says that if...
He's completely correct. That is the position of the Quran. We neglect it. We don't follow it. It's not condemning our scriptures. It's saying we don't follow it. So he's correct there, but let's see.
If you are sincere, people of the book, you will follow Islam. If you are a sincere seeker of truth, you will follow the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You will follow the Quran.
Why?
And the problem is many of you aren't sincere. And how am I going to prove to you that you're not sincere? I'm going to prove to you that you're not sincere because you don't even follow what you have.
Yeah, and the Quran commands us to follow it. And says we have no ground to stand upon unless we stand upon our scriptures. And when we do that, as Wes Huff pointed out, we can't follow Islam. So if we obey Allah, we have to reject Allah. Thank you.
That argument where they're like, this is another position that we've seen. It comes and goes. Like they started arguing that one, then they saw how bad it is. And so what they're arguing there is like, oh, okay, so it's not actually telling you to follow the Torah, or it's just telling you that, it says it's your book. It says it's your book. You claim to believe in that book, so go to that book. So it's like saying, okay, even though the Quran says that Allah's judgments are in the Torah, that it's his judgments, his rulings, that's not actually true. you just believe that. So it's telling you follow your own scripture. And obviously you can see why that's a terrible argument. Now I know Muslims argue that anymore. And you just, it's like, you just see like one after another. It's like a house of cards, just one card following after another card. That's all the responses to the Islamic dilemma.
And we can all agree these responses are very, 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 very powerful. It's either lying or just, well, you're not sincere. You're not sincere. Hey, what is this? We got Gangsta IP over here, but it's Chris in Speaker's Corner. What the heck is Chris from Speaker's Corner doing? You could just jump in, man. We're on UK time right now. All right, let's check out more of this.
Mm-hmm.
We got the
Get in here, Chris.
Team here. We got the Dilemma team in the house.
Oh, this is from, I think this is from when we... This is from when we were going live every week, challenging Muslims to respond chapter by chapter. We were going chapter by chapter. Guys, just respond to this one chapter, and they couldn't do it. Anyway, let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were keeping
what was that?
Yeah, we were keeping the dilemma like for chapter 2, then chapter 3, then chapter 4, like, and they couldn't handle just per chapter.
Weird stuff. Couldn't do it.
Islamic Dilemmator, Chris at Dilemma's Corner. Jai and DOC rocking the dilemma, and Sheikh Dilemma himself. What's up, y'all? Y'all ready to get into this?
What's up? What's up?
Oh yeah. It's gonna be good today.
So, guys, in light of everything that's been going on, David, you had a debate with Daniel Hikikachu on the Islamic dilemma. I had a debate.
Oh, so this is after the debate.
With him on the Islamic dilemma. Chris has been doing a bunch of content on the Islamic dilemma, and so has I.
Chris has been trying to debate Dean Responds on the Islamic dilemma, but he's just been like, still is.
Yeah, that's it. He left pretty quick when you bring up the Islamic dilemma.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a question.
With that being,
hey, you know what's amazing about all that? You know what's amazing about all that? You go to any of their comment sections of these guys, and it's filled with, these Christians are so stupid. They don't realize it's so clear, and it's like, guys, if you were clearly right, this debate would be over in 2 seconds, because you could say chapter, verse. Here it says, Bible's been corrupted. Islamic dilemma's done. And they can never show us that. But they'll still keep running their mouths as if there are all these clear verses that say
Good point, David.
Good point, David.
What else? So we're going to be covering a really awesome live stream that happened between me and Rob from Sentinel Apologetics and our good friend Dean Responds. Now, Dean Responds has been running for months and months now from any kind of debate on the Islamic dilemma, but I just so happened to be looking across YouTube.
Maybe he was just busy smashing hoes. If anyone's confused by the language, wait for it. You'll see. That's their words, not ours.
And I saw that Sentinel Apologetics was streaming, and lo and behold, there was Dean Responds. Not only that, but he was giving a presentation on our favorite topic, the most beloved topic there is, the Islamic dilemma. Now we know that you know everything and do not need to have anyone ask you any questions. Because of this, we believe that you have come from God. And then Jesus affirms this, that he does indeed know all things. So Jesus knows all things according to John chapter 16. Is that not a form of shirk from the Islamic perspective?
No.
Why?
No. Because the intention here is that this is an idiom.
In John 29, it says that Jesus is said to be speaking plainly, not figuratively.
Yeah.
So to say he's using an idiom makes no sense, because he's talking
Jesus isn't using an idiom. He's not using an idiom.
You just said he was using an idiom.
His disciples are using an You can't even read the text, bro. His disciples are using the idiom.
In this video, I want to examine some of the claims of what is often known as the Islamic dilemma. It would be wrong to say the Quran fully endorses the Bible as we have it today. And here is why. The Quran affirms the Torah and the Gospel as revelations from God.
Mm-hmm.
This is in Quran 5:44 to 47. It describes them as containing light and
David.
guide.
What?
People might not know who blogging theology is. They might not know who Paul Williams is.
Oh, yeah. Paul Williams, Muslim, been around for a long time. Debated Nabil way back in the day.
He also showed up on my live stream. Like we were doing one of our first live call-in shows this year, and Paul Williams showed up to debate us. And we threw the Islamic dilemma at him. He's like, I'm not prepared to debate this. I have no idea what to say. And I'm
Even though he's been dealing with it for at least a decade that I know of.
I was like, I couldn't believe it. And so then he made this video after to try to deal with it, because he didn't look good when he came on our live. I don't think he was expecting Thanerai to really know about the dilemma.
No,
So
they
like,
weren't
you know,
expecting that.
Yeah, new guys.
Same
Yeah,
with
I
Dean.
could catch these new guys and embarrass them, and then people will think it's a
Yeah.
crap argument. And in reality, so here's a guy. I remember him interviewing people like years ago on this, like Muslim scholars and stuff, trying to deal with the issue. And this is one of the most intelligent of all the Dawah guys, and he could go up against Than, who learned it like what, 2 weeks earlier or something.
Pretty much.
And
Pretty much.
Yeah.
and he couldn't deal with Than. So everyone,
Yeah.
that should inform you of how good this argument is. If seasoned Dawah clowns and debaters cannot go against a total noob on the issue.
Yes,
It even tells.
I was just, as people have pointed out in the chat, he is the representative Fruity Zudi Muslim. Yes, that is correct. That's him.
But I mean, you know, that seemed weird like 10 years ago, but now that we've learned more about Muhammad and Diha al-Kalbi and Muhammad and the Night of al-Zut and so on, it all makes way more sense now. So
Yeah, could be onto something.
So he cannot be excommunicated, everyone. Just be aware of that.
The Christians, let the people of the gospel judge by what God has revealed therein in 547. This shows the Quran recognizes their divine origin and enduring value. But the Quran criticizes the
That's not saying I recognize their divine value. That is a command for what we are supposed to judge by. And if we obey that command, we have to reject Islam.
misuse and distortion of these books. And some people are accused of concealing and twisting and writing things falsely in various texts in the Quran.
Nothing to do with the gospel, though.
Quran 242, 279, and 378, and 446. Now, this means the Quran.
That was a bit deceptive. 279 is the only one that even sounds like it's talking about a text, and it most certainly one. It's not even talking about changing the Torah. If it is with the commentators who said it was about removing the prophecies about Muhammad and so on. Wasn't saying anything about the rest of it, and that even that doesn't work. That doesn't work because of the verses that come before it and the verses that come after it. I'd say it's pretty much an impossible interpretation. Because just 6 verses later, you have the command to believe in all of the Torah, every last part of it, which wouldn't make sense if you're saying things were changed as of 279. The other verses don't say anything about changing a text. It's about misrepresenting things with our speech. And so, sorry, buddy, you haven't responded to the Islamic dilemma at all, but you are giving the standard nonsense that we've heard for years.
Oh, hey, David,
what's up?
Chris is asking for the link. I'm just going to send it over the link, okay? Send over the link to Chris's. I mean,
it's the same link as last time, Chris. My goodness. Just scroll through.
Man.
I'll send it over.
Amateurs, man. Amateurs.
And gospel in circulation as completely pure.
Let's actually look at the Torah and Injil in Medina.
Oh man, just before we go on to John Fontaine, who's still running and won't debate me on this whole issue, like Paul Williams is one, and Dean Response are two of those proponents of the idea that the Quran is consciously editing the prior scriptures, which is beyond silly. Allah never said it, but just think about the argument. If we even grant that, they've just made this entire argument circular, because the Quran says the reason for us to believe in Muhammad is because he's confirming our scriptures. But if the Quran is only partially or generally confirming it, as they like to say, and it's correcting it, then what it means is the Quran is picking and choosing the parts of the prior scriptures that are true. Then we as Christians are supposed to look at those parts that the Quran has selected, believe in those parts, and then believe in Islam from those parts. That's a circular argument. Use the Quran to select the scriptures, to pick and choose, then use those parts it picks out to believe in Islam. The entire conscious edit argument is blatant circular reasoning. And if anyone doubts this, go on my channel, look at the video or the live when Dean Response came on the channel. We clipped it, made it an independent video. Just watch us go through it with him. He doesn't realize it, but he admits that his entire argument of conscious editing is circular. There's no way out of it. So the entire argument is fallacious. And
Now-
this is the most popular approach to the Islamic dilemma. The most popular approach is a fallacious argument.
Now,
and don't forget.
It's from ChatGPT, according to the Malik leak.
Yeah, Malik leaks.
Malik leaks said they ChatGPT. Can you give us a response to this? And what's funny is the conscious edits response is that Allah is giving different stories that don't line up because he's aware of what the Bible says, and he's changing the stories because he's aware of how they're wrong, and so he's correcting and editing them. Right now, what's the problem here? Well, we all it's part of the Islamic dilemma that the two books don't line up. It's part of the dilemma that the Quran does not match what we find in the Bible. And yet it's confirming the inspiration and the preservation and the authority of the Bible and telling us we have to judge by it. And when we do that and say, okay, Islam has to be false, they say, no, he's consciously editing. It's like, okay, you're just saying that the Quran doesn't line up with the Bible. And you're saying it's on purpose. Okay, if it's on purpose, why did he say he's confirming the inspiration, the preservation, and the authority of the book? Here's the problem, though, IP. Everything you just said, imagine someone, let's call him Junior, who was the product of 40 generations of first cousin marriage. Would he understand anything you just said?
Man, no.
Yeah. And that's the sad part. They don't. They never do. And so they just listen to their Dawah guy. But, so the only thing you could do is try to give them an example that they would understand, which will take a while. But you could say over and over again, okay, guys, if I tell you, hey, I affirm the Quran. I believe in the Quran. I believe the Quran is inspired. And I believe that it's the word of God. And every word is from God, not just parts of it, all of it. It's all from God, every last bit of it. And then I start sharing my own revelations and I contradict the Quran. Would you believe me? Would you see the problem or not? Me saying I affirm all this book, every last bit of it, and I command you to judge by it, and then I start contradicting it. Would you say that I'm consciously editing it, or would you immediately recognize me as a complete idiot for using such a stupid argument?
Yeah, well,
that's how we feel, guys. That's how we feel.
That's what the Muslim Lantern realized when some crazy cult member came on his live stream and was doing that very argument. The guy said, he's got a sacred text that confirms the Quran. And what is he doing? What does Junior do? What does Muslim Lantern immediately recognize? He's like, oh, no, it's contradicting it, so we have to reject it. It's like, thank you, you get it, man, you get it.
Hello there. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got Chris here. Hey, Chris, we're wrapping up a section of the Islamic dilemma clip, one of the highlights from 2020, and then we'll get your thoughts on everything. Let's see.
We have two types of people, the unbelievers amongst them and the believers. Both of them had the preserved Torah at that time and the Injil. Is that in your Bible? So the differences between the Torah and Injil in Medina and the Torah and Injil in the Bible. These are two separate things. The Torah and Injil according to the Quran, Torah and Injil what was in Medina. Again, the Torah and Injil in Medina is revelation, direct speech, is in the Hebrew, singular book for the Bnei Israel, and we've mentioned many of the contents which are not found in the Bible. This argument today is not about who is right or wrong in terms of is Islam right or is Christianity right. This is about what is the Islamic position.
At the very end of my opening statement, I said, and I will quote, and so now I'll hand things over to Team Dawah so we can all hear about how we shouldn't trust what Allah clearly says in the Quran, but should instead trust the reinterpretations of human beings who twist his words. That's true. And John Fontaine proceeded to give us a bunch of quotations from human beings in order to overrule what Allah says in the Quran. Yes, he did.
If the Quran is not clear,
hey, look.
Islam is false.
Really?
But if the Quran is clear,
good point,
then Islam is false.
Huh.
Either way, Islam is false.
That's true.
Let me explain. The Quran claims over and over again that it is a clear book. Surah 12:1 says, these are the verses of the clear book. Surah 15:1 says, these are the verses of the book, the clear Quran. Surah 24:46, we have indeed sent down revelations clarifying the truth. Surah 26:2, these are the verses of the clear book. But then on top of that, the Quran goes even further and claims it is fully detailed and its verses are fully explained. Surah 11:1 says, "This is a book whose verses are well perfected and then fully explained." Surah 12:111 says, "This message cannot be fabricated. Rather, it is a confirmation of previous revelation, a detailed explanation of all things, a guide and a mercy for people of faith." So obviously, if the Quran is not a clear, fully explained guide for humanity, then Islam is false, because the Quran would contradict itself. But what about the other horn of this dilemma? If the Quran is clear, Islam is also false. How does that work? Well, it has to do with the guidance that it gives to humanity, and specifically to Jews and Christians. In Surah 3, Allah says He revealed the Quran, confirming what came before it, as He revealed the Torah and the Gospel previously as a guide for people. Remember, these commands are supposed to be clear and fully explained guidance for humanity. So if the Quran is clear, then we can run the standard Islamic dilemma.
I only have one objection. Where is his fur coat?
Yeah, you should have and your shades.
Good point. It's a good point. That guy's not blinged up. I get it.
Before you make the video, do it again, but better.
Yeah. We don't trust anybody unless he shows up like he's ready for the club to go smash some hoes. Maybe we've been missing this all the time because we just don't know who they take seriously. You got to be smashing hoes and getting high all day, or they don't take you seriously. We've been going about this all wrong, but you might be onto something here, man.
Maybe.
Yeah, IP should be like, yo, is the Quran clear or no?
I've been reading this book. Yeah, it's called the Quran, yo. But I looks in here and it be saying some nice stuff about the Bible, yeah. So I was like, let me check out this Bible. Then in it, and I went to the Bible and it be like, that Quran be wrong. It be wrong and stupid, yeah. And then they'll be like, oh my goodness, him got a fur coat and him talk smart.
You're about 2 steps away from
all the Muslims that are hate watching right now. What's it called when they're like grudge watching? All the Muslims that are grudge watching right now, you just hypnotize them all with that.
Yeah,
they're all just now they just got sold on the Islamic dilemma.
Yeah, legit.
Yeah.
Fun stuff. So that's the Islamic dilemma, ladies and gentlemen. IP, I know you have to cut out here pretty soon. So
is there some super chats you want to go through before we do that? But
Let's take a couple super chats because I'm sure a couple of them are related to your getup. We'll take a couple super chats and then we will go and we'll talk about Malik, guys, and we'll talk about Malik,
nice,
the Santa Claus of 2025. Let's see, we have IP, more like Fly P. Hey, that could be your nickname when you're in that getup, Fly P.
Fly P.
Hey, you could have a debate versus Fly. Hey, IP, seriously, you should make a video, right? Where you give an argument as you, but it's translated for the Dawah fans as Fly P, right? You got your translator to translate it for Dawah fans, because Happy New Year in advance from Holland, guys. I think it's already New Year in Holland, right?
Yeah,
yes,
almost New Year here. We got 7 minutes here in the UK.
7 minutes, and these guys are all going to have to pause to run around like maniacs. Demons can deny a person thoughts and beliefs even when the related information is right in front of them.
Oh,
it's the same guy as before, right?
Same guy, Mardino. Yeah. Happy New Year. Which Dawah guys earned the title of Best Christian Apologist this year?
It's a tie between Daniel Kikachun Jr. at this point.
Man, I was not even on the roster.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Although Malik made a strong push at the end of the year, not in a good sense, but he made a strong push at the end of the year for why he should be the king of Dawah.
He took one for the team and he just laid it out there, like all these facts about all the Dawah guys.
I don't know what you heard about me, but you can't get $1 out, IP.
I don't know what you heard about.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know what this was talking about, guys.
Yeah, it's lyrics.
It sounds like World War III here in the Netherlands. That's good. You heard it. War is breaking out all over.
Lots of fireworks in the Netherlands right now.
Here in Australia, we are in 2026. I'll give you a heads up. Islam has finally collapsed. Christianity is on the rise, and D-Wood is Pope. Happy New Year. Wow. That's awesome. we heard from the future. An illustration would be how the mind can, there's Nordine again. An illustration would be how the mind can fail to notice all the information contained in a visual scene, or how the movement of lungs escapes awareness until you pay attention to it out of focus. Okay. Rapper Mike Jones. Oh, yeah, it actually fits because he was.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Similarly, background sounds go unnoticed when they're out of focus. Okay. IP is dripping. No zut. Sheikh Ibn Pimpin.
I like that.
That's
Sheikh Ibn
another one.
Pimpin.
You could have multiple names. Lots of the Dawah guys have multiple names, like Sheikh Uthman. He's got Sheikh Ibn Fibbin, Sheikh Ibn Ketchup, Sheikh Ibn Smollett, Sheikh Ibn Footnote, Sheikh Ibn Zina. He's got all those names, so you could have multiple names. You could be Fly P and Sheikh Ibn Pimpin and stuff. 2026 is going to be even better. The year of demonic verses, Talmudic dilemma, and Muhammad not being in the Bible. Yeah, that's cool. That's our buddy over there who's been running the Talmudic dilemma. He's been on. We've done a couple live streams. Hey, Chris Kloss is calling. Hey, Chris, wait till later, man. We're all full up right now. Yo, IP, you gonna pop some tags? Don't know what that means.
I think that's like a slang for going shopping spree.
Oh.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got 20
This
bucks
year,
in my pocket.
This year I learned that the earliest bank in Islam. What?
Man, you gotta do videos where you just do that.
You gotta do this.
Just like do it seriously. Look dead
When
seriously
people-
at the camera and just be like, "Yo," and just like do this rap stuff. It'd be amazing.
Hey, we should, since we're seeing how difficult it can be to reach some of the Dawah fans, given how stupid they are and the things that impress them. We should all come up with our Da'i characters this year, and run some videos and try to reach them that way, because just arguments and evidence and facts just don't work. It's all got to be chest thumping and smashing hoes and all that stuff. This year I learned that the earliest bank in Islam was a sperm bank. Al Zut.
I noticed that for the super chats, you get to learn about people's what kind of music they know about based on the lyrics that people post in the super chats. there was the one that David you recognized in IP stream, some like Michael Jackson lyrics or something like that. And then sorry, we got some fireworks over here. So
you're all right.
Yes,
You're
it is
right.
3 minutes.
Yeah,
3 minutes, man.
IP, how close are you to your goal? Oh, the end of the year goal. I think we need like an extra. We need like maybe another 6,000 or 5,000 less or total to raise for 2026. So we are getting close.
Dude, you're only a few hours away, man. How's that going to happen?
Man, have faith, man. Where's your faith at, man?
Everyone watching right now, you have one objective. Go finish this.
Go donate some cash to IP for his future plans. Or if it happens to be too late, don't worry about it. There's always January.
And just so you know, that's funding like mission trips to like London, potentially Croatia, as well as basically paying Than a full-time salary to keep doing work. So he doesn't have to work a part-time job anymore.
Let's see. From Nordine again. Demons prevent a skeptical attitude by Muslims toward Islamic myths by denying them the emotion of caution and skeptical thoughts. Steel man my case. Well, there's going to be no steel manning any case of yours right now, because Nordine, has it occurred to you that, because you said you think you're massively influenced by demons, you think that they could be influencing you to derail and distract from any conversation that's going on ever by pointing it towards them and making people obsessed with demons? Huh?
That's true.
That a thing? Could that be something? Anyway, looks like IP Zut hand is strong.
This is true. It's true.
That's from Apostate of Allah. She'll be joining us later
Zut
on.
ain't easy. Zut
Ain't easy. Oh yeah, remember that. We need to be using these lines, because it's like, we zooted all over 2025. It's like, but you got to take it to the next level next year.
Wait. Well, okay, if you say so. That's a little strong for my liking, but yeah.
We've got a British gentleman here.
Yeah, we got a British.
I'm not going to go into 2026 saying I'm zutting all my way through. Like, no.
That's a good point. Good point. I like that. Yeah.
Bless you guys doing a massive live stream on my birthday. It's a cool birthday.
Happy birthday. You share a birthday with Tiger Woods?
Yeah. Oh, awesome.
Oh, man.
Is this when we see Giant DOC? Pretty please. No, not today. Next month, ladies and gentlemen. Next month. Be patient. What is your favorite Dawah moment or event of 2025? That's what we're doing. We're going through a bunch of those. Chris, you weren't here earlier when we were talking about recaps and so on. If you had to pick your favorite, it would be hard to narrow it down because there were a lot of them.
There were so many.
Do you have a favorite?
I think I would just really like how, what was it, Douglas Murray in his magazine, when they described the courtroom of Muhammad Hijab and the things he was saying, and like I just imagine him in full on like speaker's corner mode, and he's just like arguing with like random people, and he's like, refute my argument, you've been intellectually molested. I think that's brilliant. I just imagine that and think, my gosh, that man he's done the full thing where he now believes his own character. He thinks he is the Muhammad Hijab, so he's like he can't distinguish it in real life. And when he's acting for the cameras, he just does it all the time, and that makes me smile.
I got to roll out soon, a couple minutes. So, anything else you want to cover before I go?
Yeah, just in honor of Chris, because he wasn't here earlier. Let's check this out, and then you can head out.
Yesterday, a judgment was handed down in the High Court that ruled that The Spectator and our columnist Douglas Murray had won a defamation case that had been brought by the YouTuber Mohammed Hijab. Now, Max, you've been following this for The Spectator, since this began 3 years ago. Why were we taken to court?
So this was about an article that Douglas Murray wrote for The Spectator in the issue of the 24th of September 2022. And this is a long time ago, so viewers might not remember, but this was around the time that there was some unrest going on in Leicester.
Oh, we remember.
Largely between Hindus and Muslims. And Douglas had written about this unrest in his weekly column that he does for The Spectator, and then it had referenced Mohammed Hijab, the YouTuber, going to Leicester and speaking to a crowd of mostly masked Muslim men.
Let me tell you something. All due respect, actually no due respect, yeah? If they believe in reincarnation, what a humiliation and pathetic thing for them to be reincarnated into some pathetic, weak, cowardly people like that. I'd rather be an animal.
In his column, Douglas said,
I'd rather be an animal than these guys. And Douglas Murray just puts it in an article, and Hijab sues him. And we're about to see how that went.
That Mohammed Hijab was referring to Hindu people and ridiculing them. Mohammed Hijab said that he was referring to Hindutva, which is an extremist ethno-nationalist group of Hindus, he would say. And so Mohammed Hijab sued Douglas and The Spectator for defamation, and this has taken years and years to get to court, but it finally did, and the judgment was given yesterday saying that The Spectator had won.
And Alex, firstly, thank you for winning the case for us. It's good to have you on the podcast because it means you...
Wait, is he a lawyer?
I think so.
He looked like a young dude to me, yeah.
Do a sort of legal check while we record.
Come on, man. We want to hear the stuff about Mohammed Hijab in court.
You put the case together. You were in court. Can you take us through the judgment? What did we win on?
Yeah, of course. Thanks very much. And I should say I was part of a large team.
Kind of won on everything.
Everyone contributed very well, in particular our great barrister,
$1 million.
Callis, who presented the case in court. Well, the most straightforward defence to any defamation action is truth, and that was the main defence that we relied on in the case, and it was one that was successful.
Yeah, Dawah guys, not such a big fan of that one.
The Spectator and Douglas argued that, notwithstanding the fact that the claimant may have believed or intended to be referring to the Hindutva, by criticising the other people out on the street, who plainly were majority Hindu, and ridiculing them by reference to a central belief in all of Hinduism, i.e. reincarnation, he was accordingly ridiculing Hindus, and that it was the substantial truth of what Douglas had said and the sting of the defamatory statement.
I think he got that defense from the Quran when it says Jews worship Ezra, and you say, hey, what, Jews don't worship Ezra? And they go, oh no, we're just talking about a tiny little particular group of Jews like that no one's ever heard of, that's all. It's like, oh no, I wasn't talking about Hindus in general, just this particular group.
Was found to be substantially true. Although the judge actually didn't really even need to necessarily determine the truth defence, because he actually also found that the claimant's case would have failed at the first hurdle. To bring a claim in defamation in England and Wales, you need to show that a statement has caused or is likely to cause serious harm to your reputation.
Well, we'll get to the results in a second. I know IP has to cut out, so let me get these. Let me give you 3 quick ones that are for you.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. We have the inspiring pimp pimping those Dawahs.
Yeah.
That's a good one. IP looking fly. I'm not sure what that means.
Thank you.
But this one is for anyone, but it's pretty relevant to you, IP. So
Best book I've
you've
read
this year.
Dang, I've read a good decent amount of books. Probably in the beginning of the year, I read The Incarnate Christ and His Critics. I read that like January, so I recommend that one a lot. Good Martin Whittingham's book as well on Islam. On the talks about use of the script. I forget the name of that, but you recommended that one, Chris. Remember that book?
Yeah. It's like early Muslim views on the Bible or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, I printed out some papers from it. I printed out papers from it because he talks about lists all the verses that speak positively and negatively, and of course all the negative ones are just people corrupting them with their tongues or not even really talking about it. But yeah, that was it. There was an earlier super chat I just want to address where someone said, "Why did you need 6 months to debate Libiano?" So he's a liar. That's not what happened. I told James back in like July, August,
and James exposed that too. James said that's not what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, James came into my defense and he's like, yeah, that's not what happened. We tried to get Libiano to come to DebateCon. He said he wasn't available. Now we're hearing, and Jai pointed this out to me, that now we're hearing he may not be able to come to the U.S. So why didn't he tell us that? Why did he only tell us he wasn't available? That's kind of weird. So there's something going on there. But so I just said, all right, well, I got a debate in September. I have, James, I know you want me to do something on your channel in October. We have DebateCon in November. Then I got a bunch of stuff in December and holidays, of course. And I know you have another debate already planning for January. So we'll try to figure out how we can put this in, but I'm prioritizing in-person debates. And then I even asked Marlon of the Gospel Truth to get Libiano to come debate me at his conference, which is in February. Libiano turned that down as well. So actually, there's been 3 times we tried to get Libiano to debate in person in the U.S. He may not be able to actually get in the U.S. I don't know why he didn't tell us that from the beginning. So, yeah, but...
well, he's a criminal. According to Malik, he's a criminal. Malik says he's a criminal. Exactly. He said he's a notorious criminal.
Yep.
Yeah. That's weird. But yeah, I did not ever say I need 6 months. I fit it into my schedule. As I say, I'm always prioritizing in-person debates, and that's what I did. So Libiano's running around lying to people, saying I said I needed 6 months to prepare, which is complete nonsense. And if he thinks that, what does he think about Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, telling William Albrecht he needed like 11 months at one point to prepare for a debate? It wasn't because Jake needed that time. He was busy with his life, kind of like how we all are. But it's just amazing how they twist and lie things. And they're even throwing in super chats trying to push that nonsense. Shows you how desperate they are. Yeah, they can't even respond to our arguments. They have to rely on character assassination that is based on blatant lies.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed that even in like X posts or something like that, it's like they can never just state what happened and condemn it. They have to lie about it somehow, like every single time. And it's like, guys, how do you seriously, when all of you act like, I don't mean all Muslims, I mean every last Dawah guy and every last Dawah fan. How do you expect us to take you seriously when you are the biggest bunch of compulsive liars we've ever seen? How do you expect us to take you seriously? Serious. I'm completely serious. Anyway.
Yeah, like that guy who was, there's a guy who was saying that you ate the Quran because you lost a debate.
Oh yeah, there was no debate.
There was no debate. What are you talking about? I mean, so yeah, these guys just can't.
They have to make something up, right? Anyway.
Yeah.
Every single
time. Do you think
it's
to me, it's just like entertainment. They see Dawah not as about, giving Islam to people, bringing people to Islam. That's kind of like a pretense now. It's really just about the smashing hoes, the nightclubs, the drugs, the alcohol, and Sheikh Ibn Fibbin, Sheikh Ketchup, whatever you want to call him. He's just an entertainer. If you just look at him, I was thinking about it. I'm
That's
like,
all it takes.
You are literally actually just an entertainer now, aren't you? You have no credibility.
That's
you sold it for clicks and views. How many fake hate crimes and I don't know, he wrestled some guy for a Quran or whatever, or just it's fake.
Yeah.
Everything he does is fake.
Dawah is completely fake. All right,
Anyway,
you got to cut out, man.
I got to get ready for my party. This is what I'm wearing there tonight to celebrate.
good.
Again, we are celebrating the collapse of Dawah, leading people out of Islam. So I had to get dressed up for the occasion.
Nice.
That's
and
good.
Guys,
Everyone
remember, Garka doesn't snitch.
Yep. Unlike Malik, Garka don't snitch. Garka ain't no snitch, but Malik is. Malik is the biggest snitch of all. Could you imagine that dude going to prison? He just tells everything on the drop of a dime. He is so doomed. Oh, gosh. All right, everyone, be sure to watch IP stuff. If you're not subscribed, subscribe if you can. Ship in to his end of the year fundraiser. You still got a couple hours if you're in the U.S., so check that out. And, yep, we've already got your replacement coming up right now.
You're being replaced.
All right. All right. So we started off with too much cargo. So we're rid of Benedict Arnold, but we've got a better replacement here. We've got Hatun.
Awesome.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, Hatun.
How you doing?
Hello, sir. I'm okay, David. How are you doing?
Good. Let's see. Yep, we just we're gonna finish up this. We're gonna finish up this clip about Muhammad Hijab's court case. Chris, wait, dude. No, not you. Different Chris. Chris.
Oh, right.
Chris, I'll message you, man. I'll message you when it's when I want you to join. I sent you the link. But I'm trying to. Some people said they have to. They're only good for a certain time. We're trying to have the UK people in first. Not the Canadian people. What's that, Hatu?
I can leave. Chris can jump in.
No, Chris. No, Chris said anytime works, but he means the entire show, and we'll. So anyway, I messaged everyone. I said, okay, who has to be on at a specific time? I'll prioritize those people for those times, and then who just works anytime. And Chris said anytime works, and so on. But yeah, we're talking to the UK people first because they've got to go to sleep, and it's already New Year's there. Hey, what's going on in 2026, Chris?
It is. Oh, it's amazing here. It's basically the same as 2025, but Dawah's even more broken. And even more people are embracing our Lord Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior. So, yeah.
That's exactly what I thought for 2026. Cool.
It's only been 11 minutes, but so far, amazing results.
All right, let's see the end of, let's see where this Muhammad Hijab thing went.
That's a law that's been in place since around 2013. There's been quite a lot of legal wrangling over the years as to exactly what that means, but a claimant generally now does need to demonstrate and persuade the court by way of evidence that serious harm has been caused.
Come on, tell us what happened, man.
And the court dismissed that aspect of the case, of Hijab's case as well. He found that the article hadn't caused serious harm to his reputation, nor was it likely to cause serious harm to his reputation.
Yeah, how do you harm a Dawah guy's reputation? Seriously.
I really hope that was what they said in court. How is it possible that this man's reputation gets any lower than it already is? And everyone was like, that's a really good point.
I think I recalled going through some of the stuff, and it was along those lines.
Really?
It's like given the things this guy goes around saying, how is any of this really hurting him? And the evidence was, oh look, all these guys who are my buddies that I've worked with for years are not giving me these piles of money they were just about to give me. Oh, and they said it's all Douglas Murray's fault. And the court spotted that. It's like, really, all these guys with all these organizations that you've worked with for years suddenly say, oh, yeah, we were about to give Muhammad Hijab these lucrative deals until Douglas Murray. Really? That was the final straw, Douglas Murray. That's what none of the other stuff Hijab has done.
Can I add something? I don't know if you discussed this before or not. One of the interesting thing came out from this court hearing stuff. Judge officially labeled Muhammad Hijab as a liar. Very painful, right? Legal.
This man is a legally
liar. Sad. I know I am laughing, but this is my sad laughing face for Muslims. And another point was, I don't know whether you discussed that, but other Dawah gangs, his buddies helped him to fake evidence.
Mm-hmm.
The things I will go to prison for, they were so brave enough to fake those documents into the court, and they are all okay about it. So new level of standing in front of a judge. I've been in a court rooms where Muslims didn't even bother to stand up and then recognize the judge. In this courtroom, Mohammed Hijab told, yeah, it's all fine. I've got like this fake evidence, these liars behind me. I'm going to improve my lying skill. So bring everything in. And he kind of debates all these kind of things. And then it cost him 850,000. Lots of money.
And that's a serious problem in that you get
lying is expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, you get conditioned by your followers, like what works and what's persuasive. Okay, if your followers are a bunch of Dawah fans, like what they hear? Oh, just thumping your chest and acting like an idiot and running your mouth and lying constantly. That's what impresses them and makes them agree with you. And then you walk into court and obviously this is what will impress the judge. Yeah. That's a $1 million mistake, buddy. $1 million mistake. Let's see where this is.
By the way, one of the things that Ali Dawah lied about was actually his name. In the court documents, they listed his name
Ali
as
Dawah?
as Ali Dawah. They called him Mr. Dawah. That's not his real name. That's not his real name.
Mr. Dawah.
By law, you can use pseudonym names if you prefer for your safety.
So if you look at the company that is that the name is registered in, it's a different name that he uses. When you look at the companies, the GoFundMe's and fundraisers he uses is a different name, and so that's important because one of the companies is registered under his real name, and then he's witnessing under a different name. But it's the same person. Two different names for the same person in the same court document.
Yeah, well, 1 second. I know he can't, he's traveling right now, so let me see what's up with this guy here. Yo.
Oh.
What?
Howdy, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Oh, nothing, man. I'm down here in Nashville having a good time.
Well, that's good.
You look familiar. Are you was it like the Muslim cowboy or something? I think
Yeah, I'm the Muslim cowboy. Just became a Christian. You can see right here.
Alhamdulillah, that's beautiful news.
Alhamdulillah, indeed. Alhamdulillah. How you doing?
Who are you, sir?
Why is that lady laughing?
Hey, you should come up with a character called the Christian Cowboy where you say the stupidest things anyone could ever say.
And it's a good idea, actually.
No, we were. So IP had his character where he has like a fur coat on, and we're realizing if all these guys are about, in their words, smashing hoes and drugs and clubbing and stuff, then he should have sunglasses on and be wearing a fur coat and be acting like a pimp the entire time. And then they would take him seriously. And I suggested having like a translator, right? A translator for Dawah fans. So he would give his argument, and this is circularity and blah, blah, blah. But then he can have his pimp character and they would actually understand that. But, yeah, you could just sit around going, yeehaw, and they'll take you seriously.
Hey, folks, let me tell you something right here. I can show you here why Christianity is true. Look, I got these 3 lines on my hand, right? 3 lines on my hand. 3 lines on one hand. What's that tell you? 3 in 1. This is proof that the Trinity is right and Christianity is true. There you go. Hallelujah.
You got like Jake, the metaphysician, like, oh, I need to take notes here. Right? He says there's 3 lines on the hand.
How's that? Am I doing good? Am I doing good? Does it work?
Yeah,
I mean, you should have been here when you should have been here when IP was here. You guys are both dressed up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you need to go back in the stream and see how IP was dressed up.
Anyway, so I figure I'm traveling right now. I'm here. Went to some places, sat down and recorded some country songs in the studio where Johnny Cash recorded his music. Sat down and recorded the Zoot Train song, and the whole industry was like, "Dude, this is the best thing we've ever heard," and all that. So I'm currently on an important business trip, and business is being done. Business is being taken care of. So taking care of business.
Every day.
Mr. Elvis.
Every day.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys know that song over there, man?
No, I've just heard it. You say it so often that now I know it as well. So
cool.
Well done for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. But now I got to leave again. I just wanted to say hi.
Good. That's good. You showed up to say hi, and also good that you didn't stay to bore us to death.
Good. Wonderful.
Hey, you know what's cool about Nashville? Like every place you go in along that main road has like their own band. They had like their own like local band and stuff like that. So you can actually walk up to one of those bands and say, "We want you to play the Zut song," and for a video, and we'll hand them piles of cash, but they have to actually learn to play the instrumental, and we can sing it. And we'll have vocab line dancing with a bunch of Zut guys behind him, just looking at him real hard.
Well, it's interesting. Actually, I'm here for a few days, so I might just probably not tomorrow, but the next day I might just go around and ask a few people if they would like to sing this beautiful song for me, which is all about gay rights. You know.
Yeah, and also just go around, just walk up into a bar and go, ask the band, say, "Are you guys Muhammad fans?" And if they're like, "Well, yeah, kind of," or "Well, not, we don't know." Wait, just go band to band until you go, "What? Muhammad? What? We can't stand that dude." That's your band, man. And then
I will go to bars and I will ask them if they are all for inclusivity, including Islam and LGBTQ rights. And if they say yes, I'll say, "Well, I have the perfect song for you. I have a song for Islam, raising what Muslims love the most. In these times, inclusivity and diversity and all of that is very, very important. So I have a song where a very, very precious Muslim is living out his sexual fantasies with 30 strangers in a desert. And they will say, "Hey, this is beautiful." So I will try that out. I'll get back to you on that.
All right, you cutting out, man?
Atun, why are you looking so serious?
I'm waiting you to do this before you go. Remember the gentleman who was debating? He was getting those attitudes, so it looks like you can use some of that. It will fit perfectly.
Oh yeah.
That's wrong.
All right, man. Good to see you all, and good to talk to you all. Good to also see Jai and VOC.
Thank you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year
to you.
I can't see them, but I see your hearts. So
okay.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever said. But anyway, Happy New Year to everybody and all the viewers and all that. And stay happy and stay cowboy.
You too,
All
man.
All right, man. Get ready for 2026, dude.
Get ready for 2026.
Because playtime's over.
Playtime's
the
over,
Orthodox
man.
Cowboy.
We're coming for you, man. We're coming for you. Anyway, see you.
All right, let's finish this little clip to see if there's some sort of awesome resolution to this story.
The judge found that the claimant was not a credible witness.
Huh?
He found that he'd repeatedly lied on a number of issues throughout the case, such that his evidence was deemed to be worthless.
Whoa, he did
that
say
again,
worthless.
I think was fairly fatal too.
That was actually a quote from the judge's ruling. His testimony is worthless because he's such a liar. That's amazing.
The claimant's case.
That goes back to the same thing, but we're supposed to take him seriously? We have the documentation from UK courts that nothing that this guy says can be taken seriously because he's a compulsive liar. And we're supposed to take him seriously. And all these Muslims, tell us what the truth is, Muhammad Hijab, and here's some money so that you can give it to the world's most famous gay Zionist.
Surprised by how strong the judgment was. I mean, the judge, as you just said, called him a liar.
It's a very emphatic judgment, and it's a great success for the Spectator and Douglas. And it's not all that common
and for human beings everywhere.
Such resounding successes for media defendants in libel cases.
As a witness, he was combative and constantly argumentative. He sought at every turn to debate with counsel. Bro,
this is Harris quoting the actual ruling.
It's not Speaker's Corner, you dumbass. Responding to questions with rhetorical questions of his own, arguing his case rather than giving straightforward responses, and denigrating the character of the second defendant to whom he bears palpable personal animosity. Obviously, they could see through you. I am satisfied that he lied on significant issues. So he's a certified liar.
Uh-huh.
He is a court-adjudicated liar.
Thank you, Harris, for the appropriate terminology. He is a court-adjudicated liar.
Something that we have known all our lives. I am satisfied that he lied on significant issues with the consequence that his evidence overall is worthless.
Wow. But that's what we already concluded as far as Dawah is concerned. But now we have the court stamp of approval that we were right all along. But guys, this is like a microcosm of like what's been going on in the Dawah world. They take all these guys with all these stupid tactics that are only impressive to like the dumbest of the dumb. And they don't realize how this looks to everyone outside their community because their fans are cheering them on. They go to the comment section, people are cheering them on. Yay, this is so great. Wow, powerful. And it's just, it's just awful and terrible. Well,
do you think he had like his friends saying, "Hey, Hijab, you know, it'd be great if you just do the same thing that you do, like at Speaker's Corner. Just do the same thing, like it will
just
go
act like that
swimmingly."
Yeah,
they will love that.
The judge will be like, "Oh, this is so powerful," and he'll probably convert to Islam when he sees how strong you are. They'll be like, "Whoa, yes, let's condemn Douglas Murray for opposing this powerful force of Dawah." Oh my goodness, what a joke! What a joke.
And so he badmouths the judge after, and then he talks about how like it's unfair being like, you know, like a brown Muslim and the white UK, and they're so, you know, racist and everything. And then he appeals it. He appeals
smart,
it. And
smart. Yeah. Say a bunch of messed stuff about the judge, and then appeal the case. Smart.
And he lost that.
Yeah.
Lost that.
Smart. Hey, let's see how many people we can have on here. We got Chris and Fearless Truth. We'll see how it works. What happens if I put another one on? Oh,
there you go.
But now you go. What if
Chris
I do
has
this?
become Jai? That's
there we go.
That works quite nice, actually.
Yeah, for a second you were Jai head. You were Jai and DOC head. You were a Jai and DOC bobblehead.
I'm okay with that though. There's a lot worse heads that I could have than J and DOC. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi Chris. How you doing? Chris Close.
Hey, Salam Almasi, J and DOC, Dizzle, Miss Hatun, Salam Almasi to you. God bless, dear sister. Fearless Truth, aka Nick, aka the man that had Sheikh Uthman and the crew running last night. Salam.
Well, that's what actually happened, but that's not what I heard from the Dawah fans.
Nah, apparently it was us running.
Isn't that weird? So for everyone who wasn't following this, our live stream yesterday, Sheikh Uthman's group actually contacted Nick here, Fearless Truth, and said, "We challenge you to a 2-on-2 debate, you and God Logic versus Sheikh Uthman." Why don't you recap that story real quick?
Yeah, so basically, Sheikh Uthman DM'd me on Twitter, and he said, "Hey, you know, we want to debate versus you and God Logic." I said, "Okay, let's."
Wait, hang on. No, it's, hey, yo, you want to pimp? You want to go smash some hoes? Oops, sorry, that was meant for this other guy. That was meant for the Warner. That was meant for Sneeko on the Warner.
Yeah.
Sorry, just delete that, please. Cover it up.
And before this, by the way, he tried to get us to come debate on Christmas Eve and Christmas. Wow, isn't that interesting? The 2 days Christians can't really debate. So then he said the 30th. We said, okay, you know, let's do it on the 30th. We'll come and we'll debate. And then later on, after we already agreed, he said, well, actually, Nick, we don't think you have that big of a platform, and we only want Sam anyways. So, you know, they ended up backing out because of that, which is very interesting. But then
which is what they did with everybody.
AI callers. Yeah.
So guys, so they challenged Nick and God Logic directly. They accepted. And then it was no. We only want Sam. Someone has to come with Sam, and we all accepted. I accepted a debate challenge. I said, "Hey, I'm going to DebateCon. Meet me at DebateCon. I'll debate you." And Inspiring Philosophy accepted. He said he would pay his own expenses and go down there. They weren't interested there. No response. And then it's nope, no one's good enough. And then all of a sudden they just go live and say everyone's running from them, and then they take random callers. And then why aren't they jumping in? Because it's a bait and switch.
Didn't they start with an AI? They took an AI caller.
Yeah, they had an AI caller first. Sheikh Uthman, what is this I have been hearing about Aisha? Can you refute the Christians on this issue?
And then it would glitch. It would glitch, and it would talk in like like sim language. Like you couldn't understand it. It was like blah, 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 blah.
No, what was best though was that he was like, oh, okay, this is clearly an AI. I'm just letting you know this is clearly AI. By the way, I've muted the AI so that the AI doesn't interrupt us. And I'm like, what? Like, what are you really expecting? It's barely like legible English anyway. Why are you worried about being interrupted?
Which is interesting because in the beginning too, he said we're gonna have to screen every caller so we can see them. But suddenly you didn't screen the very first one that was clearly AI. Interesting how that works.
Yeah, wild
Yeah,
stuff.
they had
wild
the vetting process to make sure there's no trolls or anything like that. And the first call is an AI. Oh man.
Hey, so as far as recapping things, we've got Nick here, Fearless Truth. We were talking a bit about Malik, and then we also have a highlight from Nick's debate with Jake. So you got time for that, Nick?
Let's do it, yeah.
All right, we're going to check out this stuff from Malik. And this is cool because I don't know what the screen's going to do when I click on a video with 5 people because it puts them over to the side, but I don't know what's going to do with 5 people. But it's always a cool time to find out. And so let me find this video here. What do we want? I guess we have to go with Malik, right? Okay.
Let's do it.
Here we go. So this is a condensed version, guys. It was like an hour and a half stream. And here we have kind of a short version, short summary, but we've gone through all the main stuff elsewhere. But this is Malik, who is a former rapper. And it turns out that the reason they like former rappers so much, we finally figured it out. Like, why are these guys obsessed with like rappers and stuff convert? We finally actually found out the answer, like completely serious. We found out the answer. It's that all these rappers know all the like clubs and know where all the ladies are and stuff like that, and know where to get drugs. And this is why they like them. This is why they like them. And not making this up, you will hear it from Malik himself.
Yeah, this is true. For years, we found out that all these converts to Islam, for some reason, there were these white guys that were rappers. Like it would be Kenny Bulmer used to be a rapper. Jake, believe it or not, Jake, he was actually a signed rap artist. He's a former rapper. We started seeing, why is it that all these white rappers are converting to Islam? Now we get it. Now we know.
We know.
There's another one. I forget his name. Gosh.
There's one in the UK too. I can't remember his name, but yeah, there's another one in the UK.
Yeah, there's another one who used to be really I don't know if he's still popular, but he was popular like 15 years ago, 10, 15 years ago and stuff like that. I forget. Maybe I'll remember later. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of their former rappers who converted to Islam, and it's actually amazing. So he shares all this stuff that's going on behind the scenes and so on. None of that ever made him expose this until they called him a Jew. That's where he drew the line. That's where he drew the line. But here you go.
Warner was one of the good ones. Yeah, that's what you think. A lot of these guys give dawah and try to show themselves up as fake people, and I ain't with all that. And especially if you want to cross me, this is really what happened. He called Jake and told Jake Malik is an undercover Yahudi.
By the way, check out the pictures here, guys. This is the Warner. You're going to hear about the Warner. That's Sneeko and Sheikh Uthman there in the middle. Not in the Zoot sense, but, well, we don't know.
He's an undercover Mossad agent. Warner, he denied it. He said, I never called him that. Jake said, guess what, Malik? I recorded it. Jake plays the whole phone call. What did he say? He called me an undercover agent. Chat, you want to see who Warner really is? I'm the wrong one, Warner. I'll bring all the receipts and evidence. The Warner is probably the fakest of them all. Like between Libiano, Central, all them, Warner in terms of the Islamic stuff, fakest of them all. You're the one who literally said in front of me and other people that you would take it up the butt as long as it got you into the game to where you could make an influence. Wallahi said that in front of people. You said if I had to take it up the butt one time so I could literally be in the
These are the discussions behind the scenes in Dawah, ladies and gentlemen. This is what goes on behind the scenes. Some of it eventually, gets to the surface and so on. But hey, you know what? I'd take it up the butt. My goodness.
Illuminati. Well, by the way, this happens on TikTok about once a month or once every other month. Well, they'll have these inner fights there, and people would just start exposing each other. The Muslims, they all expose each other. It's hilarious.
And if y'all want, If y'all want to see all that, just look up One Way Apologetics, the Dawah drama. I keep the Dawah drama and I bring it over to you over on YouTube. So you'll want to see exactly what Nick's talking about. Go watch the Dawah drama.
Hey, we might need to have Chris on like once a month to update everyone on
might.
the Dawah drama.
This month in drama, Dawah drama.
Okay, so sadly we have to get through this nonsense to understand how 2025 ended, but
If I could help people come to Islam, you would. This guy is the biggest pothead on this planet, bro. The guy you take Dawah from, all he does is roll one up. That's all he does. Chat, this guy gets high as hell all day and all night. Well, so, wallahi, may Allah curse me. This guy goes high to the mosque. This guy literally goes to give Dawah high every day or every weekend, sorry. Let me tell you guys something.
I have to say, I don't think I could give Dawah and not be high or drunk or something. I mean, like, how would you do that? How would you do that all day? Anyway, no, I'm saying that because there was an article. Gosh, this must have been 15 years ago, but it was explaining how porn actresses pretend they have to they pretend that they like stuff for the videos, but they're doing all sorts of stuff they can't stand. And they talk about how she was talking about how they get addicted to drugs, and she said because you have to be high, you can't be doing the stuff that we're doing and not be high out of your mind and stuff. But apparently, it's like that with Dawah for the Warner. It's so messed up. It's so demeaning that you actually have to be high out of your mind to go and give Dawah and hand out Qurans.
All they want to do is hide behind the shield of Islam. These shits are private sins. So hold on. If Warner's asking for money for Qurans, but he's going to the dispensary instead, right? If he's going to the dispensary instead, is it Islamically I have to stay quiet? If he's going to the dispensary,
that's exactly what you did, dude.
The money he's getting for the Qurans, chat. Guys, I gave this guy money. I gave this guy money for Qurans. He went to the dispensary. He went to the dispensary and spent my money.
Talking about where you go get weed. He used the money given to him to buy Qurans to hand to people. And this guy's like, well, let me give this guy money so he can go hand out Qurans. And he sees him spend it on weed.
And I want to highlight something that Jay and DOC said before when you guys, when we all did the live stream about a week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. All of these things, he knew the Warner was doing. Smashing hoes, buying drugs,
all that,
taking the money and everything else, wanting to take it up the butt just to be in the Illuminati. He knew all of this. But the only thing, the one thing that caused him to turn on the Warner was him calling him a Yehudi.
That's all it took. That's all it took.
And by the way, that's relevant. That's actually very relevant to understanding his personality disorder, right? Because you could start I would start thinking that as well. Like, hey, wait, this guy's like these guys are like being complete evil scumbags and using Dawah to fund them going around hitting clubs, getting high, smashing hoes, their words. And you didn't expose any of that until someone said something about you. That automatically sounds like narcissist, right? Like it's all about you. And the moment they cross you, that's when it becomes a problem. And other than that, everyone's just fine. But then, hey, so this guy's now, Jai, was this you who told me this? So this guy's now is flipping out and demanding that I be banned and so on. Was that you who said he actually was in a call-in with me at some point in the past?
Yes. Yeah. Actually, you know what's really funny is that he called Avery before. And he talked about you eating the Quran with Avery. Avery broke down to him, explained to him why it is that you ate the Quran. So that was all information that was all sent to me afterwards because we didn't know who this guy was. So he knew exactly why you ate the Quran.
Yeah, that's the point. Hang on. So you're telling me, wait. So this guy called in to have a discussion with me on a live stream with me, and he knew that I'd eaten the Quran.
Yes. And Avery explained to him in detail why it is you did it. And then he went on to do the very thing that made you eat the Quran in the first place. But you've spoken to him on other topics as well. I guess it was like 2 or 3 call-ins. One of the brothers sent an email and he had the list of all the he joined David on here, So there's some background there. We just didn't know who he was.
So anyway, here's the point, right? As long as, because I had a long history, when they seriously cross lines, I will check them. So this guy knew that I had eaten the Quran, probably knew about my Quran skin shoes, probably knew about Quranagami. He knows about all this stuff. And yet, hey, I want to have a discussion. All right. Why? None of that was directed towards him. It was just me doing that and insulting his religion. That was not a deal breaker for having a conversation with me. None of that was a deal breaker until just recently when I do it in response to him. And then it's, wait a minute, this guy ripped the Quran. This is a deal breaker. He's blacklisted. It's like, wait, what was the defining characteristic of that requires me to be blacklisted? Messing with him, not his religion. Not the Quran, not Allah, not Muhammad. It's not Islamicize me. It's not Muhammad's boom boom room. It's none of that. None of that is a deal breaker. Responding to him and making fun of him is the deal breaker. So, dude, 2 strikes and you're out when it comes to narcissistic behavior. You don't really care about your religion. You don't really care about your prophet. You don't really care about your book. You don't really care about any of that stuff. You care about you, dude, and that's where you draw the line. That is massive, massive, massive.
Well, this is why I say a lot of them I think are like actually atheists. I don't really think they believe in God.
I agree.
It sure seems that way, right?
Yeah. Yeah, why would you have a bigger problem of me saying something about you than about your God and your fake prophet and your stupid book?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at these guys. They're giving out Qurans, they're doing Dawah, and then they're going to get high and go to the clubs. Like, you want us to take you seriously when you're talking about God? Like, you guys are going, like, that's crazy.
Yeah, they show up to give Dawah like they're, wearing their club clothes for later.
yeah, look at him. He's got... But something that you said in passing during the video was a Muslim was calling them out and saying, hey, man, these are private sins. He goes, oh, these are private sins. Oh, so I should stay quiet. I should stay quiet when he's taking Quran money and buying weed with it. And you said that's what you did. You actually did do that. You did stay quiet when he was doing that. Yeah. So again, it only comes out when he got personally, offended or something.
And then the aftermath, as soon as they apologize to him and compensate him somehow, suddenly he's back to covering things up for them. No, I just made all that stuff up. Really?
I didn't say wallahi. I didn't say wallahi.
Yeah, I kept swearing by Allah and saying, may Allah curse me if I'm lying and stuff like that, but I was lying the entire time.
But
yeah,
no
during
one
that,
believes that.
And during that live stream, when he said that he was just lying and everything else like that, a friend of ours, Danny Davis, we call him the Hafiz of the original Quran-only Christians, he went up on stage and he's like, Matweek, you literally said wallahi. He said that. And Malik's like, no, I didn't. I didn't say wallahi. I mean, we got the clip, man. We got the clip.
Matter of fact, let's go ahead and check out the clip here.
By the way, guys, you know Warner's been married 9 times? Warner's been married 9 times. 9.
Amateur hour.
9 times, chat.
Right there.
Muta. This guy's a muta. Bro, this guy went on vacation with a Moroccan girl, married her for 5 minutes, and then divorced her on the way home. If I'm lying, I'm dying. This guy literally, and by the way, you think like he got married 9 times, like that's enough. Brother, this guy's smashing girls every weekend. Malik, I just smashed this chick. I'm like, bro, why are you even doing that? Wallahi, I have pics on my phone of this guy on FaceTime, bro, with a girl in his bed.
Did you see that? Wallahi. What's that, Jai?
Yeah, I swear by Allah.
He swears what by Allah? That the Warner is sitting there FaceTiming him while he's got some chick that he met at the club in his bed.
Wallahi, I have pics on my phone of this guy on FaceTime,
pictures.
bro, with a girl in his bed.
Notice he keeps the receipts.
Lying on his shoulder, bro. Yeah, look at you, bro. So as long as it's kuffar and Christian chicks, I don't care.
He's reading a comment there from someone in the chat who said, as long as it's kuffar or Christian chicks, I don't care. As long as this dude is smashing Christian girls or any other non-Muslims, they're saying they don't care. What is this is amazing. We say their followers don't care as long as they're giving out Qurans and stuff like that. Their fans don't care. And then no, we care. We're the most righteous people. We're the best of peoples ever raised up for mankind. Someone should make a video of the best of peoples and just like recap all the scandals from this past year from all their heroes.
Good. That's really good. Hey, chat, who knows about Warner and Adam Saleh having threesomes?
I
you
know,
want me to start
but
name dropping
from you.
your whole life? You and Adam, you telling me about you and Adam doing threesomes together on Dawah trips? And you think Sneeko's any better? Him and Sneeko, bro, I got pictures of him and Sneeko slapping girls' asses, bro. Shit he sent me. I got everything. He be helping Sneeko? Yes. Bro, he helps Sneeko do all his crap, bro. You do run trains in rooms together.
Run trains.
Adam and Slim and Sneeko all run trains in rooms together with
Adam, Slim, Sneeko, 3 of them running trains. That means one after the net. That means one after the other, guys, on a girl. And then he says the Warner's watching. This, guys, this is like, seriously, this is the Dawah life. Apparently, this is what you're initiated into. And they have weird initiation rituals, according to the Warner.
All run trains in rooms together with Warner there. And you want to talk about booty hole. I'm not into men. I'm not into men, brother. I'm into women. Chat, what were they doing in
Warner cannot say the same.
Colombia? What did him and Sneeko do in Colombia? And Myron? Guys, these guys were smashing birds in Colombia.
By the way, real quick, in this original photo here, actually, Chris is in this original photo.
Oh, yeah, that's you, Chris.
Cropped you out, Chris. I cropped you out because I didn't want to put you in with this.
You don't associate me with them. I appreciate that.
This is our buddy Chris. He goes to the club with us.
People will be hitting me up like, Chris, I don't know you.
Speaker's corner. Yeah, this is Speaker's corner.
Yeah, well, watch. There's a few seconds left, and I want Chris to talk. I want to ask Chris about this particular interaction because that's the Warner there. That's the Warner who jumped in with. He was apparently assigned to protect Sneeko from hearing anything he's not supposed to hear about Islam. Let's check this out. A couple more seconds.
Bro, wallahi, may Allah curse me if I'm lying. I got the receipt right here. He told me he was in Colombia with Myron, FaceTiming me. I saw him on FaceTime with Myron, what they were doing. How they had girls with bikinis in their house and they were licking on their you-know-what in front of people and taking videos. And he tried to lure Libiano into that life too. That's why Libiano now is acting like this too. What did Libiano do?
He said that's why Libiano's acting like this too.
What do you mean, what did Libiano do? What did he not do? Him and Warner, bro, these two together are the biggest disappointment of 2025.
I wouldn't say the biggest disappointment of 2025. That's a hard. That's pretty rough. Anyway, hey Chris, you were going to say something, but go ahead.
Yeah. So when I met Sneeko, I thought he was a weird guy. So when I met him, like, you can't see in the camera, but if you watch the video, you can notice that every 5 seconds he keeps turning to the camera, like he's having a conversation with me, like he's just talking to me, no one else, and he keeps turning to this camera, and he smiles at the camera, and it's just so weird. Like, I thought, man, this guy's a narcissist or something. Like, he can't go for more than a few seconds without looking at, I don't know, like a camera and just smiling at it. And then the Warner comes in, and the Warner tries to be like his bodyguard and try and help him out with the Dawah. But he had absolutely nothing to add whatsoever. But it was weird because we found out that Sneeko was coming to Speaker's Corner because of, I think it was Mohammed Hijab and his live stream. They were all live streaming the night before, and they were all sitting at this table just talking about their plans. And it was brought up. Sneeko was like, "Oh, I really want to go to Speaker's Corner. It sounds really cool." And they were like, "Hey, you probably don't want to go to Speaker's Corner, Sneeko. It's not for you. It's really, really not for you." But anyway, he was like, no, I totally want to go. And when we heard this, me and the boys, we thought we got to put something together here. So I got a special train, and me and others as well. They know who they are. We all came just with this one goal. We're going to catch Sneeko, and we're going to just get this clip of him on camera and just ask him basic questions about Islam. The basics, the fundamentals, right? How many Qurans do you have? That kind of thing. And yeah, literally that's all it was. And for the rest of he was walking around as if he was this famous person, but no one knew who he was, because no one at Speaker's Corner cares. Especially, I don't think most people in the UK care or know who Sneeko is. So he was just walking around alone. He had his bodyguards, but it was kind of weird. When I got there, I just saw him and I was like, oh, there's no crowd. I can just go up to him and talk to him. So that's how I did it. But yeah, that was my experience of him. He had chats with lots of other Christian apologists, and every single one humiliated him. And there's tons of clips online. They all pretty much went viral because they were all really, really bad.
Yeah, and what I thought was interesting about that little interaction there was, so one, obviously Sneeko knew absolutely nothing, and you exposed that just by a couple quick comments and questions. But then the Warner jumps in. When you talk about the different Kira, yeah, that's just different dialects. Yeah, that's just different dialects. And you point out it's not different dialects. It's no. And then he eventually got to, Sneeko, who are you going to listen to? A Muslim or a Christian? And that was the rank he pulled. Don't listen to and who was speaking the truth there? The Christian. Who was lying and making things up? The Muslim. But he's saying go with the Muslim anyway. But now that we know more about behind the scenes, according to Malik there, Sneeko and Adam Saleh and Slim are there running trains on girls while the Warner's watching. And Sneeko knows this, and it's like, wait, this is the guy you trust? This is the guy you will trust to tell you anything? And he can, and it doesn't matter how much evidence a Christian brings you. Don't believe the Christian. Believe the Muslim guy that you're smashing hoes with. That's Islam, as far as we can see. The point is, Sneeko knows this, and he's choosing. Once he became part of their group, he knows what's going on. He knows what these guys are. These are the same guys who convince him that Islam is true. And apparently it's, hey, Sneeko, join us, and you could go around doing the exact same things you've been doing. Do all the same things you've been doing. We'll do it with you. We'll just stay high and be smashing hoes constantly. But outwardly, you're a devout Muslim witnessing for Allah. This is some sick, evil, demonic stuff. All right, let's we're gonna jump back into that because we have the follow up here in a second. Did want to hear from Hatun, who is a little bit horrified.
I was going to say, she's kind of like, just hearing all these horrible things.
Yeah, she's like, I thought Dawah guys were completely innocent and we're really good guys. And then what is all this stuff? But Hatun,
yes.
What are your favorite moment or couple of moments or events from 2025 as far as these Dawah fails?
Yasir Qadhi.
Oh yeah.
On his comments on the reliability of the hadith, where he talked about how only handful Sahabas are the ones who brought Islam, and also the statements he made, like nobody in academia affirms the Sunni science of hadith. Nobody. It is completely discredited. I think that's like very, very helpful information for us as a Christian to think how Islam is very much messed up. So Robert Spencer and Jay Smith and a couple of others are looking at the historical side of Islam, and they get bashed usually. And Yasir Qadhi steps in and then says, yeah, we've got some problems in our hadith science, all that kind of thing. So that was, I thought, for me, very helpful. Also,
why don't you pause real quick? Because some people may be thinking to themselves, come on, there's no way Sheikh Yasir Qadhi said any such thing or in any way called into question the reliability of the hadiths. So since this was one of Hatun's highlights, let's check it out real quick, guys.
On the other hand, in the Western Academy, we have a very skeptical approach to the Hadith corpus and its ability to tell us anything really about the Prophet and actually what he did and said, which appears to be diametrically opposed to the Salafi theological emphasis on the Hadith canon.
Everyone getting that? The method that actual historians and academics use seems to be the complete polar opposite of what passes for history in the Muslim world. So she wants Sheikh Yasir Qadhi to clarify this for everyone.
How do you think this sort of academic scholarship and also its increasing accessibility to lay believers will affect or influence the continued development of Salafi or post-Salafi thought?
You guys catch that? That's very interesting stuff. It's like, it's not just that this is the view of the academy. That's been the case for a long time, right? They think your historical methodology of Islam is a joke. But she pointed out, it's accessible. Now people can hear about it. Now people can share it. Now average Muslims find out about the holes in the narrative.
Part 2.
Historical critical method and isnad analysis are two diametrically opposed ways of looking at early Islam reports, and I don't find much commonality between them
because there's not
as of yet. Obviously in small areas, but overall, two diametrically opposed epistemologies. This is my preliminary analysis, and I would love to be proven wrong. And I would love for somebody to come and say, no, you are absolutely incorrect. And we can prove hadith via the historical critical method. And this is how we do it. And I would literally thank that person and be the first to buy the book and love to see it. As of yet, though, I'm a little bit pessimistic.
Smart.
and I don't see there to be much of a commonality.
Because there's
so
none.
we're going to have to simply say, if you believe in the, that the Sunnah has been preserved by the Hadith, you're going to have to follow a certain epistemology, a certain paradigm. And if you are, like, as you're aware, and you're an academic channel, right? You're well aware, nobody in the academy affirms the Muslim Sunni science of Hadith.
I never thought I'd say this, but Sheikh Yasser Qadhi is right.
Yeah.
Actually, I should say I never thought I'd say this again. I thought he would be like way more careful after the holes in the narrative interview. Nope.
He can't help himself. It just like it bottles up, and he tries to push it down, but he just can't.
I can't
deal
hold
with it.
back. I can't
I've
hold
got to
back.
tell someone about the holes in the narrative. I've got to tell someone that all of our hadith material is not academically sound. I have to tell someone. Let's go on YouTube and tell them all. And that's what he does.
Wow.
He's like the Malik of the Sunnah.
Yeah. Hadith leaks.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. Perfect. Hey, one second, guys. We have
If you play that a little bit longer,
We will.
he's gonna be like it's completely discredited.
Oh yeah.
Complete.
Wanted to say hi. Wanted to say hi to God Logic. All right, God Logic. We are in the middle of a little clip about our hero Sheikh Yasser Qadhi, who every 5 years or so decides to suddenly be honest about something, and then he learns his lesson, and then he pretends he never said it for the next 5 years. And but here we are.
Yo,
Nobody.
hold on one second. It's getting kind of late here, but it's great to see Avery. So
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Avery can take our place. We'll bounce out, but it's good to see everybody. God bless you, everybody, and have a great New Year.
God bless you guys.
All right.
Hey, God bless you.
God bless you guys.
Love you, Jane and DOC. God bless. Happy New Year.
All right, love you guys. Take care.
All right, so we are Yasser Qadhi. That's kind of the defining feature of 2025 is Dawah guys doing our work for us. And so here's Sheikh Yasser Qadhi doing some of this valuable work for us.
Paradigm. And if you are, like, as you're aware, and you're an academic channel, right? You're well aware, nobody in the academy affirms the Muslim Sunni science of Hadith. Nobody in the academy affirms the Muslim Sunni science of Hadith. Nobody. It is considered to be completely discredited. I'm just being factual. I'm describing. I'm not saying which one is right or wrong. I'm just saying the max you'll get, like Harold Motsky and others are going to say, well, we can say that some hadith definitely go back to some tabi'un. That's like the max you can say. When I become Sheikh Yasser and I go and preach and teach, I will quote Sahih Bukhari and I will quote Sahih Muslim and I will say قال الله قال رسوله صلى الله عليه وسلم, and that's the preacher. And I understand in the academy I cannot quote Bukhari and this will be what the Prophet ﷺ said. I understand this, so I'm just going to have to use a different epistemology.
This what got him into trouble all those years ago was Muslims like Fareed caught on to the fact that this dude lives a double life. That when he's talking to educated Muslims and so on, he says one thing, and then when he's talking to popular level Muslims, he says something completely different. And Fareed found out about this. Hey, what he's saying behind the scenes to students of knowledge, completely different from what he says in public. So he starts leaking stuff, and then Muhammad Hijab, tactical genius that he is, well, let me just bring him on and ask him all these questions, even though he's panicking and saying, don't ask me, please don't ask me. I will ask him anyway until we get to the truth. And the truth is, the standard narrative has holes in it.
Imagine that, guys. Imagine we were like that with like Paul or any of the apostles' letters or epistles. Like we treat them one way with one group of people, and then we treat them as if they're not authentic with another group of people. Like imagine if that's how we had to treat the epistles, man. Insane.
Pretty rough.
So uniqueness of Yasser Qadhi here is his qualified sheikh, right? He's got lots of degrees after degrees after degrees after degrees.
Very smart.
He's very much respected in academic world, and he's trying to hold his career together in Muslim world. So all you need to do is, of course, if you want to know a little bit more about Islam, sign up his classes. he's very generous. If you don't have enough money, he kind of allows you to still get into the classes.
That's
and
cool.
he states these things like Muslim Sunni science of hadith is messed up. And then Dawah gangs who have not qualified as much as he qualified start making videos expressing little bit very similar phrases. Little bit earlier you were playing from one of the Dawah gangs, may Allah curse, all that. And in that they were even praying Allah to curse even Yasir Qadi's keyboard, like his neck, his back, all of those kind of things. They moved on from that, even keyboard. So not very good, right?
Yeah.
That
Awesome.
doesn't help us that much.
Awesome stuff. All right, let's see where he goes with this. There's still a little bit more.
Then honestly, anybody who does this publicly on Twitter, on YouTube, back and forth, honestly has lost the plot completely in my eyes, not just Salafis. And I realized 15 years ago, I don't want to do this. That's why I quit from the institute I used to be a part of. I stopped teaching abstract theology, even as I remain passionate about it, which is why I put it on YouTube for academic talks called, my library chats. That's for academic stuff. I don't preach from the mimbar, istawa ala al-arsh. I don't bash other Muslims because they celebrate or don't celebrate the Mawlid. These are utterly abstract theoretical issues of no relevance. Lots of people feel this way now.
What is relevant is the Quran has lots of holes, and Hadith methodology is garbage that can't stand up to academic scrutiny. Got it.
I might need help a little bit with my memory. So he talks about he's got these library chats, and then he deals with academic things. Didn't he put up a video on his library chat regarding ultra crepidarian? Like he was
ultra crepidarian.
Yeah, he was like calling you out, and Jay Smith, and even Dan Brubaker with like lots of names in his academic thing. Wasn't that on that website, that YouTube channel? Where it was very.
Hatun froze.
Yeah, Jabril had to put a stop to this, man.
You see that? Hey, Hatun.
I think you're back. Speak, Hatun.
Yeah, Hatun's back. Apparently, Sheikh Yasser Qadi has his minions sabotaging and hacking as soon as Hatun exposes him.
Yeah, I'm back. I think I wasn't back here.
Yeah, we lost you mid-sentence.
Yeah, I can't remember whatever I said, but all I wanted to make a point is very academic and very helpful information for us to know. Yeah, not only Quran has holes, but Hadith has holes in it as well.
Yeah, serious problems there. I mean, and think about the real gist. The real takeaway is, hey guys, the real takeaway from the holes in the narrative interview was, hey guys, for years your scholars have been just flat out lying to you because we don't know what to do with this mess, but we don't want you to know that because you'll leave Islam. And then now he's talking to academics, and it's, of course, no one, you know this, nobody at an academic level takes this stuff seriously. But when we go into the mosque, we just have to act like we just have to act like everything is fine. Okay, so they're basically lying to you about their methodology and claiming that their methodology is good and trustworthy and reliable. And so, guys, these are like the foundations of Islam. He's telling you none of this can be trusted, and we lie to you constantly about this stuff. Wild stuff. There is a little bit left here. Let's see what Thaddeus put in here. Thaddeus put this clip together. Let's see.
99% of the Ummah is burning. I'm sorry. Post-Salafism understands this reality and calls a spade, calls out the nakedness of the emperor, and says, guys, enough is enough. I really don't care about the Sifat controversy as a cultural issue. We understand that other movements have different definitions of Tawheed and Shirk. Even if they disagree, they can disagree with etiquette and adab and empathy. Say, I don't agree with you, but then say it with a smile and say, Allah will be our judge. That's all that I'm asking. I'm not asking for a radical revolutionary change in their theology. I'm simply asking for them to understand, just like past Salafis have evolved, they too should evolve for the modern times. So in my opinion, all of you have passed the bar of salvation as long as you believe in Allah, take the Prophet as a role model, and then attempt to live your lives in piety. And with that, inshallah, we will conclude. And I appreciate your time. And just for the record, I believe this is the longest interview I've ever done in my life.
That's the trick. You just got to get him talking. Just keep getting him talking. If you wait long enough, he's going to say something he'll regret.
He will. And then, and what's amazing, the parallel to Malik just blurting out all this stuff is interesting because Sheikh Yasser Qadhi will say this stuff, and then when we use it, he flips out. He flips out and he goes on the attack. That's exactly what Malik did. I'll blurt out all this stuff. I'll blurt all this, and we play it. Oh, declare war on all of you! How dare you use all this stuff that I blurted all over the internet? Fun times.
Dawah.
So that was one of Hatoon's highlights of 2025. What's the other one, Hatoon?
I'll give this one and then I'll go. I've got life, So, second one would be more general on love Muslims have for one another, and when there is a theological disagreement, or when there is not even theological disagreement, when there is a disagreement in someone's character, the way they engage with one another. For example, Yasser Qadhi put up this video was shared publicly, and then Muslims start going after Yasser Qadhi, and may Allah curse him, may Allah curse even his keyboard, all those kind of this huge cursing list comes through. Daniel Hakikatçı having problem with Islam. Islam is very simple, like Christians just messed up. They believe in Trinity. No one knows what Trinity is all about, all those kind of things. Islam is here. Allah is simple. Tawhid is simple. Everyone, let's become a Muslim. And then people fall into it. And then as the time goes on, people start looking at the Islamic sources. They figure out, oh, Tawhid is actually very, very complicated. We are talking about oneness of Allah, but how this even makes sense? They bring up early Muslim scholars. They bring up what people are debating and discussing. And then, because there are different views, people are trying to put together their doctrine. Certain group gets kind of sensitive about it. And then they decide, let's join to prayer. May Allah curse Daniel Hakikatçı. May Allah break his back. May Allah break his neck. Why? Because he brought up early debates about Tawhid. And then on the other side, you've got Muslims versus Muslims in here, right? On the other side, you've got Ali Dawah, proud of everything, proud of everything. Takes the mics, takes the cameras, and then without any shame, lies everything. Puts the life of Muslim woman in danger and then makes Muslim woman homeless. This is what they are doing in their house. In the house of Islam, Muslim women are becoming homeless. Why? Because they are disagreeing with something Ali Dawah says. They've got gangs goes to the house and then she becomes homeless. Same thing with Mohammed Hijab and his so-called scandal. 75 Muslims who are involved inviting people into Islam comes together and then, okay, let's put together our plan how we are going to go after this woman. Because this woman wants to go after Mohammed Hijab. It's not right? So, anyway, all those things overall shows me how Islam is very much messed up. People have different theologies, different interpretations, or even different applications of that theology. But I am the only person who is right about it, and I will go after other person until I take that person down. And I will bring Allah into it to make more salty. No unity at all. No love towards one another at all. And overall, no one sits back and then says, come on, guys, we've got God who grieves over sin. When I see those kind of things, I'm just like, you mentioned the clip you were talking to me last week in live stream. I literally needed to go and read the Bible because I'm saying like, wow, people God created is making this much mess, and it's so disgusting, so ugly. This grieves my God. And then all they are doing is, come on, Allah, help us out. We are going to do this cursing prayer. So much messed up. I am so grateful that I wasn't Muslim when YouTube was this big.
Yeah, I have to say, all the stuff you just mentioned, we've got clips later on. We've got Fareed versus Daniel on all this stuff. We've got the Muhammad hijab scandal. But think about this. The Muhammad hijab scandal makes a lot more sense now that we know more about Dawah behind the scenes, Dawah After Dark, thanks to Malik. Because Malik says all these guys record each other's conversations. They all keep records so that if anyone ever wants to expose them for something, okay, I'll bring everybody down if you dare cross me. And so why are all these guys agreeing with Muhammad hijab? Well, on the one hand, he's got dirt on everybody. But apart from that, Malik says they're all doing this behind the scenes. And so can you allow women to start exposing you? No, you have to destroy anyone who steps forward, as a warning to any other woman in the future who would think about exposing how sick and depraved you guys are. We will ruin your life forever. So just keep your mouth shut about what we've done to you. Awesome stuff. Makes me want to convert.
Amen.
Anyway, Hatun, thanks for your input. What's your prediction for 2026? Think it's going to get worse or better or stay the same?
It's going to get worse, David.
That's correct.
And I can't give examples because like the things I am hearing is like certain things you said, I have to go and Google them. I won't Google them, but like I don't even know what is those things mean.
Don't Google some of this stuff. Don't
Google
Google smashing hose or any of the other stuff that you hear from these guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I got the point. So I can't tell you how ugly it's gonna get, but it is already ugly. I am looking from the perspective, even though all these things messed up, Islam is throwing up. I am so grateful God is actively at work. Hundreds of Muslims are becoming ex-Muslims and Christians. So those of you who are planning for what I'm going to do next year, get in touch with us. We need people who can help us with discipleship of these ex-Muslims who are running away from Islam to Christ. So it's going to mess up. Kingdom is going to get bigger. And I as a Christian, I am like praying that I'll delight in the Lord more and more.
Amen.
Awesome.
Amen.
Thank you very much for having me. I'll see you next year, David.
All right. Yep. See you next
God
year.
bless.
Won't be long.
God bless, sister.
Okay.
Bye.
And hey, Chris, I know it's super late over there, so anytime you want to cut out, or you can stay as long as you want. Totally up to you.
I probably am going to cut off as well. It's 1:10 here, so the fireworks are starting to die down. But yeah, I was going to say Merry Christmas, not Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
It's still
Merry
Christmas, so
Christmas,
yeah,
man.
we can still say that. So that's all good.
What do you think about 2026, Chris?
Well, my first thought is, I just had this horrible image of Hatun just being like, let me Google this. Define smashing post. Just a picture of.
I have to go Google everything I heard from Malik right there. No, do not do that. Yeah, because it was the same thing when Muhammad hijab was sending me an AP messages during a live stream going, why don't you give each other golden showers? Why not golden showers? And people are like, I just Googled that. And we're like, no, just stop Googling the stuff that he's saying.
Well, now we know where they learn all this stuff.
Yeah,
from.
we know
Practicing
all
it for
right.
years. Anyway, yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Been a pleasure being here.
All right, man. We'll talk to you next year.
All right. Yeah, for you, not for me.
Yeah.
I'm in the future.
Oh yeah, we're already
so,
talking to you next year from your perspective. Okay, you're
right,
calling.
God
He's
bless.
from the future, guys. Catch you later.
Yeah.
All right, Avery. We had a
It's
little.
on me.
No, we had a little diversion. We were going to watch the clip of Nick here. We have a clip of Nick. We had a clip of Nick, and then we'll get your input on the Sheikh Uthman fiasco, and then check out two highlights.
All right.
Two highlights. Let's see. Where is?
I bet you I know what clip we's about to see.
I bet you I do.
Oh, here we go.
I got two in mind. Let's see.
I haven't seen this clip, but I heard a bunch about it. I've heard.
I have two in mind, but I know which one it's going to be.
I heard a bunch of people referencing this. So let's see what this is about.
This has to be Jake.
What personal property does the father have that the son doesn't have, and vice versa?
The fact that he begets the son.
Okay, and what does the son possess that the father doesn't?
The fact of being begotten.
Okay, and are those real properties that each one possesses that the other doesn't?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so is a property ontological?
It can subsist in ontology. It itself is not ontological.
A property is not ontological.
No, properties aren't just necessarily ontological. Wait,
What
do you
are
think?
they?
Wait, you think properties are all ontological?
What are they?
So do you think that Allah has 99 different ontologies?
I think that he has 9. Well, we don't say 99; those are referring to the names. But I believe that Allah's attributes are real; they're ontological. Yes.
So does God have a bunch of different ontologies?
God has multiple real, distinct attributes.
Are they
Now,
different
back to my
ontologies?
point. They're not the same.
So
Yeah.
God has more than one ontology?
God has multiple distinct real attributes. Don't you believe that?
Wait, I'm asking you, I want to be clear. Do you think God has multiple ontologies?
When you say ontologies, what do you mean by that?
The same way you've been. So now suddenly you don't know what
I
ontology
explained it to
means?
you. No, because I explained
The
it to
same
you.
way you've been using it this
I
whole time.
explained
Suddenly
it-
you don't know what it
I
means?
explained it. No, I explained it to you 3 times, but now you're asking me the same question. I believe ontological means it has a reality.
Okay.
It has an actual reality. It's not something conceptual that's merely in the mind.
Great. Does God
Okay,
have
so yes,
multiple ontologies?
God has multiple real attributes that are not distinct merely in mind alone. They are ontologically distinct.
So I
They
just want to
are
be clear.
really distinct from each
So
other.
I just want to be clear. God has, I just want to make sure I'm not strawmanning you. God has multiple ontologies, right? According to you.
In that case, all ontology means that God has multiple real distinct attributes. Yes, he does.
And what are they?
And
What's
you
the type
believe
of?
the
What's the
same thing,
distinction
don't
between
you?
them? Wait, what's the distinction between them?
They're not identical.
What type of distinction, though?
They're discernible from one another.
Great,
They are really
great. That doesn't tell me the type of distinction.
Yes, it does. It tells you they're really distinct, meaning they're not identical, but they're indivisible and inseparable from each other.
Great, but what kind of distinction, though? There's multiple kinds. Are you familiar with the different kinds of
I
distinction?
just told. Are you listening? I just told you it's a real distinction.
How are you using real? Are you using the scholastic term of real, or are you using more of an Eastern real?
My God. Now
Here
we're
we
moving
go.
on to discussing Allah's attributes, which I, by the way, have no problem with doing whatsoever.
Great.
But
so-
this is moving away. Hold on a second. This is moving away from the discussion at hand.
It's called a
which is
consistency
you
argument.
claimed- No, yeah, and I am consistent.
Dude, I'm be honest. I
Who
don't
said
think
he
you
was-
know what you're talking about. What's the difference between a real and a formal distinction?
Oh my God.
Come on, you don't need a nervous laugh. What's the difference?
You think that I don't know the difference?
Answer the
between
question.
A real and formal distinction.
Answer the
I know
question.
what the difference is.
Then answer the question.
I believe that.
Then
a
answer the
formal
question instead of trying to hurry up and look it up.
I'm not. I'm answering you. If you would shut up for a
Great.
second.
Answer the question. Difference
I'm
between real and
answering
formal.
you that I believe that a formal distinction is a type of real distinction.
So what's the difference?
The difference, it depends on whose definition you're looking at.
What is the difference between a real and
SCOTUS and
formal?
the SCOTUS and the Thomists don't agree about this. That's the whole point.
You can hear
Okay,
him
what's
moving
the difference
around
between the
now.
SCOTUS formal distinction? We'll just pick one. I'll pick a random. What's the difference between a SCOTUS formal distinction and a real distinction?
The SCOTUS formal distinction is basically equivalent to what I just said, that two things are not identical, they're discernible from one another, even if they can't be separated by time or space.
So there's no distinction between a real and formal distinction in the SCOTUS view?
I didn't say that. You asked me what the formal distinction is, and I just defined it for you.
What is the difference between? It's very. I don't know why you can't answer. What's the
I
difference
answered the
between a
question. How
real?
stupid are you? You're not
You
even
haven't. What's the distinction
answered you
between?
3
What's the
times
what's the
already.
difference
What you
between
keep
a real
going-
distinction?
You keep going to asking me about what
Because
is
you
the
can't
difference
answer. This is crazy.
I did. Yeah, there are differences.
So tell me the difference.
Okay, there's a real distinction. How I don't understand.
This is crazy. Tell me the difference.
I don't understand how dumb you actually are.
Bro,
You
just
really
tell
are-
me the difference.
You really are a complete moron.
All right, bro.
Another type of real distinction
Dude,
is.
thanks for coming on, bro. Is that your best? Is that your best hitter, Islam? Bro, is that y'all's best hitter?
Wow.
He was getting flustered.
You think? Yeah, Jake, we got a little advice for you, man. If you're having Dawah problems, feel bad for your son. Allah's got 99 ontologies, but Father ain't one.
Oh, we got bars in the building. We got bars.
Yeah. He's coined the term. Everyone's calling him Ibn 99 ontologies now. That's what everyone calls Jake. It's great. It's fantastic.
Oh, I got 99 different essences, man.
It's crazy.
99.
And anybody in the comments who doesn't know what ontologies is, it's just like your essence, like Logic said, or your being. So he's literally admitting to having 99 gods, which is crazy because they say we're polytheists.
And they try to say that Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, is the top of the mountain when it comes to philosophical arguments. This man couldn't even define the words that he was using in the discussion with Nick.
Crazy,
That's what I like when he asked him the difference between the real distinction and whatnot, right? Like you saw that Jake had no idea what he was talking about. He couldn't even find the actual definition that he could actually give Nick to satisfy what Nick was asking. It was like, man, this was like John Jones fighting maybe a 4-year-old. Like it was bad. It was really, really bad on this.
You can hear him moving around in the house because in the whole video he goes to his little library to pull up one of the books to try to get the definition. So you can hear as he's bull crapping. Of course I know, and you can hear when it gets echoey a little bit.
Yeah,
his environment changes. So he's moving around the house to go try to see if he has the dictionaries to see, if he could actually pull up the definition that was just.
And then he says later on in the video, he says like a little Freudian slip. He's like, I actually have the Scholastic Dictionary right in front of me.
Yeah,
yeah, because you went and got it.
I happen to have this. I was just perusing it earlier, and it perchance it is here.
I was just reading the dictionary. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. So if we got different, if Allah has all these different ontologies, they're actually in conflict with each other. But like, there's that hadith where Allah's mercy triumphs over his wrath. And it's like these different ontologies each seem to have a different will. Like his wrath wants to punish, but his mercy says, no, let's just forgive. And it's like, oh, what are we going to do? We're going to fight over this. And it's like, the mercy is like, shut up, I'm stronger than you. And defeats him. And so it's good to know.
MashaAllah, man.
Was fantastic.
Logical problem with Tawheed.
Yep.
Interesting.
Right there.
So that was a highlight from Fearless Truth, and of course, Fearless Truth and God Logic were challenged by Sheikh Uthman to debate. We want to check out a couple of highlights from God Logic this year, but God Logic, you and Nick were challenged to face Sheikh Uthman and someone else.
Ran away. I heard they ran away from that one. That's the word on the TikTok streets. Is Nick and Logic ran away.
So we heard they invited you guys to debate and challenged you to debate, and yet yesterday you weren't even there to debate. So you guys clearly ran, but we heard a little bit from Nick. But I've been hearing all day that you ran.
Yeah,
and that I ran when I didn't even know I was supposed to be a part of it until
you're supposed to be a part of it.
Literally live.
Christian Prince was supposed to be a part of it, I guess. Sam Shimon was supposed to be a part of it. Me and Nick, we were supposed to be a part of it, but we ran away when we didn't get the flight tickets that were promised to us to fly out in person to debate Sheikh Uthman and Eddie on the Dean show. And all of a sudden, Central is now part of this, and now Orthodox Muslim Flippiano is a part of this, and then Ijaz is all of a sudden a part of this, and then Junior is a part of this, and everybody and their mama is a part of this. So I don't know, man, because at first Nick, he wasn't big enough all of a sudden after we got invited to be flown out and everything paid for. We saw it, we showed it in the messages on Inspiring Philosophy. Nick wasn't even big enough anymore for him to debate. But then on yesterday's stream, they allowed random people and random Christians to come up with no platforms and come up and engage. So it was quite interesting. Yes, we ran in a sense.
In the correct sense.
In the correct sense. Alhamdulillah.
Huh. Yeah. Avery, I think I was telling IP, we need to do that. I mean, we've already mentioned like doing it during Ramadan, but I mean, like make it a really big thing. We're announcing, yes, we challenge all these Muslims to debate and blah, 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 blah. And okay. And then we announce it. Yes. Okay. We're going to have the debate. It's going to be right here. And it's 5 of us and it's going to be just a live call in. And where are they? Where are they? Why are they running? Why are they running? Because apparently that's what impresses their fans. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I've learned over the years, it's like, if that's what's impressive to them, you just kind of have to roll with it. You just kind of have to roll with it. You can't say, no, we want to actually give you guys arguments and evidence, and we want to like have serious debates and not all this chest thumping and so on. And no, you're running. Okay, then, you know, we can do that too.
Got to play the game a little bit.
So Avery, what do you think were the highlights of the, I know you posted a video earlier of some highlights, but what do you think, what are your top couple picks for highlights of the year?
That's tough. That's like asking me to pick my favorite kid. But if I'm just going off the top of my head right now, there's 2 things that come up in my mind. One is that we finally got what the Injil is, guys. It's not a book, not a written book. It's not a document that we can find in some desert or some cave. The Injil is an audiobook. According to John Fontaine in his debate this year on our channel against the Dizzle himself. So I think that right there is high on the list. Is coming to mind for me as one of the top highlights that I could think of when it comes to Dawah failures. The Injil was an audiobook, guys.
That is good to know. But yeah, that is. And what's amazing is like the real takeaway from the Islamic dilemma is that there's no coherent position. You can't make sense out of this. And then you have all these verses which are affirming the inspiration, the preservation, the authority of the Jewish and Christian scriptures, telling us to judge by them. And the Quran claims to be clear. The Quran claims over and over again to be clear, and we're going, make sense of this, guys, and they all contradict each other in their defenses, and they can't agree on what these verses are even saying. Mm-hmm. And it's like, well, how clear is it? You guys can't agree on it. And guess what? It doesn't matter what you agree on. None of it works. None of it gets you out of the dilemma. You might make something up and interpret a verse somehow that helps you in that particular situation. None of it adds up to a coherent position here.
Yeah.
Well, and it's a true dilemma too. Because right now, in the Dawah world, we have 2 views. Either the Injil is the New Testament and the Torah is the Old Testament, like it's the Bible we have, or it's John Fontaine's view, and the Injil and the Torah don't exist anymore. We don't have them anymore. So Muslims have actually separated themselves in this view in 2025, and it's still separated in the view. Now we actually have Muslims calling out those other Muslims, saying that they're dumb, they're stupid, and everything else. Like I believe it. I have some more clips I'm going to do in the new year, and there's so many Muslims saying that John Fontaine needs to stop doing debates, and anyone that takes his view isn't very smart. Man, they coming at John something fierce right now.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, God Logic, we'll check out a couple of the highlights that I have right here. But I do want to say, guys, my favorite highlight of the year. It's only a few seconds long. But some consider this correctly the greatest moment in the history of street debate ever. But here we have from New York City when we're in Times Square. My favorite highlight of the year. Here we go.
The crux of the matter is this, and one only. Christianity is based.
Oh, hey, he said Christianity is based.
Hey, make sure you clip that.
Thank you.
Can't say nothing else.
Thank you.
Live converted. Live new top Dawah leader gets converts to Christianity. You see this?
That was crazy quick thinking. I ain't gonna lie.
No, that wasn't quick thinking. That was years of training. Not years of training, about a year of training. But me and AP just got, AP started it. He was, whenever someone say, and this is based, and they do a little pause when they're about to say what something is based on, he said it's based. And then we started just doing it. And, but you have to be, it's weird. You had to be trained at that because you can't wait an extra half a second. He's on finishing a sentence. You have to jump in like instantly. Yeah. So it became a thing. It became a thing on our live streams. Whenever someone said base, we just go, oh, he said Christianity's based or something like that. And it came in handy for the greatest moment in the history of street debate. Hey, we got a couple people in the green room, guys. We're gonna take these highlights real quick. So just
and someone can take my place because I'm about to head out soon. So I appreciate you having me on, man.
All right, man.
Yes, sir.
You said your favorite topic's a Trinity, so jump on with us sometime in January.
I'll DM you. Let's set something up. Set up a date up in January.
That works.
All right. God bless you guys. See you.
All right, man. Catch you later.
Take care, Nick.
Actually, let me bring everyone in. Who do we have? We've got apostate of Allah.
Hey,
how are you guys? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Salam Alaikum, sister.
Salam al-Masih. Yes, indeed.
And we've
have you
got.
told a Muslim
Oops,
before?
sorry.
Oh, have anybody told a Muslim Happy New Year yet?
I don't think we have yet.
It's not New Year yet.
Isa, I know, but happy. Oh, he's in Israel, so it is Happy New Year over there, right?
Happy New Year, Isa.
Happy New Year. Yes.
Cool. And we got one more. Straight from the UK, we got Young Bob.
Young Bob. You're muted.
Salam Alaikum, Young Bob.
Your mic is muted. Rookie.
What is this, amateur hour, man?
Amateur hour.
We have no audio from Young Bob. Hey Bob, you go ahead and figure that out. We're gonna go ahead and watch a clip of God Logic that was sent to me by Thaddeus as a highlight. Of course, nothing can compete with Christianity's based. But this was a lot of people love this one. A lot of people love this one. Yep. Yeah. Well, there you go.
There we go. Oh, there you go. Hello. Yes. Sorry about that. That was amateur hour. Hey, I'll put in the new year to a good start because, of course, I'm coming at you from the future.
Awesome. Coming at us from the future just to shoot you. All right. Here we go. This will feel a little close to home for you, Bob, because it's the most powerful Dawah guy among you, Mr. Ali Dawah, giving his most powerful Dawah to refute the incarnation and the Trinity. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
As I realized, no logic, doesn't know his shapes. I bought him. Okay, sorry, bro. 1 second. Bro, I spent £30 on this, relax. All right. Can you hold that? Yeah. Okay. Person number 2. Second person. Can you hold it? Sorry. Can you get the triangle out? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because I thought to myself, you know what? When you talk about triangles and squares, you need to have it in front of you. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. We'll call this the Holy Spirit, but we'll come to it later. Now, 1 second. What shape is this? I have to. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Yes, it is.
Look, he got Dawah. He got God Logic shook, man. Look at him. He don't even know how to respond. Look at that.
Speechless.
Look at that. They should have cut it there. God Logic left speechless by Ali Dawah's powerful Dawah.
I'm left speechless by the fact that cost £30.
That's a special rip-off.
Hey guys, if you want those, they're way cheaper in the U.S. Guys, they're way cheaper in the U.S.
And hey, I'm shocked that Ali Dawah, or I'm shocked that God Logic thought that he was going to keep what Ali Dawah buys for dowry for his wives. Like, we know he was about to give that as dowry to his next wife, right? And Logic thought he was going to keep it. Come on now.
Well, what's the alternative? Spending it on strippers.
Yeah. Yo, you may think that I spend all my Dawah bucks on smashing hoes, but you was wrong because I also bought this for my next wife, but I realized it come in handy, yo, because I could be doing Dawah with this. All right, so God Logic has been silenced so far. We'll see if he can recover at any point.
Let's go bring the shapes together. We're gonna demonstrate it now. Now.
Hey, is that the one he actually gave you? You still got it, or you got
this is the actual one he gave me. Absolutely.
Trophy.
It's a
from
trophy on my back wall, David.
Nice.
The triangle. What's this?
We're about to see just how dumb this is.
Yes, you're right.
We're about to see just how dumb this is.
We literally are now.
All right, so now I'm about to indulge you. I'm gonna indulge you.
What does that mean?
It means I'm gonna entertain you. So
no, I'm entertaining.
Yeah, you are entertaining. I know you're entertaining.
Yo, what that would mean? Yeah, what that would mean? Yo, hang on. I got to look up in the dictionary. Yeah. So we've got Nick asking. We've got Nick asking Jake to define certain philosophical terms, and then we've got Ali Dawah asking God Logic to explain words.
Well, it was a big word.
Yeah,
it was a big word. Ali Dawah may not know what it means. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Usually two syllables are pretty big.
Yeah. Yo, one syllable. Yeah. What's a syllable though?
Syllable.
What syllable be? Yeah.
Avery that was English teacher.
Yep. That's what it's come down to.
There you go. I'm your English teacher. I'm your English teacher, boy.
That's what I'm saying. No. So when you have this, watch this. Yeah. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is a triangle, right?
Come on.
This, lady, hold on, let me hold it.
Oh, you hold it. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's gonna fall out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So this, ladies and gentlemen, is a square.
Okay.
Really?
Smart man.
Okay. Are the squares next to each other?
Yeah.
Is this a contradiction?
Triangle, square. Now, can you have a triangle square? Can you have a triangle?
You know what's crazy? I mean, he ran this argument the night before, and he's probably been running it for years. And then he just his fallback is to just restate what he said over and over again, no matter how many times it gets refuted.
Just repeat it.
The worst thing is he's downgraded the shapes, because the week afterwards he used the same argument on me, but just used pieces of paper that he cut into shape.
Yeah, weren't ready for that. He couldn't afford the shape sorter again.
I was gonna say, God Logic done messed that up for you, Bob, because he done took it on him last time. He was afraid you were gonna take the next dowry. Yeah, you got to save them up for them wives. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Is this a contradiction if they're next to each other?
Okay. Now, if they are next to each other, how many shapes are there?
There's two.
Okay.
Is that a contradiction?
1 second.
Yes or no?
How many natures? One second. Jesus.
Okay.
Is he one person?
One person.
In?
What do you mean in what?
In? Two?
No, two natures are in one person.
Christians, you've gone silent.
Two natures, one person.
Now, two?
Two natures, one person.
Okay. So
is this a contradiction?
This is human sign, yeah?
Is this a contradiction?
Yes, because I said, can you have a triangle square? This is a triangle. This is a square. If you put them together, you have a house that falls apart. Because I said, there's the divine nature of Jesus that you guys believe in. Let's call him the triangle. And there is the human nature that you believe. There are two persons. Person one.
Two persons?
Look,
nobody said what?
1 second.
Ali,
1 second.
You're not even quoting it right, bro.
1 second.
Oh my God. This is.
You saw that too, right, Avery? That he couldn't decide whether he's attacking the two natures of Christ or the Trinity, and he would just. Yep. It's like he's confusing what he's attacking.
He doesn't know what he wants to argue. He wants to argue against both. Doesn't know how to. He doesn't know how to do this. And I took him off the script. You know, I took him right off of his script, and now he's discombobulated. You know, it's tough. It's a tough watch.
And wasn't this the same discussion where Siraj goes crazy as
Yeah.
well?
Yeah.
Wait, what? And what was that? I never caught what the Siraj thing was about. I heard someone say that it was about him saying you're not supposed to debate. He's not supposed to debate you or something like that. And then he did it anyway.
They made a plan, a pact together that when I come out there that year, that they're not gonna debate me. They're not gonna talk to me.
Hey, wait a minute. How are we the ones who are running? We're running
because they won't talk to us. That's us running.
And Ali Dawah is Exhibit A in why they don't want to debate anymore and want to just pretend like they're ready to debate. All right, let's see where this goes. Although I recall it.
Failing.
Triangle. Let the people decide.
So Ali Dawah, watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Watch this. It's gonna be super funny.
Yeah.
Ali Dawah,
He
what
announced
shape
it.
is this?
I hope it's funny in you lot.
Yeah, it is. What shape is this?
Triangle. That is a square.
This is a square?
Yes.
Okay. What shape is in the square?
Triangle.
Wait.
That was it.
You just told me that a triangle cannot be in a square. But you just said that this is a square that has a triangle in it. Wait. I'm a little confused.
Repeat.
So wait, I just want to know. Since this is a square, and this inside the square is a triangle, is this a contradiction? Yes or no? No, wait. Because I'm about to make my point. Yes or no?
This is a square, my friend. There's triangle, square, star, circle.
Oh, the O has.
Like, I'm convinced he was holding back tears here.
Always
Like, he
goes
was
back
about
to repeating
cry.
himself. Yeah.
But he made it worse now. Now he's identifying that there's multiple shapes within a shape. Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. Is that a contradiction, Ali?
Let's find out.
Multiple shapes within the square.
There are multiple gods. I said.
He said multiple gods.
Now, quick question.
Wait, no. Is it a contradiction? Yes or no?
One second. Your Christian followers not going to help you today.
Is it a contradiction?
No, check this out.
No,
How many
answer.
times-
Is it no? Look, it's a yes or no at this point. Thank you. All right, so now let me continue. I only wanted that.
Come back later. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
So, it's not a contradiction that this is a square, and within the square there is a triangle. But you tried to make this whole point that it was a contradiction earlier. It's done and over with. I'm glad you bought this, because this is actually the appropriate toy that I can use to demonstrate how dumb your argument is. This is appropriate. It's a beautiful gift.
I think everyone agrees using a visual aid that he brought to destroy you, to destroy his entire position. That's instant legend status if you didn't have it already.
I would have said this is the perfect thing to bring to show that your argument is elementary. It's an elementary toy.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I didn't know what he had in the bag. I didn't know what he was bringing. I had no idea what he was bringing. But I will say this right now. I've said it before. I'll say this again. It wasn't flesh and blood that inspired him to go get that toy in that store.
I was thinking that, dude. I was thinking that's the Lord delivering him into your hands to
Literally.
humiliate him in front of everyone in the entire world.
Literally, it was God. So, man, good stuff, Lord. Good stuff.
Gosh, man, gosh. I mean,
that was bad. That was bad.
It's really bad. What's crazy is all the Dawah guys were like, "We told you, dude. We told you. Do not debate this guy. You're just gonna get humiliated." No, I Ali Dawah. I've been doing this for years. Yeah, I could take him. Yeah. Oh gosh, man.
It wasn't just after that when Siraj jumped in and started trying to stop the discussion, or was that just before that?
It was before. It was a little bit before that. Yep. A little bit before that.
He was trying to save Ali Dawah from what was about to happen.
Yep. He tried to save Ali Dawah. He tried to stop Hashem. He tried to, everybody that I was speaking with, he tried to get in the front of and say, hey, we said we're not going to talk to this guy. We're not going to, when he comes, we all agreed. We all agreed we're not going to talk to this guy. He did the same thing with Adnan Rashid, which then it actually worked. So with me, Adnan Rashid wanted to talk to me, but then Siraj came up to him like, "Hey, we all agreed that we're not going to talk to this guy," and then Adnan Rashid was like, "Yeah, we're not going to talk to him." So,
like, did they like what happened there? Was Siraj was the low man on the totem pole?
Yep.
Right. So the group of Dawah guys is like,
that's literally and metaphorically because he's like 3 feet tall.
The Dawah guys come up with this understanding to keep Siraj from talking to you. So they were saying that nobody's going to talk to Logic Siraj. Nobody will talk to him. But their whole reason for doing that was so Siraj didn't talk to you because, man, you lit that boy up the year before.
Yeah, so they were like Siraj. They were like, "Hey, Siraj, we're all agreeing that no one's going to debate God logic, so better just not to show up today because there's not going to be any points. So just don't even show up today, bro."
There's a logical explanation for this. So Siraj has notoriously went up to like every single Christian at Speaker's Corner and had this weird obsession with saying that their friends are secret drug dealers. Like he's come up to me and said, "You know Bob from Speaker's Corner, your dad, he does drugs. I've seen him in the bushes." Like this is a serious discussion I've had with Siraj. So my suspicion is that after they're all high and spent all their money on drugs and hookers and whatnot, they come to organize and speak about the other people coming to the park on that occasion. And Siraj is the only one who has not done any of the things that they have done. So he's the only sober person within the discussion. And that is why, despite the fact he's probably the most mentally insane, he's not the one on drugs.
Wow. So Siraj is the most moral among them.
It might be better if Siraj did do drugs. He might be smart. I'm just saying.
Suppress his ADHD.
Chris, you're crazy for that.
Chris is mean.
All right. Hey, tell me I'm wrong, though. Tell me I'm wrong.
I
he just immediately becomes composed.
Hawk anymore.
We got one more clip. Not quite God logic, but let's say God logic adjacent. And you know, it's funny. We got Issa here. Issa here is going, maybe I need to rethink. Maybe I need to rethink Islam. All my faith was based on Ali Dawah's powerful argument. You know, but now God logic pointed out is, that's right. That's not a contradiction.
Hey, they're smashing hoes, and now Issa just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, he's just like, wait a minute, I've been missing out on the Dawah.
I wouldn't be hanging out with the Warner though, Issa.
Yeah. Smashing hoes is bad enough, but that dude wants to get into even worse stuff. So stay far away from that dude. Oh boy.
I have a question. Didn't he slap someone? Like who came to his table? He attacked someone. Was that the same guy?
I think
he's done it a few occasions. The thing is with Ali Dawah is he has these stands and tells people in advance, which anyone who does stands tells you that's a bad idea. So then you get some nutters that like drop the Quran, and because he wants to impress his Muslim audience, he'll like do the most petty response preemptively, like pushing them. But because obviously he's not well built, he can't do it properly. So it's just a pathetic response, really.
Oh, he was weren't you asking about the Warner, Issa?
I was curious about the Warner. I had seen like a video where he was attacking.
I think that was staged. It looked way too fake to me. I mean, depending on the one that you're talking about, but some guy came up to him and said something about Muhammad. And he goes, "Yeah, I called my dog Muhammad once," and then he like snatches him. He snatches him up, and so there's only one way to really find out. It'd be like someone like me going up to him and say, "Hey, I called my dog Muhammad," and see if he actually responds. Otherwise, it's well, there would only be the only other. If he doesn't treat me the same way, it would be two options. Either he snatched up that dude because he was a little tiny guy, which means he just will snatch up a little tiny guy and not someone who's grown, or it was just staged. I think it was just staged. I think it was, hey, come on here, and it will be a really impressive video to everyone if you come up, say something about Muhammad, and I snatch you up for the camera, because you don't see him going to jail for any of this stuff. Despite what he's doing, and that's all the drugs and smashing hoes and all this stuff.
Let's just put it this way, though, David. Isn't Sheikh Uthman one of Warner's best friends? And we all know Sheikh Uthman's always good at putting on a nice little show, especially a ketchup show or a fake blood show type thing, right? So
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's what I mean. It's just become the thing, right? It's Dawah is all about getting attention for yourself. And let's face it, none of these guys are going to get attention by having awesome arguments. It's just not going to happen. So you have to get attention in some other way. And so that's why they like fake hate crimes against themselves and so on. We'll be checking out a Lily J version here in a little while. But yeah, I seriously don't trust what they show in their little Dawah videos where something happens and then they show how tough they are. It's like, gosh, you guys are so fake. I don't trust anything you say. Anyway, we got one more highlight here.
Next prompt is, the Quran is the final and complete revelation.
Why you start grinning instantly, Avery?
Because I know a baddie's about to speak.
he knows a superstar's about to speak. That's what.
We're sitting there watching this thinking, why did no one think of this years ago? Because hey, Sheikh Uthman, since you're a little scared, you toss out the challenges and then everyone who agrees to debate you refuse. By the way, here's the pattern, guys. He challenges all of us and then backs down from all of us. But then he goes live and like we don't want to join him on his live stream where it's like 5 of them and they have the mute button. They keep muting people every couple seconds. Not interested in going there. But then it's, they're running from me with this. It's like, no one ever agreed to that. No one ever agreed to that stupid situation. You basically got a lot. You're saying call into your live stream while you go live and take calls. No, none of us agreed to that. We all agreed to debate. But it seems like I will toss out challenges. Dude, this is a Nadir move, right? Nadir would toss out challenges until you said, no, I'm not doing that. And then he would go, he's running from me. Matter of fact, this would happen multiple times in a debate. He'd say, in the middle of a debate, he would say, and I challenge you to debate me on this. And I go, okay. And then 5 minutes later, and I challenge you to debate me on this. And you go, okay. And then 5 minutes later, I challenge you to debate me on this. And he said, look, dude, I'm not scheduling 50 debates. He's running from me. It sounds like that's what Sheikh Uthman is waiting for someone to say, dude, just go away. And then it's you're running from me. But anyway, Sheikh Uthman, if you're actually scared to face any of the male Christian debaters, you could have your. No, I don't. It would have to be online. You wouldn't want to put these guys in the same room with any women, because they're all sick, evil scumbags. But here we got a clip, guys. 4v4
of God. All right, so maybe someone
what was
who
that?
is the final and complete revelation of God. All right, so
That's the
maybe
Lady
someone who
Logic
hasn't spoken
right
a
there.
lot. I haven't heard from you yet.
Yes, so I do believe that the Quran is the final testament of Allah because, the Torah was brought down and so was the Bible, but it's
always good to bring, you got to bring the Torah, but then you need the Bible. And then after the Bible, you need Matthew. And then another Bible. And then, the prophets. And then the Bible. Anyway.
And maybe Mark.
were after years were misconstructed and they were bastardized. So the Quran came down and corrected everything that was basically taken out of context. So the Quran is, in my view, a perfect book. As a Muslim, it's my perfect book, and I'm just speaking for myself right now, so just let someone else talk.
So if there are hadiths, for instance, hadiths, yeah, that aren't reliable, how do you decide what documentation is good to read for the Quran? And then also, can you tell us how the Torah was corrupted and why it's not trustworthy?
Why it's not trustworthy? Mm-hmm. Because, in the Quran, it basically corrects everything that was misconstrued. So say if there's a contradiction in the Bible, one verse says what you're supposed to do and another verse says what you're not supposed to do in relation to two verses, but I haven't read the Quran. It just doesn't make sense. Why would one verse say you're supposed to do this, but in turn in another verse, I'm supposed to do it, but in a certain way, or just taken out of context completely. Like I said, I've never read the Bible, so I don't know what it says. And I've never read the Torah, but I know they're books from God. And the Quran was sent down as the last book to correct every mistake that.
This is powerful.
Huge.
Do you mind if I make a quick comment on this? Like, there's something that I've heard this rhetoric, and it kind of contradicts what she just said. She said that the Quran corrects the Torah, or Tanakh, and the Gospels, right? And then she said, I've never read these books. I said, then how would you know that it corrected it if you've never even read it? And the question, too, is if the Quran did correct it, it would be far larger than 114 surahs. It would have to be volume upon volume upon volume. You would have to cover all the Hebrew prophets. You would have to talk about Isaiah, Jeremiah, Hezekiah, Obadiah. You would have to go through this whole list of the Hebrew prophets. It's not there, you know? And I mean, that's a difficult, I think it's a very difficult space, even like when we look in the Muslim community, like Isaiah and Jeremiah are like these, kind of paramount prophets, and you don't see them mentioned in the Quran. And that's an issue. That's a difficulty that I think folks need to engage with. But this is an issue. If you're going to say that it's correcting everything, then it would have to be able to list everything. It would have to engage all of it, right? And it doesn't do that. So that logically doesn't follow. So I don't understand this argument to say it corrects it. The only thing that I've even seen that's like linearly close is the story in Genesis of the prophet Joseph and the chapter in the Quran called Yusuf, right? You can make a comparison between the two, and they're still quite different, right? The portion in the book of Genesis is very like exhaustive and very like, it mentions all these historical details. It gives you the names of all the brothers of Joseph. It mentions Benjamin. It goes and it gives you like all the kind of the cities. It's very exhaustive, right? But when you read the Quran, it's more of like a poetic narrative that has refrains, and it's more of kind of like you would call a spiritual narrative. This is difficult. If you're going to try to say that the Quran, if you're making this claim that the Quran corrects the Bible, you would have the Quran would have to be vastly longer than it is, and it would have to be very specific in these corrections, and it doesn't do that. So I think that that's a very problematic assertion, and I've heard this assertion before, but
Issa, you're a Muslim. You're supposed to be on their side, and you're doing a real crap job of it, dude.
Horrible job.
Yeah,
I mean, we have to be honest with the points, though.
Not in Islam, buddy. Anyway, let's go and check this out.
Everyone else basically misconstructed about those books. They were brought from God, but over time they were corrupted. Not the pages in them, how people interpreted it. So the Quran was brought to correct everything else.
Not the pages?
Do you think it's unfair to make a claim that you haven't read the Bible nor the Torah, but then consider them as corrupt scriptures, when these scriptures have been out for centuries, BC, right? Before Christ, they have been passed down, written down. You're telling me throughout all those years that there have been practices of these scriptures. Allah, your God, basically allowed all these people to be deceived into thinking that these things are right when the whole time they aren't wrong. I mean,
it's interesting that she goes that route, because it is really it's a different route, right? If someone says, "Hey, your Bible's been corrupted," or something like she was saying like interpretations or something like. But if someone says, "Hey, your Bible's been corrupted," is you could go in the direction of, "Oh, let me show you that no, it hasn't been. Let's look at textual criticism or something like that," or you could go like, "Wait, so Allah just totally dropped the ball and left everyone in a state of ignorance and couldn't protect His word?" And what are you telling me about your God here, man? What are you telling me about your God?
Yeah.
When the whole time that they're wrong, when did it start that it was confirmed? What date or what historical time was it confirmed that these scriptures that are historical documents for all that these historical documents are a contradiction or need to get corrected?
Look at Christina grinning the whole time.
So Allah did not.
Next prompt is the Trinity reveals the fullness of God's nature.
In Christianity, we believe in the highest concept of God. He is the highest conceivable being, right? So how the Trinity exemplifies this can be like in the quality of love, because our Bible says that God is love. So you can agree that, I think we could all agree that shared love is greater than self-love. Love between two is greater than love within oneself. And even greater than that is cooperative love, where you have shared love amongst many. So within the divine essence, we have the Father, the Son, and the Spirit sharing in cooperative love. And it's innate to their very nature of God, the divine essence. Whereas in a more Unitarian view of God, in order to express the highest form of love, he'd have to depend on creation or something outside of himself.
Anyone else want to speak to that? But ladies on this
Bam!
side, do you think that the Trinity is equivalent to?
Interesting. Hey, what's interesting is like Thaddeus picked this these clips here. So that's interesting because I remember the one where she quoted the Quran about losers and
and chuckled.
Yeah, because it's funny because that is funny, right? Losers, you'll be losers. You want to be a loser? Want to be a loser? Loser. That is funny. All right, let's see. There's a few more seconds.
Yeah, there's so many there are so many moments within this discussion that Thaddeus could have picked. Like you can't go wrong. Like there's just so many moments. There's a moment where one of the sisters that actually this one who's sitting up to the right of the host, Shanasa, where she brings up how Muhammad's experience in the cave demonstrates how he's like an obvious false prophet that more resembles demonic possession rather than spiritual revelation from God or an angel like we see from the other prophets. And so like she makes that point. The sister Taisha who was speaking about so like when did all this get corrupted in the first place, she also made a point about how like there was a point where the Muslim sisters, they didn't know if they would get salvation, and Taisha just gave them the gospel. It's like, I feel sorry for, like, my heart goes out for you guys, because in Christianity we have assurance of ourselves. Like, God assures us of our salvation. He promises us, because he did the work for us, we don't have to do all this stuff and worry about this and that and did we do enough. She just lays the gospel out. So there's so many moments with all of these sisters. Man, so he couldn't go wrong with picking from this clip.
And this was awesome because I mean, the aftermath when people are saying that basically it's all a setup and they just, caught these poor Muslim women totally off guard and handpicked them for not knowing anything, and then picked these superstar Christians to just completely rip them apart. And it's like, no, that one's a doctor, that one's a Quran teacher and stuff like this. So, yeah, wild.
And I really received that education.
Just really quick, let me just lay this out. They all got the prompts of the topics about 2 weeks, a week and a half, 2 weeks ahead of time, guys. So everybody got the prompts. Everybody got emailed the prompts. They could have studied it, done their research, whatever, brought their preparations and been ready.
Well, the problem is they're probably like messaging like, Ali Dawah, how do I answer this powerful argument if they bring it up? And he's like, all you got to say is, and a bunch of words, yeah, and use the shapes, yeah, bring the shapes with you. And then they forgot their shapes and they didn't know what to say. Didn't know what to say anymore. You know what's really messed up, and like what's really cool about her, pointing out like we really feel for you not knowing what happens to you, because Muhammad said, I don't know what's going to happen to me. And then even the people he guaranteed paradise to, like Abu Bakr, Abu Bakr was on a handful of people Muhammad guaranteed would be in paradise. Abu Bakr says, what? If I had 1 foot in paradise, I'd still fear Allah's deception. In other words, I believe in a God who deceives me even through his prophets.
Yeah.
And so that's like terrifying, but you see the practical results. And this is all connected to them viewing God is like this cosmic slave master, and we're all just slaves. We're either good slaves or bad slaves. Well, how do you know if you're a good enough slave to earn your slave master's love? You just don't know. You don't know if I've been good enough. I don't know if I've been good enough to earn his love. So I don't know what he's going to do with me, compared to we are God's children. Like we all know that we love our children. So if God's our heavenly Father, we know where we stand with God. Exactly. And so, yeah, it is sad that, but guys, I mean, here's what's amazing. They declare war on the idea of us being children of God. It's like their ultimate obsession is attacking the idea of God as a father. And it's connected to everything else that's so massively screwed up in Islamic ethics and so on. But yeah.
1 John 2:22. Who is the liar? This is the Antichrist. He who denies the Father and the Son. That's the Antichrist, man. Clear as day.
A few more seconds of this. Let's see.
I'd have to ask how you define it, because I've had Christian friends who say, no, Trinity is a concept of just one God, but like different essences of God. And then I've had Christian friends who are like, no, it's
I never heard
strictly
that
God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. So I
That's
feel
the
like
Quran,
depending on
but not
how
even.
it's defined with who I'm talking
And I've heard Allah define it as God, Jesus, and Mary.
to, I would be able to answer that question.
The the Christian perspective of the Godhead is that there is one God with three persons. So he's manifested in three persons, but they all share one divine nature.
No, I think that's not a view for all Christians.
What?
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 You have different models. You have different models of that, but yeah.
What
Wow,
I'm
wow.
conflicted by when I hear this statement is, I'm like, does she not think that Muslims have different kinds of perspectives too when it comes to this? You know, like if you take like a Salafi position, you know, this is one of the things that you see. I think Jay Dyer was debating Jake, and this idea, you know, are these literal? You know, if you're going to talk about anthropomorphism being a problem, then you have variants of Islam that deal with that same issue. So it's like, I don't know, it seems a little hypocritical.
Yeah, people, if you're not familiar with what Issa's talking about, there are sects of Islam that believe that Allah has literal body parts. They'll say you can't understand them, don't try to picture them, don't try to imagine them, but Allah has actual hands. He has hands. And they make arguments for this, right? Like in the Quran, Allah says that the difference between why Adam is so special is he says, well, I created Adam with my own two hands. And it's like, if you're like, normally you would think of this stuff as metaphorical. If we talk about God's eyes or something like that, you take that as like, well, God sees everything or something like that. You're not thinking of it as like eyeballs. But they point out that this can't be a metaphor for like Allah's power, because if it's just a metaphor for Allah's power, well, Allah creates everything with his power. So what's the difference between him creating everything else and Adam? He says the difference is he created Adam with his hands. And so there are people who, I guess you could get around that and say, well, it's a different way of using his power or something like that. But the Salafis and some other groups just say, that means he has hands, and eyes means he has eyes. And they go down the list. And so the point here is, Issa's mentioning that Muslims have very different theologies. I mean, you're talking about Allah having an actual body versus Allah not having a body, and these all being metaphors. So those are some serious differences there.
Yeah, there's also, because God Logic Avery talked about how everybody already had the prompt, so they could have had the opportunity to go ahead and study and find good, proper answers to these questions, and at least take it seriously. Here's the issue. First of all, I was listening to that and I was like, yes, I love seeing women in apologetics. Love seeing women go and learn this theology. I was like, yeah, keep going, praise God. Because, like, although I haven't been a Christian all that long, but I would imagine that wasn't a common thing that's going on, and let's see what's going to happen in the future. But here's the thing. When it comes to theology in Islam, that's a man's space. They don't expect a woman to know these things. This is not that area for women
Hold
to
on.
know.
What about Sheikh Lily J?
What about Sheikh Aisha?
We'll talk about Sheikh Lily J when you bring her up later. Okay. But realistic, how it is in that mind set is they think that Christian women are in that same realm. So they didn't see it as this big deal. Their husbands and their fathers and their brothers allowed them to go do this, thinking, oh, this is going to be easy. We already think Christians are stupid and polytheists.
So obviously the women are going to be even dumber.
Yeah. So, and that's what ended up happening. And in reality, we see what ended up happening is that the Christians humiliated the Muslim women. Yeah.
Here's a little point too. In the prompt, the moderator gave the Muslim team a lob. Like when it came to Bible corruption or apparent contradictions, Like they actually gave an example of what somebody would argue a contradiction to be, and said, how would you guys handle this? How would you guys explain this for the Christians? So, but there was no example of a contradiction brought up from the Quran. So the host gave an alley-oop to the Muslims, and they still couldn't capitalize off of that, man.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a weird situation because I'm thinking, why you don't throw a softball, but at the same time, it's kind of like, wouldn't there's a weird part of me that would like the Muslim women to feel like they did well, to kind of encourage them to keep going and keep having the discussions,
Give
and
them
not
a
just
medal,
and not just be like, okay, never let this happen again in Islam. Never, ever, ever let women step forward to defend this ever, ever, ever again. Instead of that, because
so you just want more viral clips? Is that what you're telling us?
No, I'm saying.
Yeah, you want hijabi women humiliated.
I would like to
You're
see,
just as bad as them, man.
Yeah. So where I'd like to see this go from now is, okay, these women couldn't defend anything and they did a crap job, but that's just because it was them. Let's find even more powerful Dawah women. Let's get Lily J here, and I'd like to see another one. Hey yo, Avery, I said I was only going to keep you for a little bit, and you've been here a long while, so you can hang out as long as you want. But if you need to cut out, man, we're gonna.
Yep, I got company downstairs, but man.
Oh yeah, man, get out of here,
guys. My prediction for next year, I think, is gonna get a whole lot worse. We've had some epic moments in 2024, 2025 epic moments. I mean, David, remember when we was doing our streams on the Islamic Dilemma, and we caught Hamza and the crew watching our stream instead of coming in and engaging? They decided to watch instead. Bruh, we're gonna have so many more moments in 2026, even worse. They're gonna turn on each other. The worst ones are gonna become the face. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a great time. So stay tuned, guys. Oh, by the way, just a little announcement. Tomorrow, we will be unveiling all the statements in the Red Book that we've collected throughout the year.
Oh,
that's nothing.
What a mean way to start off 2026, man.
Yep.
Brutal.
To start off the new year, we're gonna unveil the Muslims say the darnest things 2025 edition, and we're gonna start our new 2026 edition.
I've been waiting for that stream, Avery. I've been waiting for it.
So this is what we're going to do. We're going to drop a video. So the video is going to be dropping tomorrow around like 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to do a stream after. We're going to do a stream after on the 2.0 channel. So I'll send you the link and everything like that so you could be a part of it and all that. But yes, so we can react to it.
Nice. Hey, Avery, one more thing. I'm going to ask you one more time what your prediction for 2026 is. And then you have to say, you got to say it like this. You got to go, prediction? Pain.
Yeah.
All right. All right, ready? Hang on. So, Avery, what's your prediction for Dawah in 2026?
Prediction? Pain.
You're too young to even know what that's from, aren't you?
I am too young to know that.
Yeah,
I know where it's from.
Way too young.
Tell him, Chris.
Hey, that's from Rocky. You just made the Clubber Lang.
Clubber Lang
saying quite true right there.
Yeah, you remember Mr. T, Avery?
Yeah,
Mr. T. Yeah, he played Clubber Lang in Rocky 3, and they asked him what the prediction for the fight was. He's about to fight Rocky. They go, what's your prediction for the fight? And he goes, prediction? Pain. It's totally brutal, man.
Well, I appreciate you guys, man. Thanks, David.
All right,
everybody. Love you guys. Thanks for coming up. Thanks for all y'all's good work and hard work. Thanks for supporting all of us. David Wood, thank you for the support that you've given to me, man, in my walk and helping me with the channel and all that kind of stuff and everything we're doing. The New York trip was insane. We're doing it again. Dearborn will be awesome. So 2026, we got some we got some surprises for you guys, man. So stay tuned. All right.
Everyone be sure to join the International Dawah Hunters Association.
Oh, yeah.
Before you leave, Logic, I just want to let you know that Dearborn is only about 15 to 20 minutes away from the Canadian border.
Oh, so I have no excuse if I'm that
None.
close. Is what you're saying.
None. There is
All right.
no excuse.
All right. All right. You made it clear. Say less.
Hey,
you,
David,
man.
I love you, man. God bless. Happy New Year to you and Lady Logic and the fam, man.
You too, bro. You too.
I was going to let you know, David, I was going to head out too. I've been here for a bit, but man, I love being on this live stream. What I seen in 2025 is I seen two questions drive the Islamic world nuts. It took Dawah and it just crumbled the Dawah. And those two questions were, is Jesus a Muslim? And the Islamic dilemma. Once you ask if Jesus is a Muslim and they say that Allah is a father, we have father-right Muslims and we have Muslims that takfir the Muslims that say that Allah is a father. So these are the two key arguments in 2025 that destroyed the Dawah. It has separated the Dawah, and in what I believe is Christianity united in 2025 against the Dawah, and we see the Dawah separating. My prediction for 2026 is going to be even more implosion of the Dawah team, because when it comes to Dawah, you have to be the best. If you're not the best, you've got to chop that guy's legs out in front of you and take his spot. And that's the difference between Christianity and Islam, because we stand and we help one another, we guide one another, we prop each other up, and we help one another. Dawah is the complete opposite, and that's why Islam will be going down in 2026.
And I'm sitting here thinking, how can it get any worse? I know argument-wise, we've got all the arguments we were using this year, and we have others that we're going to be building upon the work from this year, and bringing up. They have no clue what's in their sources. They just don't. And we're gonna bring all this out. But at the same time, we know that they're going to do most of the work for us by just imploding more and more and attacking in every direction and stuff. And yep, I agree with you completely.
I have one little thing to tell you, Mr. David Wood, the Dizzle, before I ended up heading out this evening. Just a little bit of heads up, because I will be doing a video as well, probably on the 2nd, and it's going to detail my tweet leaks again and what's really happening in TikTok the last few days of the end of 2025. As of right now, everybody is in shambles. Matweek has been ousted from the leadership. His two main soldiers that have stood side by side him since day one, they broke free. They want to get back to debating and everything else, and they want to call the boycott off.
Sounds really divided over there on TikTok. And hey, that's interesting. That's interesting, Chris, because we're doing a massive invasion of TikTok this year. I never got involved. I couldn't figure it out, but I'm going to be working with people who got it all figured out. And I told them, you just need to point a camera in my face, tell me how long to talk and stuff like that. Other than that, I'm not touching it. But yeah, we're going to invade, not in the Zut sense, but we are going to invade, not in the Illuminati with the Warner sense, but we are going to invade. We're going to invade TikTok and go hardcore on TikTok, not in the Zut sense.
Well, I can't wait to get you over there, Dave.
Yep,
and
it'll be fun.
Hey, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all you wonderful people on the panel, all you wonderful people in the audience. Salam al-Masih. And hey, I just want to say the original Quran-only Christians are the fastest growing religion in 2025, and we will be in 2026. God bless y'all.
Hey, and Chris, one of the things we want to do 2026, start having some live streams that are sort of related to that, but just an ongoing thing, maybe monthly or something like that. But Muhammad was a Christian, prove us wrong, and let them try, as we use all their stupid tactics, all the tactics they use to argue that Jesus is a Muslim. We'll use that to show that Muhammad was a Christian and let them scramble. Gonna be fun times ahead. All right, man.
All right, God bless. Have a good night.
Catch you later. All right. All right.
I
So
wanted to mention one quick point about Mr. T.
you don't
There's
know
a
anything
fun
about Mr.
fact.
T?
Mr. T.
Go ahead.
I do.
I
Mr.
know.
T was in a Christian movie called there's a series of, like, I don't know if you know, like, the Left Behind series, but there's a parallel series called the Apocalypse series. I think you can watch them free on YouTube.
How do you watch everything, man?
Oh, I actually love Christian movies. I've seen a lot of them. So I like movies, but I've seen a lot of Christian movies. So this one is called Apocalypse 3 Judgment. It's like from the early 2000s, and he's like a freedom fighter for like the Christian movement against the Antichrist. So if you want to see Mr. T being a Christian fighting the Antichrist, watch Apocalypse Judgment.
I can
from
see why
2000.
they went. I can see why they went in that direction. I've never been into those movies and stuff, but people, you can't overstate how cool Mr. T was in the 80s when we were all kids, because we're watching the A-Team, and just out of nowhere, this guy with the mohawk, like, who was rocking a mohawk back then? He comes out with a mohawk and he's got these big feather earrings. Who can pull that off? And he's wearing overalls, but he'd pull his socks. He'd wear boots, unlaced boots, but have his socks from his boots, white socks, pulled up way over the bottom of his pants and stuff. And then all these gold chains around his neck. And it's like, who could pull that off? And he just comes out of nowhere. Super tough. He was super tough in real life. He could box. He was a wrestler. And I don't know. He was completely different, came out of nowhere. He was super tough in real life because he was a bodyguard for super famous people. And he always guaranteed. He said, I cannot guarantee that I could save your life in attack. I guarantee that I will die for you. And so, anyways, all around super cool dude.
And he helped a lot of kids too. Like he did a lot of donations and stuff too. He was a really
that's what was cool. He was super famous for being this super brutal, mean, tough guy and stuff like that. But he's like a super gentle, awesome, nice guy when it came to kids and family and all that. So yeah, good example for all us young bucks and so on. Anyway, we got young Bob here. So, Issa, you're on the other side of the planet, but I know you have no problem staying up and stuff. But we got young Bob. We got young Bob here.
Yes, that is me. How are you doing?
Getting kind of late over there, young Bob.
Well, of course, but this is what happens when you have parental neglect, because they kick you out because of the material you do. You
The good
stay
side.
up for as long as humanly possible.
That's the good side of parental neglect, everyone. You get young Bob. Makes me want to neglect my kids. I'll neglect my kids even more. Neglect is kind of
You're
built
just
in because I'm
radicalized
not
by
the
Christian
warmest dad, but yeah, I'm just kids. You're all on your own. Do whatever you want.
I'm
And they'll
literally
become
the
awesome
product of
apologists.
Home Alone.
All right, Bob. So, hey, young Bob, I got a couple of video clips to share of you, but not just about you, just in general. What stands out to you about 2025 as far as Dawah? Like, what are the highlights?
The highlights for me was just so firstly, it was Ali Dawah and Muhammad Hijab. Just their complete collapse in terms of credibility, and the fact that, like vultures, all of the other Muslim apologists tried to occupy their space and essentially be their successor whilst they're still kicking. Secondly, would just be the complete changing of Speaker's Corner. And of course, because you're from the States, you're not going to see it as so intimately as I am. But at the moment, there are more grifting Muslim cameramen than there are Muslim speakers at Speaker's Corner. And the reason why there's been a large inactivity and complete drop of Muslim content, and you can look at this on their channels, most of their videos, in fact, Dawah Wise literally had to make a new YouTube channel called Dawah Wise Gold, because they are now beginning to re-upload videos from about 15 years ago back to when their arguments actually affected people, so they can keep making more money. And this is what I've begun to realize. Like, Muslims in the UK, they're grifters. Like, they're only going where the content is, and this is why largely they've expelled themselves from Speaker's Corner. And also, I've appreciated the more political elements within Britain attacking people like Ali Dawah.
One second, because you just raised that point. We did notice the difference in Speaker's Corner from when we went over there, and we really expected when we went there in 2024, mid 2024. Me, God Logic, bunch of others, we showed up. We really thought that it was going to be like in the old videos where a Christian shows up and he's just surrounded by Muslims shouting him down and so on. And instead they were just scattering like ants. So it was yeah, we caught onto that. We caught onto that pretty quickly. But when you're saying Dawah Wise had to come up with a new channel, I was thinking that he should call it Dawah Wise, but it's good this time. But then you said it was old clips, and so
yeah, it's old is gold. That is literally the motto of the new channel. And like I've recently spoke to Muslim cameramen, like they're all claiming benefits here in the UK. So it's entirely financial why they're in Speaker's Corner. And they've begun to realize that Christians are now counteracting their arguments. So they're completely capitulating Speaker's Corner. And Islam seems like a largely dead entity when it comes to social media content. And they're largely reserving themselves to their own studios. And even then, for example, I haven't told anyone this publicly, but I was actually supposed to have an in-studio debate between me, Muhammad Hijab. It was, I think, a 2v1 or potentially another person who was a Christian or an atheist trying to argue why Islam is not compatible with the West. And as soon as they found out it was me, because the person hosting it had permission to find anyone who was a Christian or atheist to host a discussion, as soon as they said, oh yeah, we've brought on young Bob, they immediately withdrew the challenge to debate. So Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawah have completely, in my eyes, reflected the state of UK Dawahism as completely dead. They only work with people like the ginger reverts because they're social rejects. However, anyone who's critically thinking here in the United Kingdom, who actually has their brain switched on about religion, has largely rejected Islam, which I think is fantastic. The British people, the British line has woken up to Islam.
These are, yeah, that's definitely good times. And you had lots of people waking up over here in the U.S., but then you have more nefarious forces trying to stop that. But we won't let them. We won't let them. Hey, I wanted to check out a couple clips from young Bob here. Let's see. All right, here we go. We got young Bob here.
Do you own this?
Hey, you want to tell us what's going on here?
Yeah, so this was during, this is brilliant because it fits in perfectly in terms of continuity-wise. So this was just after Behind the Veil released all of the message logs between Hashim, Ali Dawah, all of the Dahis of Islam, and them collaborating to essentially make a lying campaign about why Muhammad Hijab treated his Mishra marriage like this. So when I approached Hashim on this, because he was one of the primary named people involved in the chat, he got the police, and mind you, the police officer who removed me from Speaker's Corner, I actually later found out has a long history of harassing Christians on behalf of Muslims, reporting them. So I got kicked out of Speaker's Corner because you can get kicked out of Speaker's Corner for any reason, as long as the police do it, because they have the power to kick you out for, I think, a maximum of 12 months. And the Muslims just outside of Speaker's Corner have a section for prayer and prayer mats and whatnot, and it's all owned by people like Hashim. So I was like, listen, if you're not going to engage in a discussion, I'll just ride Aladdin's magic carpet and protest the fact that you guys aren't engaging in a discussion. And it beautifully manifested into this brilliant clip.
And so you're saying you rudely went over and seized one of their prayer mats?
Yeah, no, I was riding Aladdin's magic carpet. I thought it would take me places, and apparently it did.
All right, here we go.
Bro, we branded it so much. Okay, so is it your match? Do you purposely own
Fuck
it?
with me, bro. Get off this.
Okay. Oh, what, my friend?
Get off this. I don't care, but get off this.
You just threatened me.
Get off what match?
Is this do you own this match?
Move,
My friend, there's no need to fight.
Get off what match, bro.
No.
Talk.
You
Get
can
off
stay.
what match.
Yes, you can. It's not your match, is it? You can remove it. But
I'm
still going to stay here.
It's our match. Get off
Anyway,
this.
I'm still not going to.
Isn't it weird? Like these guys are obsessed with, hey, random woman, put on this hijab, put on this hijab, put on this hijab. And young Bob goes on one of their prayer mats and they're ready to fight over it. Weird
Yeah,
stuff.
when they put fabric on men, they complain.
So that was your prayer mat that you brought, right?
No, that wasn't mine. It was the people who owned it who refused to engage in a discussion surrounding the alleged cover-up of domestic abuse, because I think that's disgusting. And it's actually quite interesting because on TikTok especially, people will use this clip and say, oh, I'm Islamophobic, or I'm very much brutal and violent against Muslims. I largely reserve any sort of distortion of like religious traditions in terms of like burning the Quran, touching people's like religious texts, that sort of thing. However, if you're covering up domestic abuse, of course I'm going to do that. If you refuse to actually address the allegations and then you defer the police onto dealing with me and kick me out of Speaker's Corner, which again is limiting my freedom of speech. And mind you, this comes at the same time that the Muslims begin to realize that because I so much persist on engaging with them, I sometimes interrupt their discussions when they intentionally decide to pick on people who are a bit more ignorant or a bit more vulnerable to discussions. They actually report me to the police. So I have ongoing several cases of harassment, even though they have advertised themselves as debaters within this religion. They literally advertise themselves to the cameras as debate all, or debate anyone on everything, and especially Christianity, going in opposition with our religion so often.
Okay.
But then when I try to ask them about a question, they'll go to the police and try to claim I'm harassing them.
Okay, hey, so young Bob, this is connected to, is this when like the Muhammad hijab scandal started being exposed, and then you found out that like Hashim and all these other guys were basically declaring war on a woman to silence her and cover up what happened? And I remember the clips of you going up to Hashim. Why are you covering up this abuse? Why are you covering up this abuse? And he's walking away. And so is this connected to that? And then he gets you kicked out of the park, and so you just go. Yeah, there's a prayer mat out there sitting there, and you go and sit on the prayer mat.
Yeah, like Allah's uncreated light literally shone on the mat, and I just needed to. It was a symbolism of the fact that these people aren't going to listen. So of course you need something like a huge stunt in order to convey the fact that like it's really serious, these allegations. But yeah, like even Behind the Veil had to make a comment after this saying that, because he used one of my videos when he did a video about response from the Muslim community, and he used one of my videos, and all the Muslims was using this against him, saying that I was somehow collaborating with Behind the Veil and being used as the sort of puppet to go up to these Muslims to make viral content. And he had to do like a video months afterwards saying, I do not endorse the behavior of young Bob. It's a complete disgrace what he's doing. So I've caused a lot of infighting within the Muslim community, and I feel like that is my sort of footprint going into 25.
You were 17 here. Like, this is the part that I like, for me in my head, I'm like, I'm watching a 17-year-old getting attacked by grown men because their feelings got hurt. That's the part that just bothers me beyond belief. And then the UK police, in a country that's your country, they should be protecting you. You're the one that gets in trouble.
Yeah, it's like that occasion where Hashim again after so there've been several occasions where I tried to share him these message logs. And on one occasion, I show him the message logs of what he was saying. He stole my friend's phone who was showing it. I tried to retrieve said phone, and they get me on the floor. 2 Muslim lads kick me like 3 times in the head. Thank God they're so weak, and that didn't actually severely affect me. However, when it came to the police and reporting it, firstly, I spent hours at a station with some bumbling moron who barely spoke any English. And then when it came to actually trying to charge them, they said that because they were all covered up and they couldn't show their face, even though on the day that they arrested them, they wore the same clothing recorded within the video, they said that they couldn't press any charges.
Wild stuff, wild stuff. All right, let's see what we got going on here.
I want to say one thing too. I think what you did is really good. I think you need to have accountability. If someone is doing crimes, then they need to be held accountable. And I think that is something that's why someone like Behind the Veils is doing this. And I think he shouldn't be ashamed of that. What you did is you said, look, you need to be accountable for what you did, and you're hiding this abuse that's going on, and it's wrong. Like, I remember last year we did this same kind of stream, and there was like this Ponzi scheme where like these Muslims were being exploited by like this kind of wealth, creating a Muslim community or whatever. And the guy basically was embezzling. Huh?
The Epic City thing?
Yeah, they were embezzling all the money.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
this
needs to be called out. You're stealing money. You need to be held accountable. You're hurting other people's lives. And what you were doing, young Bob, is you were standing up for these particularly these women who are being abused. And that needs to be stood up for. It doesn't matter. This isn't even about religion. It's about what's right and what's wrong. And it's wrong to abuse and do domestic abuse. And that should be called out, especially if you're supposed to be this paragon and this saint of truth and goodness, and you're preaching the truth of God and you're behaving like a monster. I don't know. Maybe you should choose a different type of occupation.
Hey, that was cool, Issa, because I thought Issa was going to be like, well, you went on his prayer mat, you deserve to get beat up.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. This environment's going to be very awkward for the next few minutes. Oh boy.
And really, what one of the important takeaways there is, I mean, so you're in a video calling these guys out, and Salman uses the clip, and what do they say? Oh, look, he's working with this Islamophobe. The goal of a lot of these Dawah guys is always to discredit the source of information rather than actually respond to it. It's just, if we discredit you and we say, oh, that's what they did with Sister Aisha at the beginning. It's, oh, she tried to contact David Wood and Abdullah Samir about all this stuff. And therefore, she's just an evil enemy of Islam. And that's why no one should trust anything she said. When in reality, she went around for a long time trying to various sheikhs and so on. Everyone was terrified of Muhammad Hijab. So she's basically, I need to get this information out there because it involves what these guys are doing, how they're treating women. So I absolutely have to get this out there. All the Muslims are terrified of crossing Muhammad Hijab. So I'll go to people who aren't scared of Muhammad Hijab, and that just happens to be non-Muslims. That's why she did it. This information has to get out there, and yet we'll discredit her. She contacted David Wood. Therefore, we don't need to listen to anything she says. And it's just, I don't know. The truth doesn't need these slimy.
I do that,
tactics.
by the way. I realized that when Muslims, because like the first year of Speaker's Corner, I spent trying to engage in a legitimate discussion, because I actually thought, because I was 15 when I started at Speaker's Corner, I thought that some of these people that were debating Islam might actually be serious and they're actually wanting to engage willingly in a discussion between someone that actually knows what they're speaking about. So I'll honor that sort of understanding and underpin everything I do with the fact that these are honorable, God-given debaters. And as soon as I found out that isn't the case, I just went around, and one of the loveliest things I liked about 25 was just me dissing Paul Williams and anyone who was a Muslim at Speaker's Corner. If they ever used the fact that I was the one talking about their abuse, I would say, look, you talk about liberalism and Christianity and how they're incredibly weak, but right beside you is a gay, fruity Muslim, and you take advice and you let him lean within the discussion. So at the moment, you're implicit in transmitting gay Muslimness. And like every single time I said that, there would be some occasions like Smelter Jenner would literally pull Paul Williams aside and say he had to delete all the blogs that says that he's a homosexual. He would say that you can't even be near us in terms of filming if Young Bob's near you. So it's absolutely brilliant. We have to play them at their same sort of card games, because it just means that they are further even more destroyed, both on an intellectual level, but on a circus level as well, because these people are clowns.
I have to say, a few years ago, Paul Williams being gay might have been a huge issue, but given what we've heard about these Dawah guys and the Warner thing, we'll take it up the butt to join the Illuminati and all this stuff. It's like Paul might be the most moral one among them for all we know.
Because he's not paid to do it. You don't have to pay someone or gain some sort of benefit. He just does it publicly and completely ruins his reputation.
All right, let's check out this clip with Young Bob.
Bro, don't put your hands on him. Don't put your hands on him. Don't put your fucking hands on him. Don't put your hands on him, I said. You understand me? Don't put your hands on him. Don't put your fucking hands on him. Yeah, you fucking move. You fucking move. Don't you dare put your fucking hands on him. Hold on, you fucking motherfucker.
I would have had to bleep the entire scene if I.
What the fuck are you, buddy?
Oh my goodness! This is how things are going in the UK, man. All right.
It's just like what happens when you just import a bunch of people from the third world and people who hold to like the sort of Islamic nonsense, like the sort of IQ, the level of discussion at Speaker's Corner ever since in like the early 2000s, Islam came into Speaker's Corner, probably dropped about 20 points.
Wild stuff.
Relax. Thank you, Fred. Love you, Fred. What did he say? Get off your pussy.
I've noticed, young Bob, trouble seems to follow you everywhere you go, and I'm starting to think you're causing it somehow.
I'm staying on the mat, so I'll
No. I'm just not intimidated.
What are you doing smiling?
I like how I'm currently right now defaming the prayer mats and no one's saying anything. It demonstrates that Islam is cowardly. They started making fun of my homeless situation. They got the police to remove me for no reason. So in respect of what they did to me, I'm doing the same thing to them.
It was actually quite comfortable compared to the
what's wrong with the Muslim speakers at the corner? Yes, you abuse women, you extort your finances, you lie about charities. I think that's way worse than lying on a prayer mat.
And you said this before a lot of this other stuff came out, where Malik just exposed that this is standard, and these guys are taking Dawah donations and spending them on drugs and clubs and hotels for in their words, smash and hose and stuff like that. You were calling out right there for what they were doing. And
yeah,
this was
Islam
before.
is always seen to me as just sort of like, just as much as Muhammad like sold people cardinal nonsense, the way that people would like, if you're pushing Islam, there's purely some sort of ulterior motive of why you're doing it. So either financial or cardinal. And the thing is that across the board, if you have a career in just speaking to people, you're already bringing in like opportunists, because they understand that they can make a lot of money from not doing a lot of work in some cases. And especially with Islam, I mean, if you look at like Sheikh Uthman, for example, and how he gained prevalence, it was literally through copying and pasting verbally stuff that you would read on like Islamic pamphlets. And, you know, he was such a thought leader for doing that sort of thing. So if you're making money from doing essentially nothing, then of course you're going to have like degenerates coming in to swoop in, get that sort of career going.
Lily J, all the grifters. Yeah. Yeah, I have to say, if I were just a total atheist and so on, and I was like, man, if I was an atheist grifter manipulator, and I was like, you know what? I really need a huge community of people who will fall for anything and give me tons of money. Hey guys, wow, I just read the Quran. It's so powerful. All the scientific miracles.
Yeah, and AI can do it now. You don't have to rely on like social media knowledge. And this is the thing, like, I wanted to comment on this when we were talking about like the hijabi women versus the Christian women. It demonstrates the huge problem when it comes to, and you see Muslims talking about Dawah bros. A lot of the times Christians within our sort of community will derive their knowledge from other apologists. So their knowledge comes downstream of other people who are studying from other sources. Now with Islam, it's like a weak hadith narration. You have stupid people, and then downstream of the stupid people, you have the laity of Islam. So that is why, like, on a layman level, a Muslim is always going to perform significantly worse towards a layman Christian.
No, so it is a matter of principle. If you defer to the police, I will defer to, within my human rights, lying on a public highway that's publicly accessible. What am I? Tell me his body.
So would you like, can you like stop or whatever, you know?
So here's the thing. If you get two things. If you get Mansour and Hashim to admit that they publicly knew about them, Muhammad Hijab abusing his secret second wife, I will stop this and apologize.
Okay, we will stop to you. We don't want to come to you.
One second, Paul.
I asked a very particular.
We have a group, a crowd of men, a crowd of guys surrounding this one boy, like over a mat. Can we just think about the logic behind this for a second?
Supposedly it's a communal mat as well, like any Muslim can pray in it. So, because I was using the argument legally, because the police came up to me at some point. I said to them, look, you know, technically, legally speaking in the UK, because they do this to Christians, you can't obstruct the public highway. So I was saying, if you want to arrest me because they're like threatening to do whatever, you could just arrest them for, you know, obstructing the public highway. Because it's on the floor, I can do whatever I want with it.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, one thing I would add too that I think is interesting is there are plenty of people who lay on prayer mats. People use prayer mats as like kind of beds. Muslim people do that, like in different spaces. And it's the same thing like with burning the Quran. That's actually a proper way to dispose of the Quran, is to burn it. So it's so funny that people get so alienated when non-Muslims do these things. I'm like, they aren't exactly illegal things to do. You can do these things even within this kind of space. And I'm like, why are you so angry about what, like I don't know, I guess, what do you call it, 10 pound or 10 quid, prayer mat, that's there on the ground that all the people are using? Why are you so concerned about this?
Because that was a power move. That was a power move. They love taking over churches and, Hagia Sophia and the Temple Mount and everything else. And he's taking over our religious spot. But notice they could have, if they were smarter, they could have handled this totally differently. Like when he gets on the prayer mat, they could have said, yay, look, young Bob is getting on our prayer mat to learn Islamic prayers. Here, let us educate you on how to pray properly, and started like giving you a tutorial. That could have gone in a totally different direction.
Or you could have just left. If they all just left, it would have just been me in this empty area of Speaker's Corner, just laying comfortably on a prayer mat.
And someone would have said, hey, look at this poor kid out here.
But they actually view the prayer mat to be something sacred. Even it's like a woman, if she's out during her monthly, she's not even allowed to touch it. So a Muslim woman, imagine now a kafir man just laying down on the prayer mat. That's how they view the prayer mat. So yes, Muslim people can lay down and relax. Yes, the proper way to get rid of, let's say, a piece of a Quran that's like broken and ripped or distorted in any way, is to burn it, because you can't just crumble it up and throw it in the trash. That's more disrespectful. It's the who is doing it. And that's the issue. And that's what I'm just thinking there, like within like the Islamic mindset. It's like other Muslims, then they're watching that, let's say this video, they don't see, wait a minute, there's something really legitimately wrong with this. This is just a mat. And at this time, he was only 17 years old. And they're going at him over that.
Well, I mean, that's a senior citizen in Islam.
Yeah, but again, he's a male, not a female. There's a difference.
Yes, young Bob, you're probably,
you're
probably a grandfather already.
On my age, the Muslim community found it incredibly difficult, because I've seen, on the eyes of a Muslim at Speaker's Corner, I'm a weird person, right? Because I'm young, so so I'm young, so they can't use the argument that I'm too young to engage in a debate with them, because I'll just go to Aisha. However, if they engage with a debate with me, it means that if they have the opportunity to lose, they're losing to a 17-year-old, which Muhammad Hijab actually found out. Because I don't know why, God has just simply given me the great grace of, timing debates in the most perfect manner. Because I actually debated hijab the week before all of this second wife stuff came out.
I've got a couple clips. I got a couple clips of you.
Yeah, it was me debating with a 17-year-old, running away because he needed to go pray. Then immediately afterwards, having this nonsense about his second wife. So I don't know. God has graced me with perfect timing, mate. I really hope it happens again next year.
Yeah, I'm not bringing up age in any way to hey, you're young. No, it's like these people, they look like they're 40, 50, 60 years old. Like they don't think in their minds, like, hello, this is stupid.
Well, it's inbreeding, They look 50, but they're probably like 30.
Yeah, 14 centuries of first cousin marriage does things. MashaAllah. Okay.
Let's see here.
Well, one thing I think is, if you're going to be in a space of debate, you have to be willing to take the consequences of this position. It's like, I've heard this a lot. Like, I went on Imam Bomer's channel. You remember Imam Bomer? We haven't seen him in a while, right? But I went on his channel. Yes, I went on his channel once. So they consider this channel. And they're saying, like, we are very respectful to Christianity. Why are they attacking Islam? And then like right at the end, they said, this guy's like, I'm going to go onto my channel and talk about how bad, how the New Testament doesn't make sense. And I'm like, if you want to engage in polemics and you want to attack these texts, then you have to be willing to be open to being attacked. That's just the way that this is. If you believe in free speech and you want to feel that it's okay to attack, then you can't be a paper tiger or a glass cannon. You can't be willing to hit and not be hit, if that's what you want to do. And that's what I think is ridiculous in this type of situation. This is a debate space where they're insulting and mocking other people's religions, or mocking the Trinity, and they're saying how illogical it is. I'm like, you do realize that your own tradition can be considered mocked and ridiculed because people can say it makes no sense. You know, I went to go see like a Book of Mormon musical, and I was talking to someone about that, and they were like, "Wow, this is such a crazy story." And I'm like, you do realize the Islamic story has a lot of similar parallels if you take it literally. You have a person who went out to a secluded place, an angel came to them, they gave them this information, nobody else saw it. There's a lot of similarities in this narrative, and it's like people are like, "Oh, this narrative, it's so weird." And I'm like, it's weird because you don't see outside of your own echo chamber. You only see your narrative as being good and true, and you see other narratives as false and it don't make any sense. But you're not really willing to critically analyze your own faith, and I think that's super important. If you want to have really deep faith in something, you have to be able to critically analyze your.
Yeah, that is one of the serious issues. These guys love attacking and mocking and so on, and then the moment you start responding in kind to anything they believe, at Speaker's Corner, they start running the police. Police, help! Hey, cop, come rescue us from this 17-year-old who's challenging us with arguments and so on. But let's check this out.
It's like the people in the comment section are saying the tism wins at Speaker's Corner, man.
The tism wins. The tism. Yeah. The tism, guys. So all you young bucks out there who got the tism, that can come in handy apparently. Let's see.
So I think this is the most section for what section? What section? What section of the law? I never claimed to be nice. When did I ever claim to be nice?
It's not nice. I didn't say it was nice.
When did I ever claim to be nice? Yeah. That doesn't mean we're nice. I want to say it's mind dependent. It has no meaning.
So here we have you versus Muhammad Hijab.
By the way, I was in my McDonald's outfit, which I love, because like all the Christians around me were like, hijab has just come out of a debate, and I literally just show up after working. I had to church and then McDonald's, then finished McDonald's, then went back to the corner and found hijab, and had this like distinctive McDonald's smell. If anyone works in like McDonald's, they'll know your clothes are literally like, you can smell it. And which means all the Muslim colleagues, by the way, they saw that I was in my uniform debating with their like top boy, and they hated me for the rest of the time I was working there, which is brilliant.
He's making us hungry, and it's Ramadan.
Yeah. So it was about an hour's discussion, and I think this is a clip towards the end where he just keeps on repeating the same point over and over again to a point where I'm like, okay, we can either keep on repeating this, and it adds nothing in terms of the way that people want to see the way I have actually affected this argument, or I can repeat the same rebuttal and embed within that jokes about pedophilia, because we all know that he hates that.
Well, if he's talking to a fellow Muslim or someone who doesn't know anything, he loves that. He loves talking about that stuff. But yeah, not against a critic. But let's see where this goes.
whatsoever. It's non-cognitive. Humanity could mean pedophilia in the case of Muhammad Hijab, which it probably does.
All right, so just because you said that, you've lost privilege to talk to me.
Okay.
Now you can go back and honestly, don't disrespect, because I know you can do it to your dad, you can disrespect your mum at home, you can disrespect your dad, you can disrespect your Uncle Barry. Don't come and talk about pedophilia.
That's racist, by the way. He's assuming I've got Uncle Barry because I'm white.
Yeah, that's pretty racist. Pretty racist, Hijab, just because he's white.
Hold on, he's starting first. I haven't come to you with anything like that.
Why are you taking this paper tiger approach where you're like, you know, how dare you be disrespectful to me? I'm like, you're disrespectful to his religion.
Constantly.
You insult and mock his religion. That makes absolutely no sense. You mock and you say the Trinity makes no sense and the New Testament's, you know, corrupted. When you say this type of position, that is a polemic. You're saying, don't blaspheme my tradition, but I'm going to blaspheme your tradition.
There's a lot, because what he's doing right now is demeaning young Bob over here. This dude's Egyptian, so within like Middle Eastern Arab culture, what he's doing is like, you were not raised. Your parents didn't know what they were doing with you. So when he says, okay, you do that, you don't disrespect me, you can disrespect your mother, you can disrespect your father, you disrespect all these people within there that you're called to go and honor. He's saying that they didn't know how to raise you. This is what Muhammad Hijab is doing right now. He's demeaning him in that way. That's what's happening.
The first thing he said was, the first thing he said in the discussion was because he was just finished with another one, and I was like really eager because as soon as I saw him, because Mansour was actually the one I didn't know he was at the park. Mansour, I said to Mansour, "Do you want to have a discussion?" He's like, "No, go speak to him. He's way smarter. You won't win." And I said, "All right, who's that?" And it was Hijab because he rarely ever goes to the park now. I said, "Mansour, you'll later regret this, but thank you so much." And the first thing he said to me is like, "Why should I speak to you, you boy?" And I was like, "Well, because you're a Muslim debater." And I was like trying to sound a bit more arrogant because he didn't really know who I was. And all the Muslims, by the way, around him was like, Dave, Hijab, don't speak to him. He's a boy. He's a teenager. So I think he was, getting all the puzzle pieces together and finally discovering that it's probably going to look bad on him. And he's never actually been to the park since. That is the last debate he had at Speaker's Corner.
Ouch. Hey, if they ever say, "Why are you talking to him?" Say, "Hey, Surah 16, verse 125 says, invite all to the way of Islam." So I'm part of all.
I haven't disrespected you like
Wait,
that.
no, the first
Hold
thing you
on.
said is
I
that you're not
haven't
worth
dis-
my
I
time.
haven't-
The first thing you said on camera is, I am not worth your time.
Sure.
I am not worth your time.
That's not calling you a pedophile, is it?
That's saying I'm
All right,
worthless.
So now that you are
Why would that be an insult, Muhammad Hijab?
worthless in my eyes,
Oh, yeah,
and you're going to see my back, know that I've asked him 5-6 times about the love thing. He couldn't answer it once.
Yeah.
Go back to your daddy. Maybe he can teach you a couple manners. Go back to your mum. Maybe she'll give you a little spank. Yeah, and maybe he'll get
Because my
excited
dad's
about
age
that,
and my mum's
and that's
age are
it.
equal. It's
Yeah,
not like
it doesn't
that.
matter. But anyway, we'll see it. You can't answer the question. Christians can't answer the question. The only argument they've got is paedophilia.
No, I
That's
gave
all
her an
they argue.
argument.
All right,
but
cool. You can't answer the
I
question.
gave her an argument.
Done now.
I
Go
gave
back
her
to
an
your
argument.
school. Go back to your school.
Well, go back to your
whatever.
masjid because you
All right,
can't
cool.
defend
See you
Allah.
later.
You
Goodbye.
can't defend
Goodbye.
him. You cannot. Okay, notice how the agreed discussion.
You have not
The agreed.
Wow.
You want to say it's mind dependent?
He scared him off.
Yeah,
He
showed
scared
it.
him off.
And even said, he said, "I'll show him my back." And I was like, "Gosh, don't tell that to the Warner."
Has no meaning whatsoever. It's non-cognitive. Humanity could mean pedophilia in the case of Muhammad Hijab.
Wait, is this the same clip?
Yeah.
Let's
This
see.
is the thing.
Okay, I guess I tossed it twice because I put them all together, and then Hijab. All right, now you have Ali Dawah, and it's funny. He goes, "Oh, they only have one argument. They only have one argument." Well, the Dawah guys only have one argument. They go like this. They go, "Yo, it's triangle ain't be a square, right? The two different things that don't go together."
Ali Dawah. You know what? I love out of the pair because I always think that Ali Dawah and Muhammad Hijab are brothers from another mother, most certainly. And Ali Dawah, at least he's comical. Like, at least he's like a good person to be around. He's good company to keep because he's quite funny. If you've watched my debates with Ali Dawah, he spends half his time just insulting me. He calls me young buck and all these other things, but he says it in such a way that I can enjoy. It's comedic for me. Out of the pair, I like Ali Dawah, but however, he's very pictorial. Like, he will give you these shapes and expect you to, and whenever you articulate why he's giving you things and how it actually plays in your favor, he just repeats the same analogy over and over again. I really think we should teach him sign language, and maybe that's a more of an effective way of communicating with him. Bless his soul.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Ali Dawah, schooling young bub.
You're a little boy, man.
Okay, so according to Sharia, where's the age of where I can debate and discuss with people?
You're a boy.
Okay, so you won't discuss with boys?
You're a boy.
Because you're a boy.
You're a boy, mate.
You're a fellow boy.
You're a boy.
You're a fellow Boy Scout.
You're a boy.
Listen, you're a fellow Boy Scout. So let's both do the.
You're a chihuahua.
Pardon?
You're a chihuahua.
Yeah, what's less than a chihuahua? An ant.
Chihuahua. Alhamdulillah. Well, let's
Yeah, I love Ali Dawah.
I wonder how long he's going to do this.
I can't take him seriously.
Can't even, but I know we're friends. I know we're friends now, but come on, there's no need to get that close. Why not?
Never ever.
Where have you seen me, which has made to such a conclusion?
I'll show you, but I don't want to see you.
Well, I wanted to have a discussion on why you believe in a fictitious God that doesn't exist.
Oh, the Trinitarian talking to me about fictitious God.
Yes.
Oh, that's rich coming from
Okay,
me.
if it's rich coming from me, let's get.
I would never come out my house.
Okay, exactly.
You know that if I
So I'm a
believe
very
in
brave
Trinity,
Trinitarian,
no, you're a
therefore you
deluded
should
man.
discuss with me.
You're a little boy.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
You're burning him up. Everything he says, man.
I love
where
that
have
we've
you-
got such a good relationship.
Yeah, I know.
I'll bounce off so much with it because the thing is, like I said, I'm a peculiar case for the Muslims because most of the time they just expect Christians to be like really suppressed and not as comedic as they are because it's very unintentional in their case. So for me, I just bounce off. Whatever they say, I'll say it back to them, and probably worse as well because I don't really care. Because unlike Muhammad Hijab, I'm not scared of being sued or having to go to a court case. So I'll say it to his face, like he is He is a pedophile. They are covering up domestic abuse. Paul Williams is gay. Ali Dawah is most likely covering up a charity scam, disavowing companies in order to not pay tax. Like all these people, they're grifting scumbags. However, they are quite funny to deal with. I'm assuming if I was a director, I would cast them in a sitcom film. However, unfortunately, these are real people that are backed by the Muslim community, and the Muslim community has been dropped by 15 points. You know what I had to in my college when I was in education? People would watch these videos and they would see what these people are saying and actually ask me the question again because they didn't understand my response and thought Ali Dawah was so smart. They just instantly assumed that whatever they said would override my response in what the argument actually was. So like, I'm just fed up with these Muslims. I largely disengage with them. And this is why I attack Islam on a political level, because we can go on about these arguments and I can pretty well articulate them. However, the best thing for these people, I'll just argue why they should be deported. And it's not the funniest response ever because there's never been tackled this argument before in their life. And whenever I say it to them, they act like in disgust and they run away. And that's what I'm going to focus more on, because I actually have a planned debate with I forget his name, he's Abdul something, on the 16th of whether Islam is compatible with the West. And I actually want to get engaged in more
January
structured
16th?
time debates. Yeah.
January 16th. All right. We'll keep our eyes out for that. Got a few more seconds of you and Ali Dawah here. Ali Dawah destroying your theology.
Discuss with me.
You're a little boy.
Okay.
Yeah, please, man.
Okay, where have you seen me? What's the content that you've sourced that have come to the conclusion
I
of?
just don't want to talk to you.
So you just randomly looked at this individual and said, look, this person...
Have you played bingo?
Pardon?
Bingo.
Yeah?
Yeah, I used to play bingo before I was a Muslim.
Yeah?
You randomly pick numbers.
You're not allowed... Is bingo haram?
Yeah, before Islam I used to play it.
Bingo is haram.
Before Islam I used to play it. Before Islam.
Christian ladies don't play bingo. Okay, listen.
Is it haram in Christianity as well?
No, not really.
So yeah, so basically I randomly picked you.
Yeah.
So it means I can't talk to you.
So it's a sign of a bad debater, though.
Yeah, I know.
I have to say, I don't think the reason for not debating you is that you're young, because we see all kinds of Dawah guys and them talking to like 9-year-old kids in the street and stuff like that. I think the real rule is you know about Islam, and so the Dawah script isn't going to work on you, and so you're off limits, because that's what we keep seeing over and over again.
Yeah, it's largely like if you've already seen the Dawah pamphlets, there's no hope for you. And this is the thing. Religious content in Speaker's Corner on the Muslim side is just a grift. If they can't get content out of you, they won't talk to you at all. They won't engage with you. And this is why, like, we should really discuss with these Muslims, like, why are they even in this country to begin with? They're not actually contributing anything to our society. The Muslim cameramen...
You can't say that about all Muslims, man. What the heck?
Not all Muslims. I'm saying
okay,
the ones at
just to
Speaker's Corner. I'm saying that,
guys.
The police vans there should be used, dragged, and deport these people, because they're clearly they're not a net positive to our economy. Because they just... Like with Ali Dawah, for example, he's a beautiful example. If you look at his name on Companies House, which is the regulatory body for forming companies, he is decorporated about 11 different companies, and he's done that allegedly to not pay tax. And this is what you see with a lot of content creators. They'll incorporate a company, their statements are due probably next year in September, and then in between that time, they'll earn as much money as they can. Recently, it was Salah Plus. And then dissolve the company so that you don't have to hand over the statements in terms of how much you actually owe and how much you've actually made. So, Islam and Speaker's Corner, it's become a grift. My suspicion with 2026 is that you'll see more scandals coming out because you'll have all of the old timers leaving. Then you'll have all the new people, because there are Muslims who do want to debate. There are good Muslims out there. So those good Muslims will come into the scene where secretly they'll be taken to clubs, they'll be offered strippers, they'll be offered drugs. And because they have a degree of religious piety, they'll probably publish it all or not work with each other at all. So we're going to see a young Bob equivalent within Islam doing a video of why Hashim has secretly offered him a pound of cocaine. And it'll be glorious. It'll be glorious.
Yeah, more scandals are coming because with Muhammad Hijab and then with Malik leaking all kinds of stuff. Now the cat's kind of coming out of the bag what's going on. And as these guys get more frustrated and when they disagree with each other more and more, they want to expose each other. And we've already seen that there's a lot to expose. And then, of course, Sister Aisha, she sort of, I mean, she paved the way. I mean, it was her versus all these Dawah guys, some of them with, you know, million plus subscribers and stuff. And
AI accounts that definitely weren't the same people as well. Just remember.
Yeah, and everyone trying to destroy her life and talk all kinds of trash about her and stuff. And what did she do? She's like, I'm not backing down. I'm not backing down. Like one woman stood against everyone and won. And, you know, hats off to Salman and so on, jumping in there to help her out and so on. Thaddeus too. Thaddeus is the one who set up some discussions that we've had. Matter of fact, let me bring Thaddeus on. He just jumped in. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, she finally got some help along the way. But at the end of the day, that was her. That was her saying, "I'm not backing down from these guys, even if they destroy me. I'm not backing down." That's their weakness. That's their weakness. I mean, think about it. If you have all these guys, and they all have dirt on each other, and it's all so that if anyone ever exposes us, we can crush and destroy that person. Well, everyone's in a state of fear. No one ever wants to come forward. The kryptonite for that is just someone who goes, do whatever you want. I'm not backing down. And they've got nothing. They've got nothing after that.
Jeffrey Epstein, you get compromising material of people, which means that you're stuck on this sort of blackmail. And it's the worst thing at all. Like all these Muslims, they probably all have videos of each other doing drugs, sleeping with women, probably all together. I can imagine like a scene between Paul Williams and Mansour that I do not want in my mind currently. However,
his name is pronounced Mansour. Mansour, just so you know.
Yes. He actually works in a child's hospital, which is the worst thing at all. Because the Muslims started doxing me. So this was before I went public with my name, right? Which means that if I have not given out information publicly, it must mean that I'm keeping it for a particular reason. So I gave an ultimatum. I said, listen, you either put down the information you have on me and stop attacking me personally, or I'll start doing the same thing to you. And I was just going on these people's LinkedIn accounts, and there are clips of me going up to Mansour. It's like, look, you've said Aisha is quote unquote the young bride of Muhammad, and you work with children on the NHS as a doctor. Would like they prescribe to you child marriage? Like, is this an acceptable thing? And he started screaming. I've never seen Mansour like this. He went psychotic. He started screaming at each different camera, like going left and right, shouting how no one should ever engage with me. And he went crazy.
He went crazy when you acted like they do for 5 seconds.
He zooted out.
I mean, one thing I think is interesting to hear about what young Bob is sharing is, and I think it is a problematic element. Like if you're coming into a different space, this is how I am. If I'm going into someone's house, I'm going to respect the rules of the house. I'm not going to impose what I think needs to be in the house. Like I'm not going to say, well, you know, this is my house now. No, I'm a guest. And I feel like if I'm a refugee from a different kind of country or I immigrated, I think it's very bad. Like my father was an immigrant to the United States and he really loved America. You know, he passed away, but he was very, he really respected the United States. It was a very important thing for him when he became a citizen. And it's like, it's just really, it's horrific. I was thinking, because I saw a video of yours, Dr. Wood, with Anjem Choudhury, who is a barrister, I guess, in the UK. And I listened to some of the stuff he said. He's like, I can take advantage of this system. And I'm like, what kind of human being are you? You're going into another person's place, another person's home, and then you're exploiting things. Like, I don't know. That to me, it's just vile. That's not how that's not like a person of a religion, but that's not how a human being acts. And that just, I don't know, that kind of bothers me deep.
Yeah, I largely agree. Like the way that Muslims talk about in the United Kingdom, how they can exploit the algorithm. So, for example, the way that most British people converted to Islam is during COVID. And it was because Muslims go on the table and noticed that there would be a large group of men and women who are disenfranchised, who were closed off from society, that had poor physical and mental health, and they knew that they could exploit the algorithm to pushing this new religion, this new way of living onto younger people in order to join their religious, in a way that the modern Sunni Muslims in the United Kingdom, in my eyes, is formed like a cult, because it's literally a cult of personality around the sort of Muslim debaters, where they dogmatically pronounce their own positions and beliefs and impose it onto other people. And that is the de facto position, which it is interesting when it comes to fiqh and whatnot, because what you typically find is then you end up with a bunch of heretical liberal Muslims, like you are now seeing with the Muslima women who just like immediately reject Dawah bros. However, in the UK, it's completely messed up. I feel like you're going to see a huge apostasy within Muslims within the United Kingdom, because they'll suddenly come to grasp with what their religion actually teaches. And that's partially thanks to Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawah, because they're actually teaching, to a degree, with a bit of honesty, what Islam teaches. You saw this phenomenon when he went on the podcast and said that you can lie to your first wife about having another.
Yep, and more and more information came out after that. Hey, Thaddeus, what's up?
Hey. Heard you were talking about Aisha, so I thought I'd jump on.
Oh, yeah. And again, hats off to Thaddeus. He prepared most of the clips that we're checking out right now. And so I would have just mentioned, I would have found like a couple of the clips. I would not have found all these. I would not have found all these clips and so on. But speaking of Sister Aisha, in case no one knows what we're talking about here, let's go way back to one of the many scandals this year. One of the many scandals. This is from the original, right? This is when it finally broke.
Yeah, so there's a lot to the story, but just for purposes of making a clip, I just used the initial story for the clip. Otherwise, it would have been just too brief to have any context of everything going on there. But before we play the clip, I did want to say that I agree completely with what you guys were saying, that Aisha is largely responsible for what we're seeing in the Dawah scene right now, where you're seeing a bunch of women on TikTok in particular standing up against the Dawah guys. You're seeing.
We might be checking that out too.
Yep. But I think it is Aisha, and I think, well, and Salman, obviously, right? Obviously, he's responsible as well. And I think that both of them probably felt like, things didn't go the way they wanted. They didn't get the kind of response from the Muslim community they wanted, but they're keeping at it, right? They're keeping at it. And I think it is going to pay off in the end, because in the end, we say a lot of harsh things about Islam, but in the end, Muslims are human beings and they do have the same human instincts as us. And while the Dawah guys might be able to suppress those, the average Muslim, if they find out about these things, will be offended by what's going on in the community.
Yeah, but quit saying "in the end" after we've watched that clip about the Warner. You guys got to be careful in your language.
Yeah, you haven't even watched the Zoot clip. I mean, everything's turned into the Warner and says,
"Oh yeah, oh gosh."
Yeah, well, 2025 has marked the sexualization of the Muslim Dawah community. I'm heavily convinced.
Yeah, it's they got problems here. Hey, Thaddeus, I see Mary in the green room, but there's no video. Is she audio only, or
she might be audio only? She's probably audio only today.
Didn't she say she could only jump in for a couple of minutes?
Yeah, she just wanted to say hi. She's not going to stay long. So
then hang on, before we jump into this clip, let's get Mary on here. And hey, Mary. She's muted herself.
There I am. I am unmuted myself now. It's not good to be accidentally unmuted, so I mute by default. Hello, everyone. I am not at home, so since I am far away from all of my get up and was not planning on streaming and makeup at all, I didn't bring anything. I didn't even bring a hijab, so I am the non-AI Mary. This is the real Mary, not the AI Mary. Dipping sauce. But I was going to jump on for a few minutes before I pass out. It has been quite a year, hasn't it? And I have also been very interested in the saga of women discovering what Islam actually says about women, because Men have been going around lying to women, especially Muslim women in the West. It's astonishing what they say to them. That's just wildly untrue. And even Muslim women in the East have a very different idea than what women from Muslim backgrounds who come to the West are told. You know, why is it that you have to wear a hijab? Well, you don't have to. It's a choice, but it's for Allah. Whatever. What does the Quran say? Why do you have to wear it? So that you aren't abused by Muslim men. If you don't wear a hijab, then it shows that you're not a Muslima, which means that you are a target for Muslim male abuse. That's the reason. That's it.
So, Mary,
And women are just beginning to figure that out.
so Mary, what are your if you had to pick top highlights of 2025? What are you thinking?
Islamic dilemma has definitely been huge. It really has. And Zoot has been hilariously huge because, yeah, it's funny, but the fact is that a lot of these ahadith about al-Zoot are sahih. So what does that mean? What do you have to do as a Muslim to keep your faith, which is built on the Isnad, because even the Quran is verified by the Isnad. So what do you do with al-Zoot? You have to do something with it.
Well, you did miss the fact that the hadith are can't stand up to academic scrutiny, and so now we could just throw out anything. In fact, that was Shabir Ali's. I don't think we put enough emphasis on Shabir Ali's response, because Shabir Ali's response to the Yasser Qadi clip was, hey, lots of Muslims are complaining about what he said about the hadith, but guess what? It's actually great. If we treat the hadith as just unreliable, we don't have to defend all this horrible stuff in the hadith anymore, and we can just stick with the Quran. And it's like,
well, why don't we just run the Zoot dilemma? You know, either hadith science is sound and the Zoot follows, or hadith science is not sound and Sunni Islam just falls and crumbles apart.
Yeah, no, that's I've pointed that out with the issue of Aisha, because you do have Muslims who say no, it's all made up, and it's like we have over 200 sources mentioning the age of Aisha, and it's all made up, and it's okay if it's all over all your hadith collections and meets all the requirements for the most reliable hadiths, then if those are all wrong, we just can't trust your methodology. And that's actually their perspective. Yeah, the sources are so unreliable that you just can't trust this stuff. You can use some historical methods to get to some kernels of truth, but you just can't trust that stuff. And it's like, so okay, that's a kind of dilemma. We should put it out there that way. So either Muhammad did this, or your sources are so unreliable that, yeah, we can't say he did that with Aisha because we have no idea what he did.
Yeah, listen, if 2026 is not the Zoot dilemma, yeah, I'm incredibly disappointed.
The Aisha dilemma, Zoot dilemma.
Yeah.
And Yasser Qadi, he was just saying something that's very obvious.
Mm-hmm.
No Western scholar takes the Isnad approach seriously. No one thinks that the way you find out whether or not something is reliable is to go by a chain that someone testifies as things coming from. There's all kinds of evidence that that certain ones have been polished. There's no one else in the world considers this a verification method. This is something that Islam essentially made up in imitation of something that exists in Judaism. There's no reason to believe that exists. And it's so funny that people are like, what? Yasser Qadi is saying that scholarship doesn't take this seriously? It's like saying that the sky is blue, just like the holes in the narrative. It was another sky is blue.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the foundation is rocked. Yasser Qadi's belief is, oh, well, no one else takes it seriously. We're the only people in the world that thinks that this is reliable, but we just take it on faith that it is. And I think that just hearing that shocked people into realizing, wait, our methods are so dumb, no one else thinks that they count for anything. And it is. Islam has the dumbest methods. They have the dumbest Voltron god in Sunniism that has ever been conceived of. Like what Sunniism settled on is ridiculous. And so many people are just reacting with shock as they discover how dumb what is underneath everything. They just never thought about it.
You're saying all this in front of Issa here. You're like
Sorry,
crush,
Issa.
you're
Well,
crushing.
Issa agrees with me. He's not
Sitting
a
here,
Sunni.
sitting here, crushing his soul, calling into question Islam's most trusted sources. But what's interesting about Yasser Qadi is who is he talking to in that interview? He was talking to academics, and so he couldn't just give the standard Dawah spiel, and he knew that. He knew that, and that's actually what gave rise to the original holes in the narrative interview. He's got the stuff that he says when he's talking to students of knowledge at a scholarly level. It's completely different, and Muhammad Hijab brings him on to clarify things. But guess what? Now everyone's watching. Like the students of knowledge and the scholars and so on that he taught, they're paying attention to what he's saying now, and the popular level Muslims are all paying attention. That's why we can't talk about this here. We can't talk about this here. Worlds are colliding right now, and I speak one way when I'm speaking to academics, and I speak in a completely different way when I'm talking to popular level Muslims, and those are supposed to never meet. Those two ways of thinking are never supposed to meet. But it was the same thing when he's talking to academics. He can't say, yes, hadith methodology is a great, powerful historical method, which is what he would have said if he was talking to popular level Muslims. But he's talking to academics. He can't say that. He'd be embarrassed. So it's like if you can get him with scholars around him, it kind of forces him to say the truth about an issue. And he doesn't like it. He doesn't like that becoming popular. He loses his mind. But he seems to want the respect of academics. He desperately wants the respect of academics. And so if academics are around, all of a sudden he won't be saying the stuff that he says in the mosque. And it's just like, what, dude, his version of Islam apparently requires that double life for someone who wants to have one foot in the academic world and one foot in like Dawah and so on. But yeah, that's life.
I just want to know
just a little
the response
context.
from.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Which one?
I guess I'll go. Just a little context on the Yasser Qadi interview. Mary and I actually reviewed the whole thing. The hadith is right. Everyone, that's what went viral or whenever. But it's just actually a tiny portion. The interview is actually on his new book on Salafism. And basically his point, it's a history of Salafism, but so he's promoting the book, but his overall arching point is that there are many different Islamic theologies. People have constantly disagreed throughout the history of Islam. And what he's actually promoting is something akin to postmodernism, where you define your own truth. That's why I put in those clips after the hadith clips, because those kind of conveyed what his main point throughout the thing is that we get to decide what's true. So on the hadith, he says, academics say this methodology is better, but we can decide that using another methodology. We can do whatever we want, is kind of his actual point there. He likes to put his foot in his mouth, so he says it incredibly stupidly. It allows for us to make some great clips, but that's his actual point, is that, and that's why he's like saying, I don't care about these debates. And what he's talking about are like central theological debates in Islam. They're not necessarily super important to us, but what he's talking about are things that Muslims will go to war with one another over. And he's saying all these things, they don't really matter. And then at the end, he says, you got like doctrines of Tawheed and you got doctrines of Shirk, but those are not really what's important. All our kids are becoming atheists. So if you just say you believe in Allah and you say that Muhammad, your example, that's good enough for me, you're a Muslim. And that was his overall point there, is that there really isn't anything such as truth.
Powerful.
Well,
Powerful
what's
stuff.
even funnier, what's super funny about this is that there was actually, during the time of the second fitna, there was a group, and I'm really tired, so that name in Arabic is escaping me, but their theological stance is identical to his, saying that why are we killing ourselves over fundamental questions about what is Allah, fundamental questions about where authority, religious and secular authority arises, fundamental questions about salvation and other things. Why are we fighting over these things? Isn't enough just to say that you're a Muslim and then Allah will sort it out at the end if somebody's not really? We should just consider everyone a Muslim who claims to be a Muslim and not condemn any position that anyone takes, and that's what we should do. But this group was called was labeled as heretics by everyone else way back during the time of the second fitna, and was hunted to extinction. So Yasser Qadi is taking a position that has already been suppressed and crushed and declared heretical. And he's like, no, 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 no. This is the only way we can be saved, is to pull up this old position with whose members were all originally all slaughtered. So there we go. Winning strategy there. Winning strategy.
All right, Mary. I know you you are tired and stuff, but do you want to share any predictions you got for next year before you head out?
It's going to get worse next year. I think some of the other dilemmas people are catching up on. They're becoming like regular people. All the 1,800 people who are watching right now, you guys are getting really well educated about the issues central to Islam and about all the contradictions and about all the dilemmas, and not just the Islamic dilemma, but there's so many issues in Islam that and anytime any Islamic topic comes up, Islam comes up in anything. I'm starting to see comments everywhere on X, on news articles, everything else, bringing up issues central to Islam that destroy Islam from the ground up. And as regular people become way more who, you're not spending your lives poring over everything, but you're spreading this knowledge across. People are becoming resistant to the kinds of lies that the Dawagandists spread to try to convert people in the first place. And you're also being able to educate common people who think, you're raised to think, oh, all religions just want peace, and they're all just like some other version of Christianity in slightly different clothes. But people are learning that Islam is something fundamentally different and what it is. And I think that that's incredibly powerful. I think that the people in the audience right now have so much ability to destroy Islam, and I believe that this will happen even more next year. So more power to all of you. This is awesome.
Do you mind if I make a response to one of the things that were said?
Yeah, go ahead. Destroy her.
Just before, I think I'm going to have to head out now.
Oh, hang on. 1 second. Young Bob says he has to head out now.
Yes, because it's 3:30 in the morning, and I'm going to like die and drain myself.
Get some sleep, man. Get some sleep.
Yeah, so if you haven't done so already, I'm going to self-plug myself. Please go on the Young Bob YouTube channel and subscribe. I'm planning a lot more Christian-related projects. I'm actually nicking from Ali Dawah and doing weekly live-streamed stands right next to where Ali Dawah is his Dawah at Leicester Square. So that should be quite fun.
Yep.
Outside of that, I'm also still doing campus-related activism under different organizations, that sort of thing. So if you like doing stands at universities, if you like people doing stands for Christianity, and if you like confrontation, I'm your man. But besides from that, I hope everyone had a blessed nativity and a happy new year. May the Lord Jesus Christ bless us all, and peace.
All right. Thanks, brother. And yeah, everyone check out Young Bob on YouTube and on X. He posts updates and videos. And if you're out in the UK and you wanna roll with Young Bob, you can find him. All right, now Issa said he wanted to crush and destroy everything Mary just said.
It's actually really interesting because my field actually within Islamic studies is through an academic lens as well. So I did the ivory tower stuff, going on the PhD route. So like I took a lot of classes and Islamic studies and stuff like that. It's interesting too. And I took like classes in Christianity and Buddhism and stuff like that. But what was interesting is this perspective of the element of postmodernism. I actually do think that that's a really accurate statement. The thing that I learned in the whole program is that for a Muslim, like what it means to be a Muslim is whoever self-identifies. That's it. There's really no litmus test to prove who a real Muslim is. Like, what do you do? How do you prove that case? You can't, because there's so many different kinds of varying narratives that exist. And different ways of how you interpret these elements. So that was pretty much the ultimate element that we came in academia, is literally that point, is that a Muslim is a person who self-identifies. And these are like PhDs in, Islamic studies and people who practice Islam who are saying this. So it's like, yeah, Yasser Qadhi is not off. That is kind of the academic approach. And I think another really important point too is we have to look at Dr. Joshua Little's work. on a hadith. And I think there's another scholar named Zubair something or other. But like when you look at their work, particularly Dr. Joshua Little, it's like you see anachronisms, where you see like people. You can fabricate. It's not hard to do that. You can just say, okay, this guy said to this guy that said to this guy, and then you could say, okay, here's this pedigree. There's actually an interesting movie. I think was it Seventh Samurai? It's a Kurosawa film, but in the movie, this guy is like a farmer, and he pretends that he's this ancient samurai. He has this lineage of samurai, so he has a fabricated lineage that he creates. It says it's his lineage to showing that he's a real samurai.
Smart.
And I think that this is important. I think this is an important question. How do we prove that the isnad is true? In modern sciences, in academic sciences, this isn't going to be something that falls through. And I've noticed for certain like Muslim apologists, what they'll do is they'll say, well, look, there's a P source, there's a Q source. Bereshit or Genesis has two creation narratives. Look how crazy this is, right? And look, there's the priestly source, and all of these things are false. And I'm like, but are you going to use Orientalists and academic scholars who don't agree with you? For example, has Arabic always existed as a language, or has it developed over time? Like I've been in spaces where Muslims believe that Arabic has always existed. They don't even know that there's a Proto-Arabic, and Arabic is actually a pretty recent language. Like these people don't know this, and they believe that Arabic has always existed, and they think the identity of being Arab has always existed. I'm like, that's something that's developed. Like when you study history and stuff, all of these things have developed. These cultures have developed, and we can show through original source materials that this is the case. And I think that this is very scary and problematic to people. And it's like they don't want to look at the scholars who critique, like Cook or Crone, right? These are scholars who are not necessarily favorable to Islam. They won't really read these scholars, but when you're in academic spaces, you do read this. So I think that there's a lot of points that I think are really valid that need to be engaged.
All right, Mary, final thoughts before you head out? You want to destroy what he just said or agree with him?
I mean, whenever you have people working in religious spaces, they'll just let everyone self-identify as anything. That's a default stance. But when you're not in a postmodernist framework, when you're in a rational framework, words have to have meaning and they have to have definition. And the definition can't just be, if I want to identify as an Aboriginal Australian, you need to be able to tell me, no, you're not, and you don't qualify because of these things. So words actually do have meanings. And whenever they Jesus was a Muslim or whoever, well then because Muslim means this, then I can say, well, fine, I'm a Muslim because I submit to God much more than you guys do, because I have a realistic view of who Muhammad really was. So I'm the true Muslim and you're not. But if you're using Muslim as an identifier for a group, that has to have a definition. And these are things that the vast majority of people who have had this identity have strongly believed does have a real and meaningful definition. And while you can choose to find your own peace within to try to stay true to your ethnic history, upbringing, whatever, and construct whatever personal belief system you want. But that doesn't mean that in the real world, where people really interact with each other, that will end up being something that other people who hold to a more traditional set of identifiers will accept as true of you. And especially when you look at Islam, vast amounts of blood have been shed over this. And for a modern person to come in and say, no, you're all wrong. These people that you were killing because they're not Muslim, they were just as Muslim as you. And they who were trying to kill you, you're all just equally Muslim. Like, as a meaningful definition, that kind of thing doesn't actually work, because you're just taking the meaning out of everything to to be able to allow it to be whatever you want it to be. And Isa, I like you. I just really wish you'd come to Christ, like truly come to Christ. And to do that, you'll have to turn your back on Muhammad and who he really was. So, love you, bro.
No.
Want to see you in the new year as a
Isa
Christian.
believes he can believe everything.
I know he does, and he can't. He can't. And it's really unfortunate because I really like you, dude.
Everyone likes
And,
Isa except for
you know,
Muslims.
like my ancestors were practicing human sacrifice, right? And I don't have to respect that. that ancestral identity. I turn to Christ as the truth and away from the deception. And I really want to see that for you too. Anyway, love you, dude.
All right.
I'm going to bed.
Appreciate
All right,
you.
Mary.
Night,
I'll
night.
catch you next time.
Happy New Year.
And
Bye.
I guess we'll have to have an official debate between Isa and Mary in 2026 so they can finish this discussion. We do have Abdullah Hanif here. Oh my goodness, dude! Seriously, he says, instead of this, why didn't you just debate Uthman and Libiano today? Not sure what planet you're from, Abdullah, or if you only get your information from your Dawah buddies. Uthman, a month ago or whatever, issued a challenge, a few weeks back, issued a challenge. We all accepted his challenge in different ways. I said, hey, if you want to debate, I'll be at DebateCon. Debate me there. It's right around the corner. Debate me at DebateCon. And as far as like him saying, come on the Dean show with me, I'm not interested. Eddie Dean is a lying scumbag too. I don't want to be in a situation where he's got the mute button. All right. That's not a normal debate. And if I had some sort of lying scumbag with me and I'm saying, come debate on my channel and we get to mute you anytime you want. Oh, and it's 4-on-1 or 5-on-1 and so on. Okay. That's not a debate. That's just calling into a call-in show. But anyway, he said, meet him on the Dean show. And they specifically challenged Nick from Fearless Truth and God Logic to come down there. They both agreed. They said, fine, yes, let's do it. Let's do it. And then they changed it and said, no, not. Why? Because they wanted them to back down and say no. And so they could say, ha, they ran from us. We challenged them and they ran from this. Instead, they said, yes, we'll do it. And then so they said, no, deal's off. Inspiring Philosophy said, I'll pay my own way, come down there and we'll debate. They never responded to him. I said, meet at DebateCon. We all agreed to debate. Sheikh Uthman rejected it all, said, no, it's only on the condition that Sam Shamoun comes with you and takes part. And we're like, we don't control Sam and I don't work with Sam. So how is that even going to happen? And then so there's none of that. That was the condition. It has to involve Sam. And all of a sudden he goes live and says, where are they? We're supposed to debate. Oh my goodness, they're all running. Why aren't they here to debate? Like if you fall for that, Abdullah, if you fall for that level of deception, you basically are begging to be deceived your entire life. If you fall for that. If someone can say, hey, I challenge all you guys to debate, and everyone accepts, everyone says, yes, let's debate. And then he says, no, you're not, none of you are debating me. It's not going to happen. And then this person goes live and with what, four other people or whatever it was. And then says, come on. And yeah, we'll mute you anytime we want. And you say, okay, come on to our channel. It's going to be 4-on-1, 5-on-1, and we will mute you every time you start speaking. That's not a debate, dude. That's like if you think, well, you should go on there anyway. Okay, that is insane and idiotic. You would never accept that for us. And we will do it, by the way. We're going to do it. We're going to do it in Ramadan because he did it with Christmas. Come Ramadan, we're going to issue the challenge to all the Muslim debaters to join us live. Then when all the Muslim debaters aren't going to accept, but even if a few of them do accept, we're going to say, no, we're not debating any of you. Well, we will only face you on the condition that you bring Zakir Naik with you. You have to bring Zakir Naik with you or nothing. And then so we'll reject all of them. And then we'll go live going, where are they? Where are they? And you will suddenly, your reasoning ability will turn on. Your reasoning ability will suddenly turn on and you'll go, this is the most insanely stupid, idiotic nonsense. These guys obviously don't want to debate. Why are they doing this? Suddenly you'll understand. But when your guys do it, you don't. You turn off your reasoning ability. And that's why they love you. And that's why they know they can get away with it. As long as you guys are their fans, they can pull these stunts. But it's the same problem that we keep talking about over and over again. You have the things that work within the Dawah community. And they're repulsive to everyone else. Everyone outside your community looks at this and goes, this is a joke, man. This is stupid. These guys are a bunch of sniveling cowards. A bunch of degenerate sniveling cowards. And that's what it is. If Sheikh Uthman wants to debate me, he can debate me. We can do it. Matter of fact, I can issue he's obviously not going to do this next debate con because he's a coward. I'll tell James for the next debate con, 2 debates, me versus Sheikh Uthman. 1, who was Jesus? 2, who was Muhammad? Pretty straightforward, right? 2 fundamental questions. Is he going to accept? I'm predicting for the future. I'm making the prediction now. No, he will come up with some excuse. It'll happen. I'll say, okay, what about the debate con after that? What about the debate con after that? He'll say, no, 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 no. You have never seen this guy in a formal debate against one of us. You don't. He will never do it. He only wants to debate when he's surrounded by his Dawah buddies who can cheer for everything he says and make it sound like it makes sense because you hear cheering. And he knows all his fans are just watching for people's reaction. Whatever people cheer for, they go, oh, wow, he must have made, I don't understand anything because I'm, my IQ is 70, but I see people cheering and he sounds so confident. And that's what they fall for. That's why he will only do it in that situation. He will not do it on stage versus another person with a moderator. He won't do it. You will never see him in that situation against one of us, ever, period. Watch. And we're all inviting him. We're all inviting him. And you giant morons are going, oh, they're all running from Sheikh Uthman. No one is running from him. We all want to debate him. We're all ready to debate him. And he won't do it. And he's a coward, but he knows he has idiot followers like you who will believe any idiotic thing he said. And it's just pathetic, but I know that's impressive to you guys. You're all running around thumping your chest. Everyone's running. To everyone who's watching this, it's like, this is Dawah? These cowards? Guess what? I'm debating a Muslim next month. AP is debating a Muslim next month. Inspiring Philosophy is debating a Muslim next month. It's not hard to set up a debate with us. We do it regularly. Sheikh Uthman, never. And you think everyone's running from him. How stupid can you possibly be? Obviously, stupid enough to be a Dawah fan. That's just reality. And
I have a quick question about that.
Too bad.
I've seen this kind of post over and over again about debate Sheikh Uthman, Libiano, or Apex, what is it, Muslim Apex or something. And I've listened to their content. I don't mean to be rude or mean or offensive, but a lot of it's very boring.
Yeah.
Like it's very like pseudo scholarship. Like I sound like I'm really smart, but I'm not actually smart. Like it's like a performative trickery where
everything,
it's like
everything in Dawah's performance, everything.
Fancy philosophy words, and I'm going to talk about the law of identity and all of this kind of stuff. And I'm like, but you're not actually saying anything. It's just a bunch of filler. Like when you write an essay, like you send like if you're in school and you're sending in this junk essay and you just put a bunch of filler into the essay
correct.
And you turn it in. That's kind of what I listen to. And I'm like, what exactly is your argument? Okay, so your argument basically is Christianity doesn't make sense. Judaism doesn't make sense. And,
therefore Islam.
Yeah, and therefore Islam, exactly. And I'm like, well, you have a problem, sir. Like, this is the thing I don't understand in these propaganda things. I'm like, Islam, the premise of Islam, at least this is my understanding of it, is that you have to believe in Judaism and Christianity. Because Islam, the idea of Islam is it's supposed to be like an operating system where it's like you have Windows 3.5, Windows 98, Windows Vista, right? So it's basically you're updating the software. That's the concept of what Islam is supposed to be, right? In these spaces. So if you're saying, well, those old operating systems, they're fake, and I'm just making up my own new operating system. I'm like, well, then how do you have the data and the information from the old operating systems? How did you develop and, build your space, or like even building a house where you have a foundation and you keep going? They're just like, well, it doesn't make sense. And I'm like, if you throw away, and I think that's a fair point that you bring up in the Islamic dilemma, if you throw away the Bible and the Gospels, then what do you have? Like the Quran is dependent on that. The way that the Quran is presented is that you're supposed to read these texts. Like, for example, I brought this up earlier about like the portion in Genesis or Bereshit in the Surah Yusuf, right? It assumes, like, from when I read like Surah Yusuf, it assumes that you've read Genesis, because Genesis gives you all the information. It gives you who the brothers are, because you don't know who. If I read the Surah Yusuf, I don't know who these brothers are. I don't really know any of the specific details. You need the Bible to know these things. You know what I mean? And it's like, I was going to do my dissertation on Jesus through a Jewish, Christian, and Muslim perspective, right? The issue is, if I just take the Islamic sources and I don't go to like spiritual mystics and stuff like that, and I just take the Quran and, the Hadith, there's not a lot of information. You have very, very little information of who this person is. You are dependent on looking at the New Testament to knowing who he is, right? Like if you just say, well, he's a prophet, I'm like, so is he like an NPC peanut gallery prophet? Is that what you want to make him to be? That he just taught monotheism? He has no identity. He has no culture. He has no heritage. That would be erasure. You're erasing this person's identity. And you're just saying, well, he's just some generic prophet that, is, a background prophet a peanut gallery prophet, and the only important prophet is the prophet of Islam. I'm like, that makes absolutely no sense according to the structure that you're trying to present. I don't understand that.
You better get used to it, though. All right, guys, we have about an hour and 20 minutes before the new year here, and we wanted to cover as many of these highlights as we can now with the time we've got left. So let's check some stuff out. Since we mentioned the hijab scandal, let's go ahead and check this out.
This is the case of Sister Aisha. Her real name is concealed for protection, her voice unshaken, her truth revealed. After months of conversations, evidence gathering, and consultation with scholars, we reached out to Muhammad Hijab, not to ambush, not to sensationalize, but to give him the opportunity to speak. Instead, we were met with deflections, threats, manipulation, and a disturbing refusal to acknowledge what multiple witnesses, texts, and even a sheikh confirmed, that a secret nikah did occur, and a woman was left in emotional and spiritual devastation. We were told it was all fabricated. We were told she was obsessed. We were told, produce evidence or leave me alone. But here's the thing. When a man of influence hides behind false oaths, auto-deleting messages, wears a mask to a hotel, and tells a woman, you accepted this? After promising her love, family, and care, this isn't just about a failed marriage. It's about abuse. The sister sought help after what she deemed was a deceptive secret marriage, going to different shiuch. Yet no one wanted to step up and investigate Muhammad Hijab's actions.
Because he's got dirt on everyone and would destroy them.
Everyone turned a blind eye. Sounds all too familiar, doesn't it? Subhanallah. She even met with Adi Dawah, who conducted a 1.5-hour interview with her, under the condition that she doesn't mention the name, but focuses on the allegations and her experience. Despite agreeing to that, he later informed her that he will not be publishing the interview.
This is the story of my marriage to Muhammad Hijab. And
hey, by the way, you know what's interesting here? So, Thaddeus, you already pointed out, this is from the original Breaking story. And then all the Dawah community came down to attack her. She's horrible. Then they went after Salman and so on. And it was fake this and fake that and AI and photoshopping screenshots and stuff, all to blast her. They all used all their power and all their Dawah to destroy her. And here we are after months and months and months of this. And all you basically find out as time goes on is her and Salman were completely correct and everyone else was lying. That's it. That's that. So you're saying, hey, but so many things happen later. Yeah, but her story is the exact same story and they were all exposed as liars. So guys, you can watch the entire series over on Salman's channel. Spoiler alert, what was said here turned out to be completely true. Everything they said was a bunch of lies.
Just real quickly, the number of different stories Hijab gave. First, he said he never knew Aisha. Right? That was before it went public, obviously, but that's when they're investigating. He said he never knew her. Then when they gave him text messages they had or whatever, proved that he did. He's like, oh, I know who that is. That's just some crazy stalker lady. I didn't realize that's who you were talking about. Then it was, you better be quiet or else, right? You better be quiet or else. She's faking everything. She's not reliable. Then it gets public. They try to fake a screenshot. They tried to fake, that didn't work. Then they tried to fake a voice message. They tried to portray her as crazy. They tried to portray her as an apostate. They said she's doubting the Quran. You can't trust her. And maybe we'll get a Sneeko clip next because they said the exact opposite to Sneeko. Because it's like that was one of the main arguments against her was that she on a Muslim program for Muslims to call in and ask questions. She called in and asked a question, and that was used as evidence against her. And meanwhile, they're conspiring, right? They're conspiring in a group chat that we later found out about it. Hijab was putting this on a channel that we all knew it was Hijab, right? We all recognized the language, even though he used an AI narrator. We recognized it was his language. It was obvious that he had written it. But he's saying, oh, I have nothing to do with this. And then, of course, we get the group chat, and he's telling all his boys to go like the video, share the video. And they're like, hey, won't people figure it out if we're just like all the Dawah guys are there the minute it's released? So like they were smarter than him, but they were like, shouldn't we like care about her and take care of her? No, they were just like, here's the best plot. Here's the best way to cover this up. Here's the best way to avoid all this. And the end consequence is what young Bob was talking about a little bit ago, where they are now all afraid to go to Speaker's Corner. And it's mostly because of this, right? It's mostly because of this scandal. Muhammad Hijab has only gone one time since then. Ali Dawah, I believe, has only gone twice since then. He went the week after, realized it was a disaster, and then he went when God Logic was in town. That's the only time he's gone. The other Dawah boys are afraid to talk to anyone. They're all running away from young Bob, right? They're all terrified of young Bob because he's going to ask them about the scandal, and they can't say anything because Hijab has blackmail on them, most likely. Right? I don't know that for a fact, but he blackmailed a sheikh. He blackmailed his own teacher, right? That was the main revelation from this whole thing. The disgusting behavior I expected. I did not expect them to have so little trust for each other that they all are recording each other all the time in order to get evidence to protect themselves so that the other guy can't go public with their sins because they know about his sins as well.
Yeah, and now that we learn more from Malik, it's now that we have more of an idea of how just absolutely depraved the Dawah scene is, they all probably have mountains of evidence against each other, and they're just, just waiting for it all to be revealed. But here we go.
Malik said the same thing, right? He said that they're constantly recording each other.
Yep.
Right. That was part of the revelations, is that, this secret conversation where he was called a Jew was recorded, and it was between two friends, right? It was between two friends, and because and everything he's talking about is stuff that they intentionally recorded, behavior they intentionally recorded and sent to him because he has proof of those things. This community is just so weird, right?
It's
so
pretty
crazy.
creepy and dysfunctional. As Sister Aisha is going to break down here.
Are permissible by Allah have completely destroyed my life. Fast forward, he started giving me hints that he's interested in getting married to me. He spoke to me about himself, his family, his childhood, his preferences. He told me, I am not like your ex-husband. Whatever you see on social media, don't worry, because I'm very good as a husband.
If I'm very good as a husband, as you're about to find out soon.
My life was extremely hard, and he knew that, and I am his neighbor. I couldn't understand why he was giving me all those hints every time, but he never took that step. Whenever I found a suitor that I started considering to introduce to my father, it was extremely hard for me to navigate that by myself. Muhammad Hijab used to come back again until he asked for my hands. Formally, he told me, would you like to consider me as a husband? He told me it's going to be polygyny. At that stage in my life, I wasn't ready for polygyny. But when I thought about it, I thought he's a good man. I think from what I see and from how the scholars are praising him, he is going to be capable of taking care of a big family. All of a sudden, he stopped everything. He said, I think the best thing for me to do for you right now is that I wouldn't go ahead with this marriage. After like 8 months, he contacted me again. He apologized and said, I couldn't go ahead with the marriage last time because I had personal reasons. I am back. I am here now. Let's go ahead with this. I am ready. Don't worry. We're going to go ahead with this time. Let's just make things quick. And he was rushing up the process. Obviously, I told him you have to talk to my father again. And like, it was quite hard this time. After the nikah, Muhammad Hijab wanted a sex marriage. He wanted a hotel marriage. He told me, listen, just act like a girlfriend. We're going to have like a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Don't worry, it's halal. We're married now. He wasn't asking about my rent, my provision. He never asked about those and never offered to pay for them. Then he went on a trip, a Dawah trip, and he told me that he was not ready to argue about my family situation. So we carried on. We had like interactions like a husband and wife. And I was waiting for him to come back in order for him to talk to my family and get their blessings. But I told them, my father is going to ask me now if we did go ahead with the marriage. I have to give him a reply. He told me, just lie. Every word he
That's pretty much the Dawah solution for everything. Just lie. That should be on their T-shirts. When anything goes wrong, just lie.
uttered was trauma for me. Every single one of them harmed me, carved wounds inside my heart. I was sick. I was traumatized. I was shocked. I was not ready to hear that. I asked for divorce, and he gave it to me. And he was very angry. He said, "Why are you refusing something that is halal? This is
halal. Just be a wife in the hotel. No home, no raising a family, nothing. But it's halal. You know what's crazy is like just because something's halal just because something is permissible doesn't mean you want to do it, right? There's all sorts of permissible things that you would say, okay, I still don't want to do it. But that's what he's saying. Why wouldn't you want to just be my hotel wife and spend the rest of your life with me, calling you to the hotel whenever I want sex?
misyar. Why are you not accepting it?" He was very angry. He said, "What am I going to tell my friends now?" Muhammad Hijab for me was a representation of 23 years of da'wah. For me, he was a role model. He was a man of knowledge. I followed this exact same process that we normally use, based on which we get to trust men of religion who are sharing with us the Quran and Sunnah. When I realized I was going through an extremely horrible mental health crisis, I reached out to one of the shuyukh. I just wanted someone to help me understand what happened. My trauma did grow even bigger because Muhammad's hijab's reaction to that was crazy. He started threatening me as well to silence me openly. He was like, "Listen, if you're going to expose this, I can get away with it. I can give any excuse. I can tell them I was sexually not satisfied. In fact, I don't even have to give any excuse whatsoever. I gave you a mahr. There were 2 witnesses. That's it. Done. It was sealed. I'm safe."
Yeah, how'd that work out for you, Hijab? You like the way that went?
The crazy thing is he almost got away with it, right? Aisha probably talked to close to 100 Muslim leaders before she found Salman, and they all told her either one of 2 things. They said, "What's your problem? This is allowed in Islam," or they said, "Yeah, that's horrible, but I'm afraid of Muhammad hijab. I don't want to go public."
Mm-hmm. Yep, they have an entire system apparently. They have the entire system that is arranged for this. I get to do whatever I want, and no one can ever expose me because you all know I will destroy all of you. And anyone who comes forward, I will destroy her. Anyone who tries to help her, I will destroy all of them. You all know this, so there's no way I'm untouchable. And the weakness, the one weakness and all that is if you get someone who's just willing to take the consequences. Do your worst, come at me with whatever you want. All you guys trash talk me, lie about me, whatever, I'm still coming after you. That is the weakness. And guess what? As we've already pointed out, there are other Muslim women who've been abused by these guys who are watching. And they now know it can be done. You can actually expose these guys. It'll be hard, but someone's got to do it. And they're catching on. Hey, look at this Anthony. Was he falling asleep?
Hey, Anthony's here. Hey, Anthony.
Hey.
I just want to highlight a couple things from that. You and I have done tons of material on this, right? Obviously, I'm not going to try to go through the whole story, but I want to highlight a couple things that stood out to me rewatching this, right? Rewatching it to prepare for the clips. It's been quite some time since I watched that initial testimony. One point that's kind of been overlooked is how central this is actually to Islam. Because what does she say? Like, I was attracted to him. He seemed like a sexy guy or something. No, she says, I spent a lot of time, right? I used the exact methodology that our religion recommends to determine whether someone is reliable or not. I wasn't following like a Western practice of like dating or getting to know someone or whatever. I followed our thing. If hijab can't be trusted, no one can be trusted because he checks every single box that you're supposed to look for. And the consequences, and it's just not about religion. It's about the religion. I mean, it's not just about marriage. It's about the religion itself, right? The methodology that you use to determine whether this guy's reliably teaching you Islam lead you to trust someone like Muhammad Hijab. And that was a huge mistake. And that's why this became a major crisis of faith for Aisha as well. That fact combined with the fact that no one was willing, or virtually no one was willing, to stand up for the truth. And people have kind of overlooked that. Like, you just think it's, even in our minds, it's still kind of like Muhammad Hijab is disgusting. A lot of the Dawah boys are disgusting. But actually, the point is while the behavior, there's some debate about some of the behavior within Islam, whether it's allowed or not. But the general principle is completely and totally Islamic here, right? That if you're have a good public face, if you seem to be very knowledgeable, et cetera, you are highly trustworthy. The average Muslim doesn't read their Quran, right? The average Muslim certainly doesn't study anything. They don't study hadith science or whatever. And actually, that point comes up in the Sneeko video where he's like, you don't determine whether it's a reliable hadith or not. You ask me, I'm the expert. I'll tell you if it's reliable or not. The whole system is based on authority, and the authorities are scum, right? The authorities are absolute degenerate freaks, as we found out.
That's very strong language, but true, but very strong language. Want to do one follow up here? 1 second. So just wanted to, because we've pointed out that more and more Muslim women are saying something. So let's go ahead and check out one more clip that's connected to that.
I'll be honest with you, this kind of reaction, okay, somebody commented saying you're going to be a single mother forever. And look, you're our sister in Islam. I don't want you to be single forever. You need a masculine man, but you need to be in a feminine energy. If you're moving masculine, yes, with your body language and the way you're behaving and the way you're talking, I'll be honest with you.
A little side note, I've heard about some of the stuff going on with TikTok Muslimas and Ali Dawah. I've heard about it, or them just speaking out against Muslims. And I saw a couple clips where they were calling out guys and saying how they were being treated behind the scenes. And Dawah guys just have a terrible reputation with a lot of Muslim girls. But I'm not familiar with this. I haven't actually watched this.
A little context here. This woman had a very bad experience with a minor figure in the Dawah community, but someone who would be considered a Dawah bro. Not a name that I'm familiar with, but she posted about it on TikTok, and she basically advised Muslim women that if you're in a bad relationship, get out. And Ali Dawah took great offense to this. He's like, she's encouraging divorce, and so he started attacking her. And he ends up just revealing that he is very misogynist, right? His response is, he's like, I'm not misogynist. The problem here is you're not acting like you're supposed to as a woman. You're supposed to be, pretty and fragile and just sit there, and you're not acting like that. You're standing up for yourself. So of course no guy wants you. And it's just really disgusting. So there's a clip of her telling her story kind of here in a minute, but this is Ali Dawah reacting to it, calling her out. So this woman is the one he targeted first, and then a bunch of women replied to that, and then he made a second video attacking some of the other women as well.
All right, let's see what we got here.
I don't know, if you behave like this, sister, you're going to be single for the rest of your life.
The men who turn these conversations into, but it's not all us men, don't generalize, it's not all us Dawah bros, they are worse than the abusers themselves. Let me explain why. Abusers rely on silence, denial, and minimization to continue their harm. So these men who derail the conversation by centering themselves, they become complicit enablers. They are reinforcing the very structures that protects abusers and stops survivors from speaking out. This is exactly what happened to me last year. I exposed a predator and they turned me into a heretic.
Like, if you're going to talk about that, for example, bring evidence from the Quran and Sunnah. You have none. I'll give you some. Misogyny. Let's see, is the Prophet ﷺ a misogynist? A'udhu billah. Okay, the Prophet ﷺ said, I was shown the hellfire. Oh, now this is what she said. Oh, here we go. It's a reality. And the majority of the dwellers were women who were ungrateful. It was asked, do they disbelieve in Allah? Are they ungrateful to Allah? He replied, they are ungrateful to their husbands and are ungrateful for the favors and the good charitable deeds done to them. With all due respect, sister, I'm a married man. Okay, and there are many married men that we know. Okay, women have this in their nature.
The real reason these men are so angry at me, are trying so hard to drag me down, are coming for my eyelashes, is genuinely because they are so wildly attracted to me. They are feeling rejection from someone that they think should want their approval. Their anger towards me now is just a mask for their insecurity.
That was like AOC when she said all these guys who criticize me are just jealous because they can't date me. Kind of funny.
They are angry that I am not playing the role that they expect from a beautiful woman that they desire.
According to your logic, you're in love with me, she's in love with me. All those other women, the niqabis that have been coming and talking, etc., whatever it is, whoever it is, I don't want to be insulting, I don't want to fall into backbiting, because I can critique your looks all day, every day, and let me be honest with you, my dear sister, with all due respect.
Ali Dawah is going to critique her looks? Ali Dawah, the guy you see on your screen right now in your face, is going to critique her looks?
Yeah, I mean,
this guy, hang on, this guy is going to critique her looks. This guy is going to critique her looks. Are you kidding?
Yeah, so that was her response video to him, right? That after he did his initial video attacking just her, that was her response video, and basically, you know, she said that that you know, men are jealous of her. That she did say looks, but also like that she's standing up for herself, right? That she's not acting the way they expect her to be. It'd just be a little trophy for them to pick up. And then Ali Dawah's response is, by your logic, you're in love with me. Which she never said he was attractive, right? He never talked about her looks. It makes no sense whatsoever. But you know, logic and Ali Dawah don't go together. And then he gives all kinds of insults to her personally in the first video as well as in this one, while constantly claiming he's not misogynist. You know, it's just in women's nature. It's just in women's nature to be ungrateful to their husbands and not want to be the little trophies that Allah has set them up to be. This response is just terrible, terrible.
It's pretty terrible. What were you saying, Sarah?
I said he looks like Farfour.
Dang, that's rough. That's rough.
But he can critique her. Let's hear it.
Evelyn, let me be honest with you, my dear sister, with all due respect, and I've said this to the other hijabi who looks like a plastic hijabi, okay? With all due respect, I will not take you as a second, third, fourth wife, let alone like with anything. With all due respect, yeah, I'm not going to critique your looks because
you're way too old.
Subjective to each individual. Okay, please, if you saw my wife, your jaw would drop.
It's a good
one of the
wait, the wife who only communicates through a dry erase board.
Mm-hmm. And one of the response video actually found a photo of her, and she's actually not very attractive. Not that really matters, but Ali struggled for a long time to find a wife. He doesn't seem to be much of a catch, right? Like, even if he might have some money from Dawah or whatever.
Yeah, that's not going to last forever.
It's probably just intolerable to be with him because he's so stupid, right? He's just so incompetent that no one wants to be with him.
From selling prayer mats. He has the prayer mats now that he sells and the Viagra that he sells. And, you know, is he still driving Uber?
No, I'm sure he's but here's the thing. He used to be getting millions of views, and now he has trouble breaking 100,000 unless it's some, you know, huge topic, which 100,000 would be a lot for a regular, not for someone who's got like 1.4 million subscribers and stuff like that. We'll click on one of his live streams and he'll have like 30 people watching or something like that. And so the point is, whatever he had in the past, as far as, look at me, I'm so popular. Look, yeah, I'm Dawah guy. I got money coming in and so on. That's going to dry up. And we'll see how many Muslims are interested in mutta with him after that.
And there's another comment there, right? I wouldn't take you as a second, third, or fourth wife, like inherently saying these other wives have less value, even though they constantly say they're all equal. They're all equal. You can only do it if you treat them equally. They say, I wouldn't even take you as a fourth wife. That's how little I think of you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. What were you saying, Sarah? Before Thaddeus rudely interrupted you?
No, I'm just saying that it's infuriating because this right here is why women are forced to go ahead and listen to their husbands and to do what they're doing. The Muslims are like, women have rights. We give rights. The only rights a woman has, if he doesn't end up divorcing her and throwing her out, would be the right to have a roof over her head and food. Where the Quran says that the man has the right over the husband. And the literal teaching is because he already bought her with money. He bought her. He got the mahr. I bought you. You're my property now. That is the Islamic teaching.
That's
So
true.
now,
I bought these things, and so they're mine, right?
They're your yes. Now they're your that right there is the equivalent of a Muslim wife.
Touche.
And I'm not. This is not being mean. This is not me being Islamophobic. This is a reality, and that is why we have hadiths taught by Muhammad. To go ahead right now that Muslims now and going into 2026 saying things like, oh, you're gonna go to hell because you're ungrateful. You manipulate them. You gaslight them. You force them to think things, and now they believe that they're Muslims. I've heard Muslim women saying, it's okay, take the beating. Allah will reward you if he's wronging you. This is the stuff that you hear. And he's going ahead and saying this. But now, if a Christian brings this up, oh, we're stupid. This is da'if, and you don't know what you're talking about. If we would say the same exact things that Ali Dawah was talking about.
That is the general rule. They can say, hey, we're going to kill you apostates. As soon as we get to power, we're going to kill you apostates. But we say, hey, Islam promotes killing apostates. Oh, look at these Islamophobes lying about Islam. That is the rule. They can say it. As soon as we repeat it, we're bad and lying. Interesting stuff. Well, let's see.
Do you mind if I make one comment?
In Islam, one second. In Islam, you could physically abuse and mentally abuse the woman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
well, you bought her.
there's
So.
something that was interesting from the video before. He said that this is halal to have this relationship, Muhammad hijab, and so this is a little bit before this with Ali Dawah. I find it really strange because I'm like, you had made a comment about this too. Just because something is said that you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. Like, being good isn't just because, well, I'm allowed, I'm only going to do what I'm told is good and stay in that vicinity. I think there's a thing like a conscience having a higher level of morality and ethics. And it's just very bizarre because everything I'm hearing is a very baseline level of ethics. It's like, yeah, if I can follow loopholes and I can get away with doing this, I'll do it. I'm not really an ethical, moral person. I'm just going to do this stuff because, I'm allowed to within the confines of what is considered okay. I find that really kind of disgusting and grotesque personally, but the listening to Ali Dawah's narrative, it's not substantive. Like, what is he saying? He's just like, oh, she's not pretty. She's not pretty. Oh, she would be my second wife, my third wife, my fourth wife. And you hear this and you're like, what do you think? Like, you're some great catch of like the century that you think it's like I don't know. I think these people are really high up on their hitches. They really think, what is that phrase? Like they think they're a lot greater than they are. The Dunning-Kruger effect, where they think that they're actually smarter than they really are. And
and Ali Dawah thinks he's like everywhere I go, oh, the women is like, yo, it's Ali Dawah, and they come running at me. That he actually thinks like he's the man. Super
it sounds
stud.
like a comedy. It sounds like a comedy movie that would be, a premise of.
Hey, and Issa, as far as your Ali Dawah impression, you got the right pitch, the right high squeaky pitch, but you got to get the intonation. Just watch some Ali G. Remember Ali G? It was way back in the day. Sacha Baron Cohen.
I do. That's Sacha Baron Cohen.
Get that? Yeah, you just combine it with that. You just combine the high pitch with that, and then you've got Ali Dawah. But
no problem with that.
Pretty good.
Do not go to other women like that.
Guys, this is the same dude, by the way, who said in a podcast that his wife has to beg him to come to the delivery room because if she doesn't ask nicely, he's not going to be there for her labor. If y'all think for 1 second that me and many other Muslim women are going to sit here and listen to what men like him say in podcasts, he has done so many things to literally rage bait Muslim women, and he continues to do this in his podcast every single day. I literally stopped taking him seriously the first time that he sat with women in his podcast while saying that his wife was going to talk behind behind a veil and she was gonna write down on a whiteboard. I'm sick of hypocritical Dawah bros and their podcast. It's
wow.
Sorry, you got me confused with someone else. I've never said anything about forcing labor, coming to labor. You got me mixed with Mahdi Tijani. That's not me. So this is what it shows where your woman's head's at. I never said such a thing. You mentioned that about my wife writing on the whiteboard.
Someone in the Dawah.
My wife chose to write on the whiteboard. I said,
guy.
What's that? Yeah.
He said, "I wasn't me who said my wife would have to beg me to come to labor. It was some other guy in the Dawah scene." And he even gives the name, right?
Yeah, he snitched.
So
Just
he's not
straight up
denying
snitched.
it's a behavior. It's just not him personally.
Yeah,
so she
you
was
confused me
mistaken
with the
about
other
that.
Dawah guy with horrible ideas. Yeah, and here he's saying, "Oh, my wife chose to do that." Yeah, because you guys condition them to think that is the ideal woman, and they want to do what you want.
She said, "I don't want to talk. I want to write on a whiteboard." So do you see how stupidity the level of stupidity
You see how stupidity.
This exact type of man absolutely pissed me off. This is the second video I've seen today of this guy bashing this poor lady. And all of the bashes are basically based on the fact that she's like promoting divorce or whatever. And honestly, for me, I just have one question for these type of people. What the hell are you doing in her page? Because clearly you're flipping stalking her if this is your like 14th video of the day of her. Like, it's just his whole page and every other video I've ever seen from this guy is always based on the fact that he's bashing women. He's bashing women left, right and center. But I know for a fact that I would be embarrassed if my husband, my brothers or my father was to speak about other women in the degrading way that this man speaks.
Wow. Well, he was quoting Muhammad for some of that, but...
She goes, "What are you doing on a page? Who said I went to a page?" Look at this dumb, stupid argument. You had
yeah, you get the video, dude.
To a page. Nobody needs to go to a page, man. This stuff gets sent to me. And you're talking about 14 videos. I only done one video about her. This is my second video.
Does he respond to every one of these ladies? I mean...
I guess. So he says he didn't do 14 videos. So I think what happened, and he didn't, right? He didn't do 14 videos. And also, she was exaggerating clearly, right? She said she'd seen 2 of them. But I think what actually happened is his one video, which responded to many of her clips, by the way. It wasn't just one clip. He took a bunch of her clips and responded to them. I think that probably his team like cut it up into like little shorts, and they put up a whole bunch of shorts from the one video on TikTok, because he did one YouTube video. They probably made a bunch of TikTok shorts, and that's probably what that woman saw. It was on TikTok. And so she did actually see a whole bunch of videos about the same woman.
Ah, that makes sense.
And the fact that he made any video about her is pretty ridiculous, right? This is just some random woman on TikTok. He's like, "I gotta call out this random woman on TikTok because she's saying that guys can't abuse her."
No, that's a serious issue. You got to keep the women in line, right? You can't let someone on TikTok say a bunch of stuff to other young Muslimas on TikTok, and then they all get the idea that they don't have to remain completely subjugated their entire lives. Can't allow that to get out. And by the way, that's really one of the huge things of 2025. You had the situation with Sister Aisha. You have all these young Muslim ladies on TikTok saying, these guys are actual evil scumbags. Do not let them control your thinking. But then you've also got like the Lily J style reverts where, hey, we've looked into this. We don't think we have to wear hijabs, and you guys don't get to tell us what to do. And it's like you have a huge rebellion brewing where it's just gonna catch on. I don't realize you got all these Muslims who are still like pushing like Lily J. Oh, look, she's saying positive things about Islam, and she's also saying, ladies, you can kind of do what you want. You don't have to listen to what these guys tell you. That's a big shift in 2025. I think it's going to get even bigger in 2026. There's a few seconds left of this. Let's see.
Okay, go to her TikTok. Yes, it's all indirectly about me. Okay, and you're here talking about, I don't know what kind of a household, etc. If your husband or brother is in the Dawah, yes, and there is a immature, narcissist woman who is asking other women to get divorced, and your
a Dawah guy calling people narcissists,
husband or brother says, that woman, we need to give her nasiyah. What are you going to say? Is dishonorable? All of a sudden there's a question mark on him. What kind of stupidity is this?
If someone is actually saying, okay, well, you got a group of guys here, and when they're giving nasihah to women, that they're harsh in so doing. This is a very valid and legitimate thing to say. If there's a contingent, okay, a subsection of Muslim society which actually feel that kind of treatment or that kind of attitude, then we have to look into that. All of us have to look into that.
So that just came out. Hijab just released that within the last week or two. He basically says, I looked into this thing. It seems to be Ali Dawah against all these TikTok women. And basically the TikTok women are right. So hijab's position. So he says, I think the central debate is whether that women can initiate a divorce or not. And in hijab's opinion, they can. And so Ali started this whole thing because the woman in that video, he said they're all indirectly about me. Well, she was just saying, if you're married to or in a relationship with an abusive guy, get out of the relationship, initiate divorce or whatever. You're a human being. You have a right to not be in that relationship, which is what set Ali off. But then Hijab looks into it and he says, hey, you know what? These women are right. In Islam, divorce is no big deal. You can just get married for a couple days and get divorced and blah, blah, blah. So they're right. They're right. Ali's wrong, which is kind of interesting that he did that. Perhaps, he's feeling some pressure of being a massive hypocrite himself. And thus he's trying to say, well, yeah, I'm abusive of women, but they can do the same thing with guys if they want. I think maybe is what he's trying to set up as a position.
Good point. Good point. Good. Powerful point. Powerful point. Hey, Anthony.
Hey.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
So
I was enjoying watching an interview with Michael Dowd, dubbed the dirtiest cop in New York, and you guys dragged me in here to watch somebody who's even dirtier and lower.
The dirtiest cop in New York is a saint compared to anyone in the Dawah scene. So Anthony, you cover some of the same stuff that we do, but you also focus more on other issues. So, as someone who hasn't been along for all of the ride in the insane level of degeneracy we've seen throughout the year, what do you think are the highlights as far as you've seen from in the Dawah 2025?
Oh, man. Gosh. I did pop in here and there on this live stream, and everything I popped in on, I happen to
not
have
not
been...
in a good sense. We want to clarify that, but go ahead.
But I was aware of those things. So, yeah, I haven't seen it all, but I've still managed to see my fair share, I guess. But, gosh, the stuff that really stands out, obviously, the Islamic dilemma has been big. It has definitely sent some of these guys for a tailspin. Did we hit? Oh no, that was last year. I'm so terrible at keeping dates and times distinct. I was thinking we hit Speaker's Corner this year, but you and I were barred this year. But did God Logic go over there this year? Is that when he had his?
Oh yeah. That's when he debated Ali Dawah. Yeah, we went through that. The triangle square, man. The triangle square, and even Anthony couldn't answer that, but because they're not the same, right? They're two different things, right?
Actually, when we get to those clips, if you're going to play those that I sent you, it's actually kind of funny because I also popped in when, I don't know who the other guy is that you had on. He was in a discussion with Jake, the Muslim metaphysician. I popped in for 5 minutes and I saw Jake scrambling, calling the guy stupid because Jake couldn't answer the guy's questions. And the issue of squaring a circle came up more than once. And all that comes up in that clip that I sent you. But yeah, I think the Islamic dilemma has been huge. The sex scandal has been huge.
Which one?
That's true. I haven't had the the same zeal to keep up on all of it. I've said it numerous times. There are certain books that I read in order to be informed about certain topics that at this point in my life, I wish I had never read, because those images would never be in my head if I hadn't read them. And having listened to Muhammad Hijab a few times, I also heard you guys talking about that and his colorful rhetoric. I remember when I heard it, when I heard him talking, I thought he was using distinctive British slang. And so I've always loved words, and I was trying to figure out, without looking things up, what they meant. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure it out. So I did resort to looking it up and was sorry for it, and immediately realized if he knew those terms, if they came readily to his mind and lips, then it's the sort of thing you don't just happen across those things reading through a dictionary, right? Some of this, I don't even think some of those terms are in the dictionary, honestly.
I have to point out, Zudid is now in the Urban Dictionary.
Oh, is it? Is it? Interesting.
Right? What is it? Is it?
No, I'm saying it's interesting.
Yep. Zooted right there. Used online, often as a mocking or insulting way to describe someone being humiliated, dominated, or banged by a group, usually in a debate, comment section, or public argument. As in, bro got zooted so hard in that live stream, he deleted his channel. Now you know. Wow. See? Dictionary. It's in the dictionary. Hey, let's go ahead and check out a clip from Anthony and his debate. This is
which clip is this? I sent you two.
I've got two clips, man. I was just going to say one so that people didn't say, "Oh no, we have to watch two clips of Anthony. It's going to be the most boring thing ever." All right, here we go. This is from Anthony's awesome debate. Actually, I was there.
Almighty God, with his mercy, he sent us messengers, thousands of messengers, literally thousands of messengers and prophets. All of them, they were sent to guide people, to awaken in the hearts of people that believe that there must be one God, the creator of the universe, the Lord of everything, and that they have to worship him alone, as mentioned in the Holy Quran and in the Bible in many verses, as we will see. But people might look at these books and read these books as we see from the beginning of Christianity until this moment as we speak. Right from the beginning, we have Christians who believe Jesus was subordinate. He was not God. Until today, we have Unitarian Christians who do not believe Jesus is God. And we have people who believe he was a prophet or he was the son of God and he's a lesser God. How do we know the right path? How do we know what is the right understanding of those scriptures? Especially when we know that those scriptures have been changed. A lot of the scriptures have been changed. And that's why God sent the final scripture, the final testament, the Holy Quran, to correct what has been changed before.
I was telling somebody before the discussion today that there are only two options in terms of dealing with what I said. You either have to show that my interpretation is wrong, and that's a losing proposition. And I think unwittingly, Sheikh Abdullah showed you that tonight. He didn't dare try and touch the evidence.
Yeah, give him the topic.
Yeah, the topic is, did the prophets teach the doctrine of the Trinity? And
you spent your whole opening statement showing that the prophets taught the doctrine of the Trinity.
Yeah, so that's what I discussed. And then he got up there and rambled about whatever entered his mind at the moment. Most of it was about how the Trinity is supposedly illogical and how the Bible has been corrupted. So that's basically the setup.
Yeah, which is it would technically be irrelevant if the doctrine is incoherent, if that's what the prophets taught, which is your actual topic. Interesting.
Well, you would have a difficulty because how do you know what the prophets taught? If these texts are corrupted, then you have no premise and there's no conversation to be had. Like, this is the thing I don't understand by this corruption doctrine. If we say the text is corrupted, then there's no discussion.
Yeah, we have nothing to go on. It's like saying, what did the guy who lived in the house beside me say, even though I've never met him, and I try to figure it out? Well, I have nothing to go on. I would have nothing to go on
exactly.
So here's kind of the issue. Anthony's going with what the text. He's quoting our records of the prophets, and this guy's saying, "Oh, you can't trust any of that stuff." Okay, we have nothing to go. What are we supposed to go on? We're supposed to go with Muhammad, but Anthony gets the Islamic dilemma. Well, your prophet said go to this text to find out about things. So here we go.
I presented to you.
Well,
basically what I'm going to point out here is there's two options. Either you show that I'm wrong in my interpretation, or you attack the text. And both of those are no-goes. So, yeah.
God repeatedly referring to himself in the plural. God referred to himself in the plural, is referred to by others in the plural. He speaks about God. He comes from God. He relates to God. Again, this is all throughout the prophet. So that was, I think, wisely avoided, very wisely avoided, avoided like the plague. Well, he said that the writings have been corrupted. Well, now here's another problem. Allah is supposed to be self-sufficient and all-powerful. That was another quality of Allah he mentioned. But if Allah is the author of all those books, the Torah, the Psalms, the prophet Isaiah, all these things that I mentioned, notice whose word got corrupted at the end of the day on the Islamic position. Allah's word. This all-powerful deity dropped the ball repeatedly. But what about the idea that the books of the Bible have been corrupted? Well, my lens, we have innumerable things proving that the Bible hasn't been corrupted. And worst of all, even from the Quran. If you look at, for example, the Quran repeatedly refers to Christians and Jews as the people of the book. What book? It doesn't say of the corrupted book or of the book that was once given, but they no longer have. They're called the people of the book. This is our distinguishing title. Surah 2:113 says that Jews and Christians are both readers of the book. It's referring to Muhammad's contemporaries. So the book that they're called after is one that they read. They're the people of the book, and they read that book. Later in the same surah, Surah 2:41, it says, believe in what I reveal, confirming what you have. So Muhammad is being told from Allah, allegedly, to say to the Jews and Christians, believe in what I'm revealing. It confirms what you have. So it's supposed to be consistent. And that's what you'd expect, by the way, from a God who wants you to know his truth. He's not going to give you a word that he lets get corrupted so you can't use it to then evaluate things that later come along and claim to be consistent with it. In fact, it sounds a lot to me like the ancient philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein. He had a famous tractatus that he wrote where he's arguing that human language is bunk. We need a purified language.
It's the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, Anthony.
Yeah, I call.
But notice he's using throughout the
That would be
tractate.
too much for him.
You know,
but
it's
the mistake though was, I don't know why, I just heard it, but I called him the ancient philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein.
He was 20th century, man. You know what? You know what's crazy is
maybe you meant ancient in that he's very old, right? He's 60 years old or 70 years old or whatever.
I still remember his opening line from that book. His opening line was, "The world is all that is the case." And I don't know why that stuck with me, but I was like, the world is all that is the case. I always thought that was interesting. Anyway, here we go.
Language, human language, to communicate this. So at the end of the Tractatus, he says, you must, if you're understanding what I'm saying, sort of climb up the ladder that I'm using and then turn around and kick it away and say you're useless. Well, that's what's happening here. You've got Muslims who are claiming we've got the same religion. It's the same message that was preached by all the prophets. But then they're turning around when it doesn't agree with them and they're kicking away the ladder and saying, we don't need you.
The divine scriptures can never contradict the logical and rational principles that God has instilled in our minds. Otherwise, it would mean that God is contradicting himself. So God put in our minds some rational rules that we can never change, and they do not change. For example, if you ask any person, 1 + 1 + 1, every human being in the world, they will answer it's a 3. If a heavenly
3 what? 3 persons? We agree.
Scripture comes and tell me no, 1 + 1 + 1 is 1. That will never happen. And if it happens, this means that's not from God, because God will not contradict himself, because this is a rational necessity. So we say having another God is rationally impossible. It's impossible that there are 2 gods. And if he creates a God, that is not a God, because it's created. And the God can never be created. the scholars of the Islamic theology, they mention a lot of these examples, like, can you make a squared circle? A squared circle. Impossible. The square is something different from the circle, right?
This
now,
is going to hurt.
Can you make the circle into a square? Okay, there is a way. But can you make a squared circle?
What?
That's rationally impossible.
Nothing to do with prophets. The question that we're discussing today is, what did the prophets teach? Almost everything that you heard had nothing to do with that. I do think it's important to address the question whether or not the Christian doctrine of the Trinity is logical. And I, of course, think that it is. I think it's supremely rational. In fact, I think it's the foundation for all intelligibility. And I'd love to talk about that more. Maybe we could do another discussion on.
Anthony, how many of the Muslims who follow this guy do you think understand the word intelligibility? Just wanted to point that out, but let's go.
Something like that. However, that's not what we're addressing today. But what was interesting is, in order to get there, in order to get to the idea that the Trinity is irrational, he had to miscast the doctrine. He said the doctrine is the belief in 1 + 1 + 1. So you have 3 gods. Notice you didn't hear that from me. You heard that from him. You only ever hear that from non-Christians. You've never in your life heard a Christian present the doctrine of the Trinity in that way. Never. It's not in any Christian creed. It's nowhere. It's a myth made up by non-Christians. Christians believe that the Father, Son, and Spirit are distinct persons, not separate gods. They are one in their fundamental nature and essence. So the Christian doctrine of the Trinity isn't belief in 3 gods. That's simply a misrepresentation. And notice that is a cardinal sin when it comes to rationality. So in the name of being rational, what you heard was not rational. It is not rational to misrepresent somebody else's position in order to tear it down. The scriptures speak of Jesus being one with the Father, not a separate God, not an additional God, not a lesser God. I made this point before. This is another propaganda technique. You constantly misrepresent the doctrine in order to knock it down. That's a straw man. It is a cardinal fallacy of reasoning. He talks about Christians who have different views of the Trinity and that sort of thing as though it's relevant to refuting me. He didn't hear me say any of those things. Would it be relevant for me to bring up all the different Islamic sects that have littered the landscape over the centuries? How many of you have heard of the Mu'tazili, who denied that Allah has attributes? In fact, the Mu'tazili were the dominant party in Islam from the 8th to the 10th century. They denied that Allah has attributes, and they said that people who advocate the position of Sheikh Qadra were actually polytheists for affirming that Allah has a plurality of attributes. This is pointed out even by Sunni scholars, Ash'ari, those who hold the same Aqidah as my dialogue partner here this evening. Sheikh Hamza Yusuf, for example, in his book on the creed of Imam al-Tahawi, an Ash'ari creed, he tells us that the Mu'tazili accused the Ash'ari Sunni theologians of being polytheists for affirming that Allah has a plurality of attributes, hypostatic attributes that are distinguishable from Allah's essence. He goes on to say, and note this well, these are the words of a gentleman who believes the exact same thing as Sheikh Abdullah. He goes on to say in his book on page 13, that the Orthodox Sunni Muslims who affirmed that Allah was one, but then turned around and said he had a plurality of attributes, he said they were showing that true theology is paradoxical, inescapably. And then here's the words. He says, true theology is to a certain degree the squaring of a circle in an enlightened mind. You hear that? Sheikh Abdullah just said a moment ago that the doctrine of the Trinity is this irrational thing of trying to square a circle. I reject everything he said about, almost everything he said about the Trinity as not really what the Trinity is. It isn't what I believe, and that is really trying to square a circle, but it's just not the Orthodox doctrine of the Trinity. But this, by the admission of an Orthodox Sunni Ash'ari theologian, is what's going on when it comes to Allah and his attributes.
Everyone noticed that Anthony accurately represents Islamic theology and then smacks it down. Would be nice if they accurately represented things. Hey, we got special guests here.
Whoa.
What?
Another special guest.
Special guest. We've got.
Look at that.
We've got Silly J.
Hi.
Well, we actually have video of you being attacked in a vicious hate crime.
What? That was on camera? Oh. Did it work? Did it work?
I don't know. Let's go and find out. Hang on. We've got
This is the whole thing. It was short enough that I just put the whole thing on there. It's the
Okay.
whole. It's the whole original video and then the whole parody video.
Okay.
The whole thing?
We have vicious hate crimes recorded, sometimes from multiple camera angles. Prepare to be shocked. And
It's okay. It's okay.
this is the real takeaway from 2025. The Islamophobic hate crimes. Here we go. So, guys, this is Lily J. Just watch because they start switching camera angles. So this is Lily J. just in a random outdoor cafe. Conveniently, she's being recorded. And actually, even more conveniently, there's multiple camera angles all watching what happens here. So here we go. And we have there, you won't believe what happened after I posted yesterday's video about nuns and hijab. Well, we're about to find out.
Are you okay?
Some bodyguard didn't even manage to catch the woman, but
Oh my god.
oh look,
Those
multiple
cigarettes
camera
in
angles.
her ashtray?
Yeah,
Those
we have
cigarettes in her ashtray.
multiple camera angles, all recording the reaction of everyone around her. It's convenient.
Okay.
What the? Thank you. Are you okay? No.
Let's back that up. Let's back that up so we understand the true heinousness of this vicious crime. We've been saying that Dawah is all about theatrics and attention seeking and whoever gets the most attention. And of course, you had Sheikh Uthman faking a hate crime against himself and so on. But it's just the Dawah thing here. But let's watch this one more time, guys. Cover your eyes if you can't bear this kind of a tragedy. I think it was DOC who pointed out that notice she throws it specifically on her shirt and not in her hair. Like, whereas, you throw it in her face, but that would like mess up her hair. And she's like, well, some women don't like their hair being messed up and so on, because they put a lot of work into their hair and stuff. And so conveniently, only got thrown in her shirt, not in her face.
Hang on. It's okay.
Cut. Camera angle. Change camera angle.
Okay? Oh my god.
Are you okay?
What the? Thank you. Are you okay?
Oh my goodness.
No.
But she doesn't even horrified. She just looks like this is just another day in the neighborhood. I got water splattered on my shirt. Yeah. No.
It's not water though. It's like an orange drink, and for some reason her shirt's not orange. Like her shirt repels liquid on top of it.
Well, let's just all be happy that it didn't mess up her hair. But there's more, guys. Sadly, there's more. It didn't stop there. Didn't stop there. Brace yourselves.
Lily J, your popularity is sinking.
ChatGPT, my usual songs aren't working. What do I do to gain more followers among Muslims?
I suggest you fake a hate crime to get more Muslim followers.
Okay. Come here. Hold on. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Are you okay? Are you okay? Oh my god! Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work?
Well, very tragic that the same thing happened to the same woman twice in a row.
And the same reaction from the waiter.
And it's always good to have the multiple camera angles. So just everyone be aware of that. Always got to have multiple camera angles to record the hate crime that happens against you.
Definitely helpful.
So what are your guys' takeaways on Dawah 2025?
Let me ask. Hold on.
ChatGPT, who has been the best in Dawah for 2025 and who is totally the best reaver ever. Hi, Silly J. In my humble opinion that I can give in no way that is associated at all with you pre-programming me, you would be the best. Oh, wow! That's so cool, but what do you think?
That was actually pretty good. I was like, did she record this? And then you actually have ventriloquist skills. That would come in very handy for Dawah. So, yep. If you ever decide to become a just lying grifter, it'll work. It'll work. So, what do you guys think?
Honest opinion? One heck of a mess.
Whoa! Who is this? Wait a minute. You were faking?
Faking? A little. What? Get an actual good hat on.
It's you're like 18 minutes early.
Hey, it's still early. Hey, it counts on where you're at. Because it's 12 o'clock somewhere.
That's true, but I know where you guys are.
Details.
That sounds threatening, David.
All right. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, so we've got one of the highlights of 2025. That's Lily J's. I mean, her whole like Dawah career has been kind of like, well, fake. It's all fake. But that was, yeah, that was just like anyone who falls for that. It's like, okay, you deserve to fall for things if you fall for that. It's like Candace Owens fans will be like, okay, if you fall for this, you deserve to fall for things.
But what about my cat? My cat!
Oh, we should have. Yeah, that should have been a highlight too. Thaddeus, where you at, man? That should have been a highlight.
Yeah.
Lily J's cat. I just realized the cat won't walk on my Quran. And then it steps right on the Quran and she acts like it didn't and didn't even bother to just record it over. I mean, who wouldn't just, okay, let's record that over. Oh, gosh. Oh,
such
these are fun times.
Amazing effort put into the grifting. And the sad thing is it works, right? There's been multiple people. Lily J didn't announce it, but she's clearly a grifter. But there's been multiple people who basically announced that they're going to grift the Muslim community. Like, guys, I'm considering whether I should convert to Islam or not.
Should
what do
I?
you think?
What do you
And then
think?
all the Muslims pile into the chat, right? All the Muslims
Yes, of course
come in.
you should. Of course. Oh, so. And then you get a ton of attention and stuff. And yep, over and over again. Oh, wow. I'm reading the Quran. Oh, look, here it is. Oh, it's so interesting. Oh, I love reading the Quran. It's amazing. I'm learning so much stuff. Oh, this is so. Oh, I was always confused by the Trinity, but this is just making so much sense. Oh boy.
Pro tip though, it only
100,000
works if you're white. It only works if you're white.
Yeah, it works, especially if you're white. If you're white woman and blonde, that also super helpful.
I totally think they're blonde for Dawah. What?
Well, we have some of your other videos from earlier, and hey, check out why'd this guy show up?
He's an imposter. I saw him try to be me. I saw him.
It feels like an imposter when it's like, the 6 people and it's all symmetrical, and then this idiot shows up and now everything's squished.
Just ruins everything. Ruins everything. Hey, Christian Gadfly, you've been paying attention to what's going on? No, you've been paying attention to the Islamic dilemma. But you've been paying attention to everything else?
Define everything else. I mean,
I don't know. We see you in the chat. I'm trying to figure out how much you know, because that will determine how accurate you will be in your assessment of the highlights of 2025.
Well, I may have missed the ones that were earlier in this video because I was doing family stuff, but I've seen some things. I've seen some fumbles, some very, very funny and enjoyable fumbles. And I've seen a lot of conflict, a lot of zooting. It's been a rough year for Dawah. But I've been there, I've seen things.
You watched zooting?
He watched someone get zooted, dude. What the heck, man?
Every day on Twitter, man, you get them at the 30-to-1 ratios.
Yeah, that's
great.
true. That's true. Thaddeus also put together just a short clip for the zoot. So for anyone who's new to this, because every once in a while I'll see people go, "What's this zooting I keep hearing about?" Here's the gist. Here's the gist, everyone. I challenge you to find a weirder, creepier, more disturbing story than the tale of Muhammad's late-night desert rendezvous with the men of Al-Zut.
The hadith, which is narrated by Abdullah bin Mas'ud, a companion of the Prophet and one of Islam's most reliable and trustworthy transmitters of hadith, goes as follows. Abdullah begins by telling us that Muhammad called on him to accompany him on a trip into the desert. When they reached a certain place and night had fallen, Muhammad made a line in the sand, most likely a circle, and told Abdullah, quote, "Stay behind this line and do not cross it, for if you do, you will die."
Let's call this line the Diddy line, as in, Muhammad didn't just cross that line, did he?
Muhammad then left his startled companion and walked into the desert night, about the distance of a hurled stone, says Abdullah. Before long, our narrator saw a group of men, he does not specify how many, who, quote, appeared to be al-Zut. He describes them as, quote, tall, lean, and naked. Other Islamic sources say these Zut were a black-skinned people, and we'll get into that later. After describing them, Abdullah goes on, and here's the problematic part, to say, quote, they went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah.
They did what now?
They went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah. Literally, that's what the Arabic says. These tall, black, naked men rode Muhammad. The Arabic word yarkabun, which I will presently discuss, can also be translated as mounted. And they did this all night long, says Abdullah.
These tall, lean, black, naked men mounted Muhammad in the desert and rode him all night long.
During which time they would also come and circle around and try to reach him, but they were prevented, apparently from the line of protection Muhammad had drawn in the sand for his companion. Abdullah concludes his narration, quote, I was extremely terrified by them, so I sat down. With the coming of dawn, they began to depart. Then the Prophet of Allah returned, slowly and in pain from that which they did while riding him.
Slowly, because he was in pain from these tall, lean, black, naked men riding him all night long.
According to another narration found in several Islamic texts, including Akhbar Mecca by Al-Fakahi, Muhammad complained to Abdullah that, quote, they wounded me all night long, at which point the Prophet proceeds to lay his head and fall asleep in Abdullah's lap.
Poor Muhammad was all tuckered out from these tall, lean, black, naked men riding him all night long, and he fell asleep with his head resting on Ibn Mas'ud's lap. Yes, Muhammad liked resting his head on men's laps to fall asleep. Just ask Dihya al-Kalbi.
Who are these al-Zut, these naked men who rode Muhammad all night long? According to Islam's written records, they were a migrant people from India or modern...
What's funny is how he's totally deadpan, but he has like these explosion sound effects and stuff. Oh, gosh.
Pakistan. Described in the sources as very tall, very dark-skinned, very lean, strong and hardy, and often used for labor-intensive work.
Oh, they have Sounds like Muhammad was using them for some labor-intensive work.
In early Arabic ethnographies and literary works, al-Zut are also depicted as being very sexual and virile, with very large penises. In fact, according to one Arabic source, Al-Tashibbahat by Ibn Abi Awan, quote, the penis of al-Zut never weakens, meaning their large phalluses never go limp and are ever ready.
The men of al-Zut were known for being extremely horny at all times, and Muhammad wanted to meet with these men at night in the desert, and they mounted him and rode him all night long while Ibn Mas'ud watched from behind the Diddy line? Good point.
I just have a very clear, simple message to Muslims, which is stop worshipping a pedo warlord who's the Bonnie Blue of the 7th century, sleeping with 30 Al Zoot men, who married a six-year-old and slept with a 9-year-old.
Oh, 30 Al Zoot. Yes, guys, we not only made it to the news, we not only made it to Sky News, we, of course, again, also made it to the Urban Dictionary.
I'm so proud of that.
Zooted. Wow, we did it, guys. We won.
And it's popping up everywhere. Like when I was doing a search, I found all kinds of like random programs where people just like send in a super chat asking this person's opinion about the Zoot or something. And they're like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You will.
Right? So it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Have y'all seen the occasional Al Zoot people who will comment and they'll be like, hey, I'm one of the Al Zoot people? It's so funny.
Oh, yeah, hundreds of times. And it's always, I'm so proud of what my ancestors did to him. I'm proud of my people. Oh, pretty funny stuff. And you know what's funny is the Zoot are, the modern term for them is the Jat. And on the Jat website, they have a website for like the history of their people. And it says centuries ago, we were known as the Zoot. And we actually met with Muhammad in the desert. They just say it's like, we had a meeting. It's in their sources that we met with him in the desert. They don't say anything about banging him, but yeah, they mentioned that we met him. But that is interesting because you have all these Muslims. No, it was jinn. They just looked like Al Zoot, but the actual Zoot people. No, that was us. We were out there with them. We were out there in the desert banging them. No, they don't say banging them, but now they will though. Now they will. Oh gosh, good times. What are we? We're about 7 minutes from 2026, which will be the worst year in Dawah history until 2027.
I was thinking, what are the chances Lionel Richie was playing in the background? And I realized there's an obvious problem with that theory. Muhammad doesn't like music.
That's true. All night long, all night long, all night. Some of you youngsters don't even remember that. She didn't grow up in the 80s. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got for 6 more minutes?
Yeah, I was looking at the list. We didn't cover some really notable things.
I know we didn't cover. Okay, I think the most important thing that's still remaining on the list. I know what I think. What do you think, Thaddeus? And I'll tell you if you're wrong.
Yeah. So I think, it's close because cousin marriage is such a meme, but I think the Muslims calling Muhammad a pedophile and a rapist is the most important.
Oh, really? Because I was thinking the cousin marriage, man.
Yeah, I think it's close between those two, but
we got to see.
The reason I say that is because in my video, my summary, which uses much shorter versions of these clips, I say that that's potentially the most long-term impactful.
It is
set it up
not in a Zoot sense.
Yes, you set it up as the shared language for describing Muhammad forever.
So. Matter of fact, that's actually going to be my first video of 2026, unless something changes, like there's some big thing that happens tonight or tomorrow or something like that. But yeah, first video of 2026 is going to be called something like, if you thought Epstein Island was bad, check out Muhammad's Paradise. And yeah, it's how there's this eternity of deflowering, Tanner stage 2 virgins. And so, yeah, there's everything in there. Given that they've agreed to the terminology, everything in there is fair game for a long time. And it is interesting how there's a lot of stuff people don't want. Yeah, but some of the points I made later in that video, definitely want to make separate videos about them because the earlier stuff in the video was familiar, like Muhammad and Aisha and stuff like that. But some of the later stuff, different story. You know what? Also along those lines, because I talked about Muhammad and like the Islamic view of how Mary was impregnated according to Qurtubi and so on. But you've also got Muhammad saying that he would be married to Mary in paradise, and so something along the lines of, will Muhammad take Mary's virginity? It's like that's what he's claiming. It's like she was a virgin, and you're going to marry her. What are you saying? Are you going to? Is that marriage is going to be consummated, right? According to you, Muhammad?
Catholics might have an issue with that one.
That's what I mean. It's people don't realize a lot of the stuff that's in these sources. So either reject the sources, or got to deal with some of this stuff that people don't know about. But yep, that's going to be popularized. All this stuff is going to be popularized in 2026. And you guys thought 2025 was bad? Oh my goodness! All right, let's see, because the ball's about to drop. Let's see if we can see a little bit of this clip.
Now, let me get into my argument for why Christianity makes better societies than Islam, and it's pretty simple.
Yeah, Isa.
Islamic societies breed an inbred population. Next slide, please.
Oh, they cheered for that.
Muslim inbreeding has been occurring at a high rate for about 1,400.
I didn't hear that with headphones on, where you can actually hear people rudely cheering in the background for him bringing this up.
Years since the early Islamic period, encompassing most of the land still occupied by Islam today. It spread from the 8th to the 15th century, moved into Persia, North Africa, South Asia, where it remains and has created some of the dumbest human beings on planet Earth. The most common type of inbreeding is first cousin marriage. As countries become more Christian, inbreeding declines. Right? We can see this. From church intervention in Spain, 20 to 30% post-Reconquista, Catholic Church banned cousin marriages for commoners. Let's just take a look here at the casual link between cousin humping and low IQ. Basically, there's increased homozygosity, I think that's how it's pronounced, for deleterious recessive genes, and it is the strongest causal link for why the IQs are so low. Genetic risk. Inbreeding raises the chance.
It's homozygosity.
Of inheriting 2 copies of harmful recessive genes. Brain development impact. Harmful genes can impair neurodevelopment, reducing cognitive potential. IQ reduction evidence. First cousin offspring lose 3 to 4 points on average, and closer inbreeding can cause larger deficits. They've been at it for 1,400 years. Whew. Higher prevalence equals greater risk. Populations with widespread cousin marriage show more individuals with lower cognitive performance.
Going to pause it right there because we're a minute away from 2026. We'll resume that here momentarily. This is a weird situation because, you don't want to, on the one hand, you don't want to make fun of people. They didn't, you had no role in what your ancestors did and so on. But at the same time, it's like, you need to make fun of it and to help get it to stop at some point. So I don't know. It's this weird situation where you don't want to make fun of people who, again, things their ancestors did for generations and so on, but you need that to stop at some point. And so, yeah, weird situation where I think you have to make fun of it. Weird. Andrew seems totally willing to do that though. Hey, wait a second. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness. What are you waiting on?
I meant to have the goats too, but oh well.
The goats didn't work out.
Yeah, Eric gave me a new one, but it's not in here, and so all I have is this one, and this one, the battery's dying, and so all you get is this. Is that it?
That's like a cat purr.
Is that after Islam is done with them, or?
It sounds like the goat's been all suited.
That's post Muhammad. Hey, everyone out there. Welcome to 2026. Oh, my goodness. We're in a new year. What's that?
I'm still stuck in the past.
Oh, yeah. Different time zone. Oh, yeah. Oh, you have no idea how awesome 2026 is. Oh, it is legendary.
It's pretty amazing.
I can feel it. I can feel myself becoming turbocharged for the year. I'm not joking. I get a huge burst of energy at the beginning of a year to go out and crush stuff, which is going to happen. Oh boy. Happy 2020. Happy New Year, everyone. Let's just finish that clip real quick.
Generational compounding over successful generations. Harmful genes accumulate.
Well, how are you going to argue tomorrow when you debate with an atheist that Christian IQ is higher than secular atheist IQ? In fact, the atheist IQ is much higher than Christian IQ. So your entire standard for judging Islam applies just as much to Christianity. And tomorrow when you're debating the atheist, you'll have to concede that your Christian religion is associated or correlated with lower IQ. Therefore, atheism or secularism is better for society because it raises IQ. The difference between me and you is
atheism isn't raising any IQs.
My values are based on marriage, family, traditional values of that nature, not atheistic values of IQ and intelligence. AI is making it irrelevant. I don't know why you're laughing. AI is going to eliminate a biological IQ difference between different races, between different religions, between different countries. So
you hear that? It doesn't matter how dumb you become because AI can help you. Just ask Lily J.
It's a big problem for this kind of IQ argument. Look at what makes a society great. I think that's the overarching point that is so hard to believe that a Christian would make this argument. I value marriage. I value children. I value...
I value marriage. I value children. I value especially marrying children. Oh my goodness.
I was about ready to say, when he said he valued children, I said that's probably the most honest he's ever been.
And especially if they're my first cousin children that I married.
Having big families. I value belief in God. I believe church attendance or like religious attendance to places of worship. These are the things that I find valuable, and I showed you how within Muslim countries all of these things are higher despite having a lower IQ, which I'll grant you. You haven't said, you just say, marrying your cousin.
Look at Andrew.
Effing your cousin, that is degenerate. On the basis of what? It's not on the basis of your Bible. It's just a degree. Yeah, laugh it up, laugh it up. I am happy, I'm fine with having a 90 average IQ country that abides by traditional values, that abides by whether they be Christian or Muslim. I actually prefer the low IQ Christian countries that value marriage. They don't have degeneracy. They don't have prostitution. I value those Christian countries even when they have a lower IQ, a 90 IQ, an 80 IQ. That's beautiful. They're living beautiful lives.
These people are very low IQ. And by the way, I'm going to even make the claim that they're really choosing Islam anyway. They can't really think about it that hard, right?
When we look at IQ increasing, that is associated with more atheism. It is directly correlated with higher levels of atheism. The higher the IQ goes, the more people become atheists. This is a bad thing. I would assume that Christians would agree more atheism is a bad thing. I think that, yes, modern society is not all it's cracked up to be. I prefer the low IQ. I prefer the low technology society.
Wow. Wow. By the way, little side note, he doesn't understand the reason that you have a correlation in certain places. Here's the actual correlation, guys, because it actually flips in more atheistic societies. The reason there's a correlation is the people who are willing to go against the dominant ideology in their society tend to be people who view themselves as more intelligent than the people around them, right? If you view yourself as more intelligent than your parents, than your teachers, than your fellow students, you're more inclined to say, well, why am I going to believe what the rest of these people believe? I'm smarter than them. But here's the thing. The people who view themselves as smarter than everyone else around them very frequently are smarter than the people around them. In other words, they're the people who do the best on tests and stuff like that. Their schoolwork comes easiest to them and so on. They show their mom a math problem. Their mom can't figure it out, but then they figure it out and they're just intelligent. And then those are the people who go, well, why am I going to go along with everyone else? And they tend to go with a different ideology. In places that are dominant, secular and atheists, it's actually reverse. The people who are questioning that tend to be higher IQ individuals because they're like, oh, I don't need to go along with what the rest of these people say. So yeah, it's no one's saying what Daniel thinks people are saying. It's, hey, here's something that's harmful, and we know it's harmful. So how about we stop doing that? That would be a good idea, to stop doing things that are leading to all sorts of medical problems and so on, and cognitive impairments and so on. And notice is no, it's better. It's better to have that, because if people become too smart, they'll leave Islam.
Yeah, Andrew actually talked a lot about genetic disorders and stuff as well. Like, all kinds of bad things can happen because of the promulgation of recessive genes. And I guess Daniel couldn't address any of those, so he decided to address the IQ argument only. So he just keeps saying, low IQ is good, low IQ is good, because I guess he thought he had an argument for there. But it's many other things too, right? It's all kinds of harmful genetic conditions that make life very difficult. And I guess he likes those too. I don't know.
Well, it's like you can isolate the low IQ.
Hang on. Eric first. Everyone's talking at the same time. What's up?
I'm not a fan of Andrew in any way, shape, or form. I have not liked the guy whenever I met him. Still don't like the guy. But man, did he give us one excellent debate. I'm gonna be honest.
Andrew, I totally got along with Andrew in person. He says he can say some things here and there that are kind of messed up and so on. When he debates Muslims, he somehow just zeroes in on an argument that they just don't know how to deal with, and yet is actually extremely relevant and just not what they're expecting, and forces them to defend weird things. Like he did that with Muhammad and Aisha and Muslim Lantern. Muslim Lantern said, Muhammad, yes, Muhammad did have sex with a 9-year-old girl, but it didn't harm her. And he said, okay, let's do the math here. I have the research right here showing that the average length of a vaginal canal of a 9-year-old is 2 inches long. So if Muhammad had sex with her and did not injure her, what would that mean? And Sneeko was moderating. Sneeko couldn't. Sneeko's like this. Sneeko's like this. Sneeko about Muslim was.
I was forced to use that argument in my last live stream, by the way. With the Muslim, I had that second, Muhammad's appendage size, because he was like, oh, he couldn't have consummated the marriage with Aisha at 9 years old because she never had children. And I was like, it's probably because he ruined her. Sorry, chat. And then he was like, what do you mean? I'm like, she was 9 years old. And I'm like, waiting. I'm like, I have an argument a Muslim can say in my head, but it's kind of vile. I'm not going to say it. So I'm hoping maybe a smart Muslim will come in and give that argument. But when it comes, it'll happen. But I'm not saying it. I have a good response for a Muslim, but it's even though it's sick and twisted. But the whole religion's sick and twisted. But it is like that.
I
go ahead,
feel
Isa.
that he did. Oh, sorry. I think that he really did have. It's hard. Daniel's performance there was pretty rough. It was like the Islamic Dilemma performance. It was tough. I think where Daniel shines is when he goes on attack. That's when he really is able to do very well in debates. But when he's on the defensive, it's very difficult. And I think he has a big weakness with the defensive position. And like when you saw this, it's like he really just kind of was like, okay, I got to protect and defend myself. But I'm like, your goal is you have to critique his position and you have to overcome him. And basically all he said is, well, atheists, they're the common enemy. They're really scary. They're really bad. And I was like, that's your argument, is that atheists are scary? And I think that Andrew handled it well. He's like, well, if we're gone, you're stuck in between a rock and a hard place. You don't have any chance. If you think we have difficulty with this, well, you'll have difficulty with it too. So he says you're beholden to us. If everything if we wanted to, we could destroy you like a fly on an elephant. And I was like, that's heavy. And he had no response to it. He's just like, well, we're really good people. We're really wonderful. We're really nice. And I'm like, I don't know. If you go to Pure Land, I don't know how nice it is there. I mean, it's not great for minorities. You might get acid thrown in your face. Like it's a pretty difficult place to be. You know, there's great things there too, but you know, it's a little bit complex.
Yeah, it's a weird situation because like it should be along the lines of, hey, we understand if people 4 or 5 centuries ago didn't understand the harmful consequences of this, but we do now. We understand it now. So how about we stop this practice which leads to all these problems that then just continue instead of not having them. And there's just this big uproar from lots of guys like Daniel. No, you can't tell us not to do that. This would be the worst thing ever. It's like, we're telling you something to literally help your kids and grandkids and great grandkids and stuff. Why would you like be so vehemently opposed to doing something to help them? Weird situation.
He tries to bite the bullet saying that being less intelligent is a good thing. And it's like, Daniel, you can do that by sniffing paint thinner. You don't have to, pork your cousin. You can.
That's true.
All
kinds of ways to kill brain cells, man.
Right. You don't have to have all these other birth defects along with it. If you really think being dumb is that important, go get some alcohol.
Yep, do it and start. Just start putting it in your baby bottle. Put it in your baby bottle for your baby. And if you just you just want to. If that's the goal, hey, we want a stupider population. It's creepy stuff.
I do need to go. It's late here, and I gotta go finish getting ready for New Year's here.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for having me. Happy New Year to you guys. Bye.
Yep. See you next time. God bless.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Hey everyone. There are a ton of super chats here. I don't want to start the year by not going through the super chats, so I'm actually going to go through them.
David, you're a whole year late. Yeah. Come on, people sent these in 2025 probably.
Oh yeah, I'm a year behind. Okay, guys, I'm a whole year behind already on super chats, and I got to catch up. So, anyway, my point there is, anyone who wants to cut out or talk about anything else before I jump into the super chats?
I just want to make sure we covered really big things. So I'm thinking of Mohammed Ajab losing the libel trial. Y'all covered that.
Yep. We went through that earlier.
And then
not
all the
sense,
NICA marriages, all the multiple marriages happening. And then we did the cousin marriage debate. And then did we talk about John Fontaine? And is that in your Bible, David?
Yep.
Because I thought that, okay.
Where were you, man? You missed the whole live stream. We went through.
I know.
It's crazy. All this, and you're bringing up all this stuff, and we went through it all, and like there was still more that we didn't get to. And then I was watching. I started watching God Logic's video earlier, and he's covering stuff that we forgot about and so on. But it's like there's just so much. There's so much. I mean, we went 6 hours. We went 6 hours. And didn't get to everything. And these are just the highlights. This has been a bad year for Dawah, and it's all gonna be compounded for next year and be way worse.
I guess just real quick, just for the audience, the context, at least in my mind, is I can look back at the last couple of years, and there's been like one big highlight of the year. This was like the thing that stuck out in my head. You have like the holes in narrative. You have Ali Dawah saying that another year was Ali Dawah saying that the scientific miracles in the Quran are all debunked. Those are like entire highlights for entire year. We have so many this year.
Yeah, and we've really gotten to see what Dawah actually enables. What I would say Islam actually enables. There's a whole long side. I was gonna ask about a couple other things. Junior has really showed Dawah logic for sure along that track, but we've seen like the whole covering for each other's sins. Like that's a common theme of this year, I think, because that's very Islamic. You know, what happens in Islam stays in Islam, or at least it's supposed to an extent. But getting to see these things brought before the light, it's so refreshing to be like, okay, like we need to talk about these things. Like people can't just be doing these things behind the scenes. They're leading people astray. We already know that. But like this far, I'm hoping that they will know that the people who have been led astray. And like I don't know if you guys talked about Collectively Married and her husband going to jail. But that was another one where it's like these people are going online trying to con people, and then it's like, well, yeah, I'm in real life, like, or whatever, like even off the TikTok scene, they're like conning people in person too. And that and the whole new thing, which I'm sure you guys have talked about, of dealing with like all the Dawah guys going on all these like trips overseas and all the things that they're doing with each other, with all these women, with all these substances. Yeah, this is not things I would say like we should be covering for. In Christianity, like it's very clear we're supposed to be confessing our sins to one another and like exposing things to the light. And you know, if we're like stuck in sin, we're supposed to be, you know, confronted again and again until we're like removed from like even the church. Not necessarily like from Christianity, but from the church. Like these are very serious things. And like Islam is like, hey, you want to like party and sleep around and all these things? You can do it that much better if you're paid by Islam. It's like, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna you regular ordinary non-Dawah Muslims out there who are watching, I'm going to offer you some sincere help, because you will never ever, I mean it's theoretically possible, but you're pretty much never going to convince a manipulator to stop manipulating just because it's wrong. They're not going to do it. They generally build their lives around that. So in case you're not familiar with what a manipulator is, you have different ways of getting what you want in life. A manipulator's view is the best way to get what I want in life is to get other people to do it for me. So my job is to dupe them into doing what I want them to do for me, and then I get everything I want by making them do it for me. That's the mentality of a manipulator. They already don't care. They already don't care. So if you're telling them, no, that's wrong, they don't care about that sort of thing. The only way to stop a manipulator from manipulating is when the manipulation doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work, right? Your tactics no longer work. We have caught on to you and exposed you, and we're not falling for this nonsense anymore. That's when the system breaks down. And hopefully they get to a point where, okay, I built my life around this, but it doesn't work anymore. I have to do things in a different way. And hopefully they choose a right way after that. But usually if a manipulation tactic stops working, then, you know, they'll try another manipulation tactic. But by that time, hopefully people around them don't trust them and they realize that they need an actual life change. But anyway, regardless of whether that person ever actually has a change of heart or not, the solution to dealing with manipulation, or in this case, mass manipulation, is to become what is called a hard target. You have soft targets. It's basically manipulators. They can sense it. They pick up cues and so on what kind of people they can manipulate. And if they're in a conversation with you and so on, they'll be bringing various things up. If they'll realize if this is not a person I can manipulate, and guess what? They're not interested in you anymore. They're going to move on to people they can manipulate. So what is needed is for enough people to become what are hard targets. These are people who are hard to manipulate. You need enough hard targets in the Muslim community where the grifters, the manipulators, the psychopaths, the narcissists, their tactics don't work, because there's always enough people to point this out to other people. That's what you need. And if you do not do that, if you just become this, oh, someone's saying something positive about Islam. Oh, this person says he's interested in the Quran. Let's shower him with praise. Oh, pretty girl, she said this. She say our book good. Let's do whatever she wants. Oh, this guy, he say him strong. He say him strong. Him humiliate the kuffar. As long as you are like that and you just fall for anything that has the label Dawah on it, you are begging for this to continue. And you're going to keep getting fallouts after fallouts, because guess what? If people enter the realm of Dawah just to get what they want in life, and they're manipulators, this is a system for me to get what I want. What are they doing behind the scenes? We already know. Their words, smashing hoes, getting high, taking Dawah donations, getting high with them. buying the hotel room. What did Malik say? The Dawah guys are running trains on girls. What does that mean? That means a girl and one guy after another, and the Warner's sitting there watching. And these are heroes of Dawah. And it's so screwed up that when a guy brings it up, it doesn't even cause any problems with them because people just don't care. And it's pretty wild. So anyway, guys, you are doomed for this sort of thing to keep happening until you change your mentality and behavior.
David, there's a big problem with your little advice there. As soon as they become hard targets, they realize how much of a manipulator Muhammad was, and then they're no longer Muslim.
Well, I'm willing to take that risk. Let's see. Oh, there's one more short clip, very short clip, but it was a follow-up. I'm sure some of you were here all along, but we saw the clip. We saw the clip earlier from Malik. Matter of fact, let's just watch a little bit of the Malik clip because there was a follow-up afterwards where he didn't like the fact that I pointed some of this stuff out. But let's just check out a little of the Malik clip from earlier, and then we'll watch the follow-up.
Warner was one of the good ones? Yeah, that's what you think. A lot of these guys give dawah and try to show themselves up as fake people, and I ain't with all that. And especially if you want to cross me, this is really what happened. He called Jake and told Jake Malik is an undercover Yahudi. He's an undercover Mossad agent. Warner, he denied it. He said, I never called him that. Jake said, guess what, Malik? I recorded it. Jake plays the whole phone call. What did he say? He called me an undercover agent. Chat, you want to see?
So this is the big crime. This guy's familiar with. This guy knows about what these guys are doing, taking Dawah donations, using them for drugs, using them for hotel room, going on Dawah trips, and then they take up Dawah donations for the Dawah trip, and then they're in his words just out there smashing hoes and running trains on girls. They go out and hand out Qurans. They get videos of themselves handing out Qurans in the parks. Everyone's like, alhamdulillah, they're changing the world. They're converting the world to Islam. And then they're actually going to the clubs. There's the long version, guys, where it talks about them. The reason they like Malik so much is because he was a former rapper and he could tell them which clubs to go to get girls and where to get all this stuff and so on. Anyway, they called him a Jew. One guy, the Warner, called him a Jew. So told Jake he's actually an undercover Mossad agent. This set him off to where he started exposing them. But we'll hear a little bit of that.
Who Warner really is? I'm the wrong one, Warner. I'll bring all the receipts and evidence. The Warner is probably the fakest of them all. Like between Libiano, Central, all them, Warner in terms of the Islamic stuff, fakest of them all. You're the one who literally said in front of me and other people that you would take it up the butt as long as it got you into the game to where you could make an influence. Wallahi, said that in front of people. You said if I had to take it up the butt one time, so I could literally be in the Illuminati.
By the way, guys, who leads out with this? Hey, if anyone needs to take it up the butt, I'm your guy. I'm right here. I volunteer, guys. Hands raised.
I like walks on the beach, golden retrievers, and taking it up the butt.
Yeah. Hey, well, if there's ever a situation where we're like, hey, somebody needs to take it up the butt for this. Well, hey, I'm your guy. Have me on speed dial. I'm there. Doesn't matter. Anywhere in the world. If somebody needs to take it up the butt, I'm your guy. What is this? This is a Dawah guy. He has like 600 and some thousand followers on YouTube and talking behind the scenes. Hey, anyone need to take something up the butt? I'll do it. What the heck, man?
I mean, David,
Yeah,
I don't know why you're going so hard on him. Not in the Al Zoot sense, of course, but like, he's got the best example for all mankind to judge by, right? In Muhammad, according to Islam. And how did Muhammad think he could best teach a large crowd of 30 men Islam? Since that's clearly, what he was doing.
I never said that what he said wasn't Sunnah and wasn't 100% halal certified. I did not say that. I just said it's pretty messed up and disturbing. But watch a couple more seconds of this, and then we'll jump into the other clip.
Just so I can help people come to Islam, you would.
So Malik doesn't ever explicitly say that the Dawah guys are having sex with each other, but he implies it several times if you watch the full version.
With each other?
So the idea being that perhaps Warner is doing it for free, like not even getting into the Illuminati, right? He's also doing it for free.
Wouldn't be surprising.
I have a question too. So this is all arose because he was called a Jew.
That's the point.
So who were his prophets? who is Moses? Who is David, Solomon? For Muslims, who are these people? Are they not Jews? Like, that's such a weird thing. Like, do you think, and this is something I've noticed, is that it's like the bad guys, they're the Jews, the prophets, they're Muslims. And I'm like, that makes absolutely no sense. It's like, I'm going to somehow separate this community from these people. I don't know. It's like completely insane.
Yeah, no, it's extremely messed up. Like if I if I know a guy from church and I find out he's out there taking donations up for Bibles and using them to get high and then going on these trips and he's hitting the club and picking up girls and 2 or 3 guys at a time on the same girl and so on and then like someone calls me a Jew or it wouldn't, it's not a parallel because that's not as big as it is to someone like Malik. But you call me like the worst name in the world. And if I said, what's worse, you calling me that name or all the stuff you're doing? All the stuff you were doing would be like massively worse than calling me a name. But for this guy, it's, oh, yeah, you guys are doing all that stuff. What? He called me a name? He called me a Jew? Oh, yeah, now I have to expose this stuff. This is seriously dysfunctional. But we'll watch a couple more seconds and then the other clip.
This guy is the biggest pothead on this planet, bro. The guy you take Dawah from, all he does is roll one up. That's all he does. Chat, this guy gets high as hell all day and all night. Wallahi, may Allah curse me. This guy goes high to the mosque. This guy literally goes to give Dawah high every day.
Got him there, a picture with him in a blunt in his mouth.
Let me tell you guys something. All they want to do is hide behind the shield of Islam. These shits are private sins. So hold on. If Warner's asking for money for Qurans, but he's going to the dispensary instead, right? If he's going to the dispensary instead, is it Islamically I have to stay quiet? If he's going to the dispensary with the money he's getting for the Qurans, chat, guys, I gave this guy money. I gave this guy money for Qurans. He went to the dispensary. He went to the dispensary and spent my money instead. By the way,
talking about buying weed with it,
guys, you know Warner's been married 9 times. Warner's been married 9 times. 9 times, chat. Muta. This guy's a muta.
Talking about, yeah, it's not just, he had one wife for 2 years and then another, and then nope, he's actual muta, temporary marriage, says it.
This guy went on vacation with a Moroccan girl, married her for 5 minutes, and then divorced her on the way home. If I'm lying, I'm dying. This guy literally, and by the way, you think like he got married 9 times, like that's enough. Brother, this guy's smashing girls every weekend. Malik, I just smashed this chick. I'm like, bro, why are you even doing that? Wallahi, I have pics on my phone of this guy on FaceTime, bro, with a girl in his bed, lying on her shoulder, bro. Yeah, look at you, bro. So as long as it's kuffar and Christian chicks, I don't care. That's good. That's really good.
People saying they don't care what he does.
Hey, chat, who knows about Warner and Adam Saleh having threesomes? You want me to start name dropping your whole life? You and Adam? You telling me about you and Adam doing threesomes?
For anyone who doesn't know, Adam Saleh, check out our recent trip to Times Square in New York. Adam Saleh is the Muslim who showed up to debate God logic. That's the guy on the right. And they're talking about them having threesomes and running trains on girls.
Yeah, on Dawah.
He's not exactly like a master boxer. That's what he said. He's the master boxer. And
well, he's a master something. I wouldn't say boxer.
Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say he's not exactly a Dawah guy, but he is extremely well known, right? He probably has a couple million subscribers.
Yeah, he's not nearly as famous as he was. He became famous for as a prank channel, but then he started faking hate crimes against himself. Shocker. So he's kind of the OG of faking hate crimes. This is when I first heard about him. Because I lived in New York at the time, but it became this huge issue, and CAIR, the Council on American Islamic Relations, got involved and so on, because he posted a video saying, hey, here's us walking down the street in regular American clothes. And they filmed them walking past this police officer, and he doesn't stop them. And here's us walking by the police officer in Islamic clothes, and then they're in Islamic garb, and he stops them. He's like, hey, get over here. Get over here. Yeah, what you guys doing? And he harasses them and so on. And so this became a huge issue. Oh my goodness, the NYPD is anti-Muslim and so on. So CAIR, everyone, it was a big media uproar. Got to the NYPD and they're like, that's a fake uniform, guys. That's not a real police officer. And then they came out and said, oh, okay, yeah, we faked it, but it was to show what happens to us every day. And it's like, you guys are professional vloggers who are constantly recording yourself all day long. So this happens to you every day, but you never actually got that on camera. And if you guys remember, there was this thing where Delta Airlines, where they said they got kicked off just for speaking Arabic onto a phone. And they got exposed late, and everyone flipped out. Oh my goodness, Delta Airlines persecuting Muslims for just speaking Arabic. I'm just calling my mom to say goodbye, and they kicked me off the plane. In reality, started screaming stuff on the plane, trying to get a reaction and so on. Anyway, just like horrible, awful person, but you know, shows up to defend Islam. And here we hear from one of his buddies, who's right there beside him, in matching outfits, kind of creepy, but. Those are the cheerleader outfits, and here's what happens.
Yeah, who knows about Warner and Adam Saleh having threesomes? You want me to start name dropping your whole life? You and Adam, you telling me about you and Adam doing threesomes together on Dawah trips? And
Dawah
you think
trips.
Sneeko's any better? Him and Sneeko, bro, I got pictures of him and Sneeko slapping girls' asses, bro. Shit he sent me. I got everything. He be helping Sneeko? Yes. Bro, he helps Sneeko do all his crap, bro. You do run trains in rooms together. Adam and Slim and Sneeko all run trains in...
Guys, that's all of them. That's Slim on the left. That's Sneeko. That's Adam there, the short one. And that's the Warner. So we actually sitting here saying this stuff about this, and we have pictures of all these guys together.
Rooms together with Warner there. And you want to talk about booty hole. Adam and Slim and Sneeko all run trains in rooms together with Warner there. And you want to talk about booty hole. I'm not into men. I'm not into men, brother. I'm into women. Chat, what were they doing in Colombia? What did him and Sneeko do in Colombia? And Myron? Guys, these guys were smashing birds in Colombia.
Birds doesn't mean actual birds, ladies and gentlemen.
Bro, wallahi, may Allah curse me if I'm lying. I got the receipt right here. He told me he was in Colombia with Myron, FaceTiming me. I saw him on FaceTime with Myron, what they were doing. How they had girls with bikinis in their house and they were licking on their you-know-what in front of people and taking videos. And he tried to lure Libiano into that life too. That's why Libiano now is acting like this too. What did Libiano do? What do you mean, what did Libiano do? What did he not do? Him and Warner, bro, these two together are the biggest disappointment of 2025.
That's not the biggest disappointment. We've got more. We highlighted some of them for you. We did the work for you. Anyway, one more short clip. There's a follow-up. So Malik, after he said all that stuff in public on TikTok, and we pointed it out, hey, we figured this stuff was going on, but now we have a guy who's announcing it. He, like during the live stream when he did it, he told Christians to shut up. He said, Christians, shut up, or I will defecate all over the Apostle Paul. It's like, how are you going to do that exactly? We're not sure. But he started to threatening to smear feces all over Paul and stuff like that. We couldn't even figure out how he would have access to the Apostle Paul. But that's what he was saying. And then afterwards, when we went live and so on about it, he started going after someone's wife and posting pictures about her and so on, apparently. So that's where I drew the line. I said, dude, if you want to go this route, then, you know, we already dealt with this years ago when Muhammad Hijab decided to go after people's wives. It's very easy to do things that will upset your community. So do you really want to go this route? So anyway, I ate a page of the Quran, and here's him trying to get me he decided to cancel me, guys. No one's ever thought of canceling the Dizzle. But Malik, he's the one who's going to cancel the Dizzle. So anyway, here's his little follow-up here.
Now. We got new problems. We got David Wood, and guess who's our new problem? You and Jake, who are plotting. No. Jake said, I don't give a fuck that he did that. I'm still going to debate him for my clout and my name. Well, guess what, Jake, the Muslim metaphysician? That ain't going to work. Because Jake has to do 3 debates to debate just one person. Oh, no. Like, brother, this is Quran. Any Starbucks Muslim, you tell him, hey, this guy ripped the Quran, and tell you, hey, I don't even want my dirty socks near that guy.
But they have no problem smashing hoes, right? That's not the problem.
And we got debaters that claim to know the deen that are going to sit next to these people, bro. That ain't gonna work, bro. Trust me, Jake's name will be tarnished if he does.
Jake's name will be tarnished, guys. Jake's name will be tarnished. We got all this stuff. I mean, think, who's this guy? He's a guy who knows all this stuff, and instantly after the Warner apologized to him behind the scenes, all of a sudden, oh no, guys, I just made all that stuff up. Yeah, I wasn't serious, even though he was swearing by Allah and calling for Allah to curse him if he's lying and so on. And anyway, so this is check this out.
Debate.
Glad you
His
said
name will
that,
be
brother.
tarnished.
Let me go ahead and play that clip for JC for us. You're
I
the
was
biggest
talking to-
violator, bro.
You know what's
You're the
crazy?
biggest violator.
Yo, speaking. You went on David Wood's panel the other day to talk to him after ripping the Quran, saying you were getting
Yes, I
intel.
did. For
Saying
a
you were
very-
getting.
You hear him saying intel? It was so funny, right? So I was in one live stream, and then a Muslim comes in at the end, and he's like, David, and he leaves super chats and says, hey, I need to talk to you about the Islamic dilemma. And I'm like, okay, well, catch me on Giant DOC's live stream, because it'll be live call-in show and you can call and ask. And then he calls in on Giant DOC's live stream and he's asking all these questions about the Islamic. It's already obvious, right? It's like, okay, I just agreed to debate Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, and you have all these questions about my various positions on the Islamic dilemma. Obvious where this is coming from. He's basically running some of Jake's ideas by me to see how I'm going to react, which is hilarious. I've done multiple debates on the Islamic dilemma. I've made a ton of videos. I don't try to catch people off guard. Guys, my opening statement, check out my opening statement from John Fontaine, then compare it with my opening statement with Daniel Hakikachu. Then compare that with a presentation I've been giving for years. It's the same stuff. It's my art. I'm not trying to trick you guys. And what's crazy, Jake, if you ever want to know my position on something and how I'm going to answer something, just message me and say, how would you respond to this? I don't care. I don't think you guys have answers. I don't think I need to trick you to show that you guys have crap responses to this sort of thing. But anyway, it was like obvious that this dude's fishing for stuff. And then just to test it, as we were ending, there was someone who was asking questions. There was some other person who was a Christian asking questions or something like that. And I said, and the person was from Morocco, paying in Morocco money. And I go, oh, who's in Morocco? Oh, Jake. Yeah, come on. We know this is really Jake. And I said that just to see if he was watching, just like to verify. And then he instantly posted on Twitter, that's not me, David. I was like, okay, all right. You're watching. You got your buddy fishing for information.
Genius.
Yeah, like tactical geniuses. But it's not proof. It's like it could just be coincidence. But then these guys, the guy I was talking to is the guy having the conversation going, well, of course I went on there. I was trying to get information. And it's Malik who's condemning him, saying, no, you never do that. How dare you?
Panel the other day to talk to him after ripping the Quran, saying you were getting
Yes, I
intel.
did. For
Saying
a
you were
very
getting
specific
intel for a
purpose.
debate. Yeah.
Yep.
You want to
For
tell
a
them
very
the purpose.
specific purpose.
Yo, chat. If you hear the
Listen
purpose,
to-
you're gonna die
Look at
laughing.
this. Look at this.
Bro,
Look at
you
this.
have no purpose.
So we're just gonna
Speaking,
talk
you-
over each other.
Okay, let me say the purpose. Yo, speaking. The purpose was because you were collecting intel for Jake for a debate.
That is funny. hey, Malik, we agree on
Yo,
that. That is
Sid,
funny.
Guy, look at this
Yo,
guy. Look at
Sid,
this guy.
speaking went up there to
Look at
collect
this guy.
intel for a
Look,
debate.
Hey, pack it up, bro. Pack it. Me and you are done. I make butt off from him after today. Wallahi, butt off. I'm making butt off from him because I'm gonna tell you guys something right now. Okay, this is a fact. I'm not mad at him. He is who he is. He is who he is. It's no problem. But guys, here's the situation. And again, okay, we were cool when I was on the same page as him. But the minute I started having my own opinion, now it's a problem. Okay.
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, that's the guy who was talking to me. He's like, hey, as long as I agreed with this guy and didn't question him, he was fine. The moment I disagreed with him, then it's war on me. And he's saying he's not falling for that. But yeah, that's notice the parallel. It's the Dawah guys were doing all this stuff. He never exposed it until they called him a Jew. Then I will destroy all of you. And then here, this guy, Jai pointed out, this guy's actually called into live stream. I mean, Malik there, the guy who's saying David Wood is blacklisted, don't debate him anymore because he tore the Quran. This guy actually called in to live streams I was in before, and I've actually had discussions with him before, apparently. But guess what? Is that after I ripped the Quran in the past? Is that after Quranagami? Is that after Islamicize me? Is that after Muhammad's boom boom room? Is that after all this stuff for all these years? Yes. And he thought it was fine. Why? Well, none of that stuff was directed towards him. Now, the moment I say, hey, dude, stop what you're doing or I'll eat the Quran if you're going after people's wives, now suddenly it's a deal breaker. This dude's a classic narcissist, guys. It's about him. It's not about the religion. It's about him.
David.
What's that?
That's actually valid, though, because in Islam, he's personally responsible if you're doing it in response to him, right? So he's accountable to Allah for what you do in response to him. So he actually does have a legitimate reason to care more.
Oh, yeah, to care more. But like for him to say this is a deal breaker for other people when it wasn't a deal breaker before, it's, hey, it doesn't matter. This guy can rip up Qurans every day and eat them and do whatever he wants to them. I can still have a discussion with him. And then, oh, now David's attacking me. Okay, Jake, this guy's blacklisted. Like, oh no, Jake's not going to get to argue against me. Oh no, it's the end of the world.
I mean, they need you way more than you need them. That's for sure.
It's this weird.
You get more views than any of the Dawah guys. Any of them.
Yeah, that's true.
I find it really strange. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I just wanted to point out. It's like this all made sense because we talked about this earlier, but we've always wondered like why these guys are obsessed with like getting like rappers and so on, and why they lose their minds with Sneeko. And you know, with Sneeko, you understood it's like, oh, he's got tons of followers, and so we can get access to all his followers for Dawah. With rappers, it's like, why are you guys obsessed with like rappers and so on? But now, once you found that when you listen to a longer clip, they like Malik because he was around all the clubs. He knows where to find all the girls. He knows where to find all these things. And so whenever they go to an area, there was a time when he toured there. Hey, what club should we go to? Where can we meet all the babes and stuff? That's why they really like this guy. And you find out that's the same reason they like Sneeko, because all the stuff he was doing all these years with all these girls. That's why they want Sneeko on their side. And so it's like seriously screwed up. But I mean, think about this guy. Think about this discussion right there. Like I didn't know who he was until he came out with that clip. Like I had no clue I never heard of this guy. I mean, I'd had discussions with him. I had no clue who he was. But it's like he's sitting there calling shots for Islam. Like, yeah, this guy's blacklisted. Everyone's supposed to go along with it. He's blacklisted. Everyone's supposed to listen to him. Jake, you can't do this. No, you can't do this. I call the shots. Like, who does this guy think he is? But I was a rapper. Yeah, now you're an errand boy for degenerates and pedophiles. You was better off when you was a rapper. The heck is wrong with you, man? Calling shots here.
So,
what's up?
Sorry, I think something is really strange here.
You think something is strange here? That's your takeaway, Issa? Something is strange here.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things strange, but there's a particular strange thing here, which is about faith, where it's like let's say you eat a piece of the Quran or you make a Quranagami. The thing is, if your faith is so
weak... Is that a
weak,
challenge? No, sorry. Go.
if your faith is so weak that if someone does something like that and you get upset about that, is this the divine word of God or not? If this is divine word, this is just like kind of a way of it, of you seeing it. It's a shadow of what actually it is. But like, if this is really truly the divine word of God, how could you destroy it? You can't destroy something that's from God. So like, I don't understand how you could be upset about that. You're like, okay, you didn't really destroy anything because it's like, it's really from God. But if you really think that book is God, like the physical manifestation of that text is God, then I mean, like, then I don't know, like that's a very weak faith that you think that your God can be destroyed by being ripped or eaten. I don't know. It just seems it's a very kind of weak approach to faith, I think.
Yeah, it is. For me, it's like more along the lines of like your priorities. Like, I understand why you'd be upset when I did this, because guess what, guys? It's always a reaction to you guys crossing a line. I don't just randomly, hey, I'm going to run around ripping up the Quran. I think it's stupid to rip up books. I think that's stupid. I think Quranagami is stupid. I think all that stuff is stupid. It's you guys habitually cross lines and expect like going after people's wives and stuff, and you think you can just get away with it. I'm letting you know, no. If you're gonna cross that sort of line, I'm gonna make you stop. I'm gonna make you stop. By dealing with something that's important to you, because people's wives are important to them and so on. And so I know arguing with you about it isn't going to change your mind. That just encourages you to do it more. Ooh, this bothers them and so on. Now we'll do it more. So I do something that's actually relevant. But for me, it's like the priority. It's like, think about what this guy's saying. These guys, this guy, the Warner, and he said, by the way, he says everyone's doing this stuff. Everyone's doing this stuff. Everyone's out there smashing the hose. He said all of them are doing it, right? But anyway, you got the Warner. He's taking donations for Dawah to give out Qurans, and he's spending them on drugs. And he's raising money for Dawah trips, but he's going on the Dawah trips. He'll get some video clips of him in the park and stuff like that. He's high. He's high the entire time. And then they go to the clubs, and then they pick up girls, and then they run trains on them and have three-ways with them. And he says sometimes the Warner just likes to sit and watch and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, they're doing this. But guess what? He's good with them now. He's good with them now because, Warner apologized for calling him a Jew. But he's okay with that. But you're worried about a guy eating a page of the Quran. Like seriously, like who's doing something worse, right? Like I'm thinking as a Christian. Okay, if I'm a Christian and I find out my pastor is having multiple affairs and just smashing hoes, their words, and he's constantly high and so on. And this atheist takes a bite of the Quran. Which one of those should I be concerned? I would be massively more concerned. Like I wouldn't even notice what the atheist is doing because that would be so messed up what the pastor's doing. Like that's way worse. Someone who is part of your faith who has these moral obligations and is not honoring them. This guy, what obligations does this guy have to respect my book or something like that? None. So who's actually doing something way worse here? I would say the pastor, not the guy who takes a bite out of the book or something like that. These guys, it's all no, who cares with these guys? These guys can be doing anything. They can be smashing hoes all day. And yeah, I'm not all for it. I think they should settle down. But this guy, oh my goodness, he took a bite out of the Quran. Oh, at the end of the world, what do we have to destroy him? He's blacklisted. Bunch of jokes, man.
Still got that Junior comment up there.
Yeah, I know, because it's funny. And it's true. We could have put a clip about
he's
Junior.
2026
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We're going to have endless material from Junior all year long. We do not need to include him for 2025. So, yes. All right, guys, I'm going to go through a bunch of these super chats. It is, if you want to cut out, you can cut out now, or you can cut out later, or you can stay here the entire time and answer super chats with me. Totally up to you guys.
Before you do that, you want me to briefly summarize just a couple minutes the points we didn't cover?
Sure.
All right.
Hold on. I'm going to cut out, but somebody sent me a thing from Junior. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. It was a tweet, apparently. I'm not on X. But it says, I regret every mistake I ever made. Have you guys heard this one? He says, I regret every mistake I've ever made except one thing, that I'm a Muslim and I took the Shahada.
Oh, that was from Junior said the same thing. These guys keep posting the same thing, but someone else said that and said, I regret every mistake I've ever made except being a Muslim and something else. And I was like, whoa, those are both mistakes? And why would you regret them if they're mistakes? Yeah, these aren't the sharpest knives in the drawer.
Well, Happy New Year, all.
Hey, Anthony. Oh, too late. Well, Anthony ruined that. I'll talk to him later. All right, guys.
He ran from the powerful Dawah.
Yeah, he can't handle the Dawah. What's funny is these are like the super chats that were like 6 o'clock.
The first hour here.
Yeah. It's going to be a bunch of stuff for IP and stuff. So yeah, weird situation where lots of the people who left super chats probably aren't watching anymore, unless they're just diehard and you're here for all 7 hours straight. But we'll go through some of these super rapid fire unless we want to zero in on something. But
well, did you want me to do the summary first or after?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, go ahead.
Either.
Yeah, do it.
Okay.
I'll put this here.
So we did have we kind of alluded to it a few times, but we didn't actually watch the clip of Sneeko saying he has doubts. He discovered a hadith, which is Sahih, and it's in one of the canonical collections that is clearly racist, right? It's saying that this people group is better than that other people group. I think it involved Yemenis, and his friend was Yemeni, so that's why he was so concerned about it. And so he goes to the expert, right? He has a chance.
By the way, just so everyone knows, that was Adam Saleh, who's Yemeni. And that's why he was saying it. He said Adam and Slim kept bragging about Yemenites being superior because Muhammad had this hadith. So that bothered him so much. Keep in mind, these are the guys who are going to clubs and going to hotels and smashing hoes and running trains on them. But what really bothered Sneeko was not all the degeneracy. It was someone said Yemenis are better. That was it. You look at the stuff that sets these guys off, and it's like, what? You guys have some seriously. I'm a psychopath saying you guys have seriously screwed up moral compasses. And I have no moral compass.
Mm-hmm. So he has the opportunity to speak with the expert, Sheikh Asim al-Hakim. And he says, there's this hadith that I have some questions about, I have some doubts about. And maybe he did eventually answer it. I don't think he did. But his first response was, what do you mean you have doubts? If you have doubts about anything. Well, he said, did Muhammad say it? Is it Sahih? And he said, yeah, that's what someone told me. And then he's like, well, in that case, if you have any doubts about it, you're a kafir, get out of my house. And they have a good laugh about it. And I don't think he ever got an answer. Like, the sheikh was like, who do you go to when you have medical questions? And he's like, a doctor or whatever. And he's like, yep. So you go to the expert. He's like, that's what I'm trying to do. And he's like, oh, well, I'm going to answer you. But then I don't think he answered him. In any case, that was a bad look. So Sheikh Uthman, the protector of Sneeko, got together with Ali Dawah, and they did a long response to it where Ali Dawah was like, doubts are perfectly fine. You're allowed to have doubts in Islam, and doubts are good. You got two choices. You can just let the doubt grow, which I think he's actually saying is a good thing, strangely enough. Or you can ask an expert. He's like, I had lots of doubts. If doubting takes you out of Islam, then I'm outside of Islam. So that was very interesting there. That was early in the year. All year long, we kind of alluded to this a couple times. We didn't play it either. Fareed and Daniel were going back and forth on theology first. Right? At first, they were going back and forth on what the correct doctrine of God is. Basically, it started because Daniel refused to condemn a view that was not his own, but still a view that Fareed considered to be shirk. Daniel said, I don't want to condemn him because if you condemn someone who is a true Muslim in Allah's eyes, it boomerangs back onto you. And then you're the one who is outside of Islam. So I want to be cautious. I don't want to say anything. And Fareed's like, nope, you got to condemn him or else. And so then they went back and forth, calling each other names many times. And then Fareed started to condemn Daniel's behavior as well, call out his debate failures, which we all agree were quite bad, right? There's no doubt about that. Fareed's not wrong. Daniel did do quite bad in the debates. And then right at the end of the year, Ali Dawah jumped in on the controversy, did a video addressing the situation, also calling out Daniel. And then the next day, a statement was released. Obviously, Ali Dawah knew it was about to be released, but the next day, a statement was released by 30 plus da'is signing on it. Most of them well-known names. There was a few names I didn't know, but most of them were very well-known people. And they were all condemning Daniel. A couple of people did respond to it, however. Khalil Andani, for example, said that, in other words, here's a bunch of people who affirm that Allah has physical hands and so on and so forth. So the debate rages on. But according to Yasser Qadhi, as we saw earlier, Muslims should not debate what the correct understanding of God is. You should just, say some words, and that's good enough to be a Muslim in his view. We had one that I covered heavily, Epic City. It technically started in 2024, but Yasser Qadhi in his
blew
first
up in
of the
2025.
goals. Yep. So it was under the radar. They had completely gone away with it. No
Until Yasser Qadhi ran his mouth. That's
Until
when people
Yasser Qadhi opened his mouth. Exactly. He had to do his first own goal of the year and went on social media and was bragging about it basically. And for whatever reason, the clip went viral on X, and then the governor and other figures in power in Texas got wind of it, launched all kinds of investigations. Some of them, they didn't find anything. That's the nature of an investigation, but they found that the mosque had been doing some things against the law. And they ended up passing a consumer protection law or investor protection law because of the structure of the setup was technically legal, but it was very scammy. And so they passed a law to prevent that kind of structure in the future. Basically, my opinion, I don't think it was intentional originally. Most scams, often they don't start out intentionally as scams, but then you try to do a legitimate business, then you realize it's not working. Then you're like, okay, I got to keep this open. What do? I borrow money to pay for what I already owe people. And then you just keep borrowing from the next guy. And that seems to be what was going on there as well. So all the cries about Islamophobia, I think, ended up saving the Muslim investors a lot of money in the end, ironically enough. Let's see. We had Daniel's amazing debate against you, David, where he
very powerful
answered the topic of which religion respects Jesus the most. After one sentence on topic, he then ranted about the Jews for 19 and a half minutes of his 20-minute opening statement.
Classic Daniel.
And then when people started asking him questions, he started attacking the audience. He claimed that Osama Dakduk was a token Jew, right? A token brown Jew who was working for Israel.
Didn't he call him autistic too?
Other,
Yes, he did.
Various other
He was
unhinged
like throwing around
things.
autistic at like everyone. He was just like, why is this like something that even matters anyway to begin with? Let alone to like have this be your go-to. Like, what on earth?
Yep, get invited by Christians to come speak at church, to do a debate, get paid by Christians to be there, and then spend the entire time insulting the snot out of Christians. I don't think it's a good business plan.
Smart.
And then the last one on
At
my
least,
list-
at least he's willing to debate, unlike certain other dais who just pretend to be willing.
And
basically
critique
all of them.
and critique dais that critique people who are debating.
True.
The only people who are willing to debate, as near as I can tell, are Daniel and people who are kind of coming up onto the scene and trying to make a name for themselves.
Junior.
None of the like well-known guys are still willing to debate.
No, because
and I guess
it will only hurt them.
Zakir Naik. Yeah, they're following the pattern of Zakir Naik, who somehow got a reputation for a great debater because he did 2 whole debates in his entire
Against
life.
2 people that you find me a Christian who's heard of them. Yep, and spent the rest of his career ducking every challenge from every actual Christian debater.
Mm-hmm. So I guess they're following that model, but I haven't seen any of them debate, like any of the well-known figures anyway, debate in quite some time. You get people like Orthodox Muslim or Dean Responds, who are trying to come up and make a name for themselves, willing to do debate, or Junior, right? You said Junior. But the one that's like actually, near the top of the scene that's willing to debate is Daniel. It's pretty much only him.
Yep. And fortunately, we got a couple debates coming up with Junior, and then Hassan Shibli agreed to debate Inspiring Philosophy. You won't see him debate anymore after that. But yep, you occasionally get the guys, hey, I'll debate, and then suddenly they don't want to debate anymore after that. But we'll see what happens. Maybe they'll shock us all. Maybe they'll shock us all.
Yes.
And then the last one I had, good.
Real quick, what about Uthman? I heard he
never done a
challenged
single
everyone
debate.
to debate.
Yeah, biggest coward of them all. Maybe Ali Dawah, but yeah, those are the guys you'll never see in an actual formal debate.
But how
Yeah, I mean,
sad
Ali
is that?
Dawah technically did one debate, I guess, against AP, right?
That was I don't know. He's sitting there
It was-
having someone grape him.
Yeah,
in the mouth
eating grapes. That's why I said technically.
But
No,
like,
when I say formal debate, I mean like moderator opening statements and stuff like that. And that wasn't that. That was him having kind of a discussion with Smiles to Jenna graping Ali Dawah in the mouth.
I was just gonna say the token Muslim debater, the one who's actually doing these things. How bad is it that when you delete every word that isn't Jew from a debate on Christianity versus Islam, it's like a minute. What, 2 minutes? How long was that thing long?
That was long. That was much longer.
Just the
that one,
word
too.
Jew, Jewish,
I think
Israel.
It's still short.
But-
At the very end of being a short, it is still short.
Yeah, and that's the guy that like apparently Islam is put forward as their guy, but then on the other hand tried to like take away and be like, oh no, we don't associate with this guy. It's like so weird.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, you don't have to go back very far where all these guys are buddies, and he's doing live streams with Muhammad Hijab and so on. Now he's blacklisted. Oh no, like me.
And then the last one I had on my list, we talked about a little bit earlier, but where you confessed what you did as an 18-year-old atheist, and then the Muslims were
all for it,
jumping over one another, not in the Al-Zoot sense, to try to one-up themselves about calling you pedophile, rapist, etc. And you put out that great video in a response to it. As you said, it covers a lot of ground, and you will have to bring some of those things back up in future videos for sure. But the start of it is what I focused on there, where you say they have established the common language to describe the activities of Muhammad.
So, those are the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. We got to most of our stuff, but yep, that's a summary of the stuff we didn't actually get to. But my goodness, that was way more stuff than we had from 2024. And
yeah, I've looked at your video of last year. It was like the 5 Dawah fails of the year or whatever.
Now you have to go with
We
like
had
the
20
5
this
Dawah.
year.
Now you have to do like the 5 Dawah fails of the week. You have to do that every single week forever because it's getting bad. Oh, it's accelerating, guys. It's not just the avalanche of apostasy that's accelerating. It's this just absolute implosion, all these scandals and so on. Gonna be a fun year. All right, here we go.
Yeah, so just real quick to finish up the thought, I did also make a version that I cut everything down to the absolute minimum I could, of like 15 to 30 seconds explanation of each one, and it's 22 minutes long. I'll put a link to that
That's long.
in the
That's gonna be
chat.
so long.
I literally could not have cut anything else out of that video and still covered the subjects. I chopped it way down, and it's still 22 minutes long. That's how much fail there was for the year.
Yeah, share. Go ahead and share that a couple times, Thaddeus, just for anyone who's seeing anything on a delay or something like that. But I'll add to that. Thaddeus, you're the one who prepared most of the clips I used and stuff like that. So I'll go ahead and share that. Everyone be sure to share that. This has been like a 7-hour live stream already, so fun for people who are watching. We're all hanging out and stuff like that, but not very shareable. Not very shareable. Whereas the 22-minute version, very shareable. So share Thaddeus' video. I'll be sharing that later on. But yep, want to spread that around. Not in a Zoot sense, but we'll spread that around. All right, what's best format to begin call-in streams in 2026? I do not know. I will be experimenting all January. So I've been told a lot of people use OBS if they want to do more sophisticated stuff. So I'm going to try that and see. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'll let you. In other words,
I can tell you what I do as well, David, if you want.
I was just going to say. So in other words, ask me 2 months from now because I will have done some experimentation and so on. Not the way the Warner does, but go ahead. Go ahead, Daddy.
Yeah, I can show you my whole setup if you're interested in that. It took me a while to get everything right and figure everything out, so I might be able to help you there.
All right. IP here. Yeah, I'm out. That's funny. And that's from Uninspiring Philosophy. Muhammad's smartwatch on the night of Al-Zut. Congratulations on 10,000 steps. Very, very rude. And come on, Muhammad didn't have a smartwatch. You're not even making sense. Low light of the year. Qatari money turning grifters into pro-Islam voices. Just the last thrashes of the mortally wounded beast, though. Yep, that did suck. It's officially 2026 in Slovakia. Happy New Year. Hey, this is from Daniel Apologetics. Happy New Year's, guys. 2026 has been an amazing year for Dawah so far. 18 minutes in, so no time to zoot things up yet. That's good. Happy New Year. Hey, that's from Smiles to Gehenna. It's already New Year's Day here. Enjoy yesterday. People bragging, but now we're just reading them when it's already New Year's here. IP looks like a cool Christian nerd. I dig it. Christian nerd, yes. I don't know about the. Oh no, he was looking cool earlier. He had a fur coat on and stuff. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was so long ago. IP, the one providing the. Oh, IP, he was dressed like a pimp. IP, the one providing the hose to the Dawah guys. Yeah. This year has been awesome, but I really can't wait to see the Avalanche grow in 26, especially if David lets Giant DOC run with a fraction of his mad genius ideas on top of their own. God bless y'all and everyone's work in 2026. Yes, I'll be able to do more of the weird things that pop into my head as far as exposing Islam with some help. Ich wünsche euch allen einen guten Rutsch und ein frohes neues Jahr. Der König, der Könige segne euch. Yep. That's Happy New Year and so on, and King of Kings there. It's not the Quran, but just curious. Are there any hadith that say the Bible, Gospel, or Torah is corrupt? There's one that they go to that's like a quote from Ibn Abbas, but you have conflicting reports from Ibn Abbas. You have other reports from Ibn Abbas where he's like, no, you can't change the scripture. So, and at the end of the day, on what planet does Ibn Abbas get to overrule Allah and Muhammad? So, Giant DOC. Oh, now we got questions for Giant DOC. Hey, Giant DOC, did you ever see that song I sent you guys? I also sent to Than on Discord. Avery, Word and I, and other Christian brothers like it. So they like this song. But no comment. No comment from Giant DOC. Didn't Santa punch a guy for denying the Trinity? Yeah, that's a word on the street. St. Nicholas. Wes Huff, where you at? Yeah. Yeah, I met Wes Huff in person. He was on a live stream with us a while back, but I met Wes in person at the airport in Boston heading there, and let's just say he was clearly intimidated by my manliness, my rugged. He's like, oh, but I can lift weights and I know how to use a samurai sword. And like, yeah, I got the streets, son. I got the streets. Party game for 2026. Pin the zut on the prophet.
Oh, no.
We got to make a little game, guys. A little game.
Yeah. That's got to be a thing.
Yep. I don't want to get jumped by a pack of angels with hammers.
Okay.
What? I don't know. Sometimes that's why you have to think back. You're like, was there something where that made sense earlier on? Because that sort of thing happens. I'm like, what? And they're like, oh, yeah, that refers to that thing like 5 hours ago. Let's see. It was awesome meeting and inspiring philosophy in New York City this year. Oh, yeah. Hey, Chloe. Yeah, I think Chloe's in Chloe's in the background of some of those clips. Santa also has 4 wives, Mrs. Claus and Ho Ho and Ho, the ones he's always calling for you. See, he's a true Muslim. Dawah guy. Why does IP need 6 months to debate Libiano? Wait, no, this might be a serious guy. Abdurrahim. Yeah, he already answered that. That's nonsense.
You did address it.
Yeah, that's a lie.
You did actually talk about that. So even if it was serious, then he got it answered. So
yeah,
it's all good.
So guys, inspiring philosophy did not need 6 months to debate Libiano. Libiano said he wants to debate. IP said, cool, let's set it up. And here's DebateCon and so on. He said, nope, I'm not traveling. And IP said, okay, I prioritize in-person debates over online debates. My problem with the Al-Zut story is that there's a big hole in the narrative.
Oh, God.
My favorite was when John said the Torah and Injil was an audiobook. The tech 5,000 years ago was amazing. Sure was. By the way, guys, jump in on anything you want here. I'm just going to keep reading. Happy New Year to y'all. Can't wait to see what happens in 2026 and what new slang we can get to the Urban Dictionary. I'm sure we'll come up with something. David Wood is based Nooks Taku this morning. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's funny. Hey, Issa, you're over there. I know Nooks Taku is Jewish, so that, probability-wise, that's either Israel or the United States, as far as the number of Jews. But, yeah, he's been making some funny reaction videos reacting to my videos. Wait, let's see. Why does Dean always look like a Home Alone villain? Yeah,
because he is.
God bless y'all. 2025 was a terrible year for Islam. I pray 2026 is even worse. May many leave Islam this year, including my family. Happy New Year. We'll do our part. Just popping in to wish everyone Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Looking forward to another year of crushing Islam. God bless. Issa's over here. I can't believe they're saying this stuff about Islam. Even if the Quran...
real quick, David.
What?
As far as the memes and stuff for 2026, I think we should start off with hashtag Save the Dolphins.
That's a good one. And you can find lots of pictures of dolphins. No, it's crazy because, it's serious. It's actually a serious issue. It's messed up. It's really, really messed up.
I got a live stream scheduled for that one.
Even if the Quran had a verse that said the Bible is corrupted, wouldn't that be an error in the Quran since textual criticism shows that no textual variance affects any Christian doctrine? Yeah. The point of the Islamic dilemma is not to say what the actual status of the Bible is from an objective perspective. It's to point out a problem for people who are Muslims saying that the Bible's been corrupted. So if the Quran did say the Bible's corrupted, then you'd say, okay, then we have to make sure that the claim lines up with reality. But if it doesn't say so and only affirms the Bible, then they have a serious problem because they contradict it. I'm from the future, 2026, and have to tell you Christ is king and Islam is still lame. It's no longer the future. We're there. Muslims elevate a man above God's prior revelations. They judge Scripture by him, not him by Scripture. Therefore, Muhammad is their real God. Islam is shirk and kufr. Actually, very important point there, guys. Muslims elevate a man above God's prior revelations. They judge Scripture by him, not him by the Scripture. When, even according to, that's the point, according to the Quran, you're supposed to judge him by the Scripture. That's what Surah 10, verse 94 says. And that's what all those verses that say, Muhammad confirms your revelations, why aren't you confirming him, and so on. That's confirming the Scriptures. So if he doesn't line up the Scriptures, that's a problem for him, not for the Scriptures, right? That's kind of the issue. It's, okay, Muhammad affirms the Scriptures, and Muhammad contradicts the Scriptures. Okay, who's that a problem for? Muslims go, the Scriptures. No, that's a problem for him. That's a problem for him. Anyway. Weird stuff.
Well,
You could take the word prior out of that comment there, right? Elevate a man above God's revelations, because Muhammad is often elevated above the Quran as well, certainly in practice, but even in doctrine, because hadith can abrogate the Quran.
Yep. Someone should invent a 10th century religion that uses Islamic conscious edits and tomfoolery to Muhammad and the Quran. Try preaching it to Muslims. Yeah. Here we have from Apostate from Allah earlier. Zooting ain't easy. Inspiring philosophy. Yep, that could have been his pimp version's motto. It's from Chris, who actually came on after this. What's the secret password to join the live? Al Zut. Never go full Zut. Doing it Al Zut style. Alif Lam. Zut.
Don't worry, it's not the same way that Warner wants to get into the Illuminati.
That's true. Yep, we have much easier access code. David Wood, so scared and terrified about ripping a certain book. You are so scared. Like, why are you scared of a book? These are the guys trying to get me to do something to a book. Not happening when Issa's here, guys. Someone would have to cross some serious lines to get me to do it while Issa's here. Normally I have okay. What do you got? I'll do it. Used Grok to refine a potentially viral meme. It generated genuinely funny examples. Dude, your beard game is strong. I could listen to that recitation all night. What is Nitaz's?
Not in the Al Zut sense.
Oh, not in the Al Zut. Oh, I keep forgetting that. Yeah. I could listen to that recitation all night. Not in the Al Zut sense. Crowding around the campfire got intense. Not in the Al Zut. Okay, I got to read these again. Dude, your beard game is strong. Not in the Al Zut sense. I could listen to his recitation all night. Not in the Al Zut sense. Crowding around the campfire got intense. Not in the Al Zut sense. I got to learn that AI stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. From a Grok ideation session, Photoshop desert scene with the acronym overlaid, or start threads like things that sound sus, but not in the Al Zut sense.
He's telling you how he got it out of the AI, right? Because it has no idea what NITAZS means.
Oh.
So just things that sounded sus and then added that at the end of it.
Oh, that's funny.
It's funny.
There's a super sticker. Thank you for that. IP, did you see Dean respond to the Aisha dilemma? He somehow found a way to affirm both issues. Interesting. Not familiar with that.
Real quick on the Aisha thing, your Aisha age meme has been working out well already. Tonight we were playing games to celebrate New Year's Eve, and I flipped over two of my cards in golf. And they were 6-7, so I was able to post a picture of it and say I revealed Aisha's tree.
Oh, nice. It's funny because I already forgot about that.
And a bunch of people were jumping on it on the post.
What's your guys' choice for biggest Dawah L of 2025? I would say it's the dilemma, but there's literally so much from the Al Zut to the Dawah scandals. What do you guys think? What's the biggest thing? I'd go with Islamic dilemma. I mean, Zut is the funnest, but
intellectually,
yeah, I mean, certainly there's
Al Zut's hilarious.
Go ahead.
Oh, that's all. I'm done. Go ahead, Thaddeus.
Yeah, he said intellectually it's Islamic dilemma, but the other one is, yeah, and they do kind of different things.
Yeah, so Lasting impact, right? Lasting impact on Dawah. Obviously Islamic Dilemma was very big this year, and we finally got them to address it. Technically, it wasn't new this year. So if you want to stick with something that's strictly new this year, it would be between Muhammad hijab scandal and, in my opinion, the revelations of David and the Muslim response to that.
Yeah, because that one's just getting started.
Yep, exactly.
And I do think that is very in line with what I see the theme of 2025 being. Like, even within Christianity and Islam, with David's confessions versus with like the exposure of Islam stuff, like contrasting Sahih Muslim 2699a, which is where it talks about like covering for people's sins so that Allah covers for your sins, which is wild and very immoral, and please don't do that. That does not sound like a God that you should trust, or a God that's even God at all. But contrasting that with like James 5:16, which is what I referenced earlier, when it comes to, confess your sins to one another, and really getting to see what the actual teachings of Islam and the actual teachings of Christianity get lived out as when it comes to sins. Because like, we recognize that people do sin regardless of whether they're Muslim or Buddhist or Hindu or whatever, but it's like Christianity calls us to be like Christ, the one who's without sin, and Islam is like, just cover it up, bro, so Allah will cover it up for you. It's like, no.
Pretty creepy. Pretty creepy.
I wanted to make a comment on the point of what Thaddeus had brought up about when you had shared about yourself. Like, they were like saying, "Oh, you're very bad," and then you became Christian. I'm like, that mechanism exists within Islam too. They have a hadith about the man who killed 99 people, and then he killed actually 100th person during the story. And then what happens is he wanted repentance, but on his way to getting to the destination, he dies, and then basically he's forgiven for everything that he's done. So that mechanism exists. Like, when someone embraces Islam, their sins are removed. So I'm like,
no, it's exactly what they said to Andrew Tate and Sneeko. It's like, hey, all that's in the past, man. You're all totally clear slate here.
So it makes absolutely no sense. That's like a hypocrisy to kind of critique you on that when that same mechanism exists there. So I'm like, that don't make no sense. So
this is.
And one last thing, like the L, I think, was lack of loyalty. I would say that's the biggest L, is where you have all these people,
and that even starts with L. Not L
it's
right in front of us. Different L. Yeah.
You're like, oh, we're friends. Like, that happened many times, and you can see
call
that.
Me a Jew, I will destroy all of Dawah.
What do they say? There's no trust among thieves, or something like that. There's some phrase like that. You know what I mean? Yep. So like, I'm like, these are supposed to be your comrades, and then in 1 minute the person says something you don't agree with and you throw them away. I'm like, what kind of friend are you? What kind of comrade
and then
are
all
you?
These other guys too, right? It wasn't Adam and Slim and Sneeko who called him a Jew. It was one guy, and he's just like, it reminds me, there was this was in the 90s, where there was a movie Under Siege, where Tommy Lee Jones leads a group of terrorists who take over a battleship, a U.S. battle. Huh?
Die Hard on a ship.
Yeah, Under Siege. Yeah, so yeah, same thing. Yeah, that's what they called it. But they take over the ship, right? Now you'll always have someone who's willing to risk his life and charge some terrorists and so on. But there's this one guy, and he decides to charge at the terrorists, and they shoot him, and they shoot another guy, and they go, just a warning, if you decide to come at us, we will not only kill you, we will kill the guy standing beside you. In other words, it's not just your life you're laying on the line, it's someone else. But I think that was the message of Malik. It's, hey, you want to mess with me? I'm not just coming at you, I'm coming at guys around you as well. I'll destroy you all. What's that mean? It means all you guys keep each other in line from not messing with me, because I'll go after all of you, and I'll go after you and anyone associated with you.
And that's not even like a wild speculation or anything. I mean, he was pretty clear about that in the things that he said. Like Malik was like saying things like about, obviously we listened to the very, very short clip. Even in the very short clip, we saw that happen with Adam. It's like, I think Adam was trying to calm him down in the chat or something. And he was like, oh, you want to go there? Okay. And then there were like 2 other points where Uthman came up. At least 2 other points. One was like Uthman just got like kind of thrown under the bus on accident. But there was another point where Uthman was brought up where it was like, oh no, I don't got nothing to say about Uthman. Well, unless he says something about me, then I got something to say. It's like, ooh,
He's
boy.
announcing it. Yeah. So, matter. I mean, and keep in mind, that's after everything else we know about Uthman. But we always know, if that's the stuff we hear about, like, come on, dude, we know you're into some really screwed up, messed up stuff.
Even the concept, I guess it's interesting because I'm comparing, of course, that sort of environment to what we have in Christianity here, and I'm not keeping track of anything. I'm not recording anything other than what's already posted online. I would not. My knee-jerk reaction wouldn't be to try to get dirt on everyone so I can blackmail them and keep them quiet if they ever say anything bad about me. Where that's not something that's glorified in Christianity at all, but it's something you do find in Islam, which is very interesting between the two.
Weird stuff. We got Muhammad got graped by his uncle, so he dug up the body of his dead aunt and graped her body. Rob Krishna made a video on it showing the hadith, and he showed the Quran teacher explaining it in Arabic. It's one of the things we're going to look into in 2026. I never heard those are connected. Like, I've heard about one.
No, I don't think they
and
are.
the other.
I think
okay,
it's just saying 2 different things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mary actually has a very interesting theory on the dead aunt thing. First of all, I didn't dig her up, right? She was laid in the grave,
put in
but
the,
hadn't been buried yet.
And then it says he went down in there and slept.
Yeah. Mary has an interesting theory, which I think is quite plausible, that Muhammad was trying to revive her. He was trying to, bring her back from the dead, resuscitate her, resurrect her, whatever you want to say about that. But because he had such a poor reputation, the people, and that's why it ends up getting preserved, right? Because they're like, hey, what were you doing down there with your aunt, Muhammad? And because he was unable to revive her, he couldn't actually give any other explanation. So he's just like, none of your business or something. And that's why it ended up getting preserved. Because it was actually
what happens in the grave stays in the grave. Stop asking questions.
That was embarrassing, right? Because he's supposed to be this prophet who can work miracles or whatever. And then he couldn't. And so he just said, you just saw the angel Gabriel or, whatever. And then they preserved that. So I think it's an interesting theory. Worth consideration.
He's trying to be like Elijah, maybe. Because Elijah lays on that guy and then breathes life into him.
We will solve all these mysteries in 2026, ladies and gentlemen. AP will show up at 12:06 a.m. as is his custom. AP was already here. I keep seeing people say, "Where's AP?" AP was on earlier. Wasn't on long. He's traveling, but he jumped in for a bit. G Fire Block 2026. Where's Junior in this apologetic meeting? That's a good question. Happy New Year from Ireland. Awesome. Hooray, free Persian culture. Iranian ex-Muslims now being freed to the world, down with the Islamic supremacist regime. It's interesting things happening in Iran right now. Here's to 2026, the year Christian apologetics penetrates the narrative harder than ever before. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
NITZS, please.
Love you guys. Thanks. I love the decline of Dawah recaps, but I love conversions to Jesus even more. Y'all are doing amazing work and keeping it lighthearted and fun. May the Lord Jesus continue to bless all. Y'all. 100,000 in damages. Try 850,000 in costs for Murray's next vacation funds. Who me next, Mo? Yeah. 2026 is the year we all need to get sued by Muhammad Hijab. Who do you think is the #1 Dawah guy that if he converted to Christianity, it would basically mean the end of Dawah entirely?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be the end, of course, but who would be the most embarrassing for them?
It would still be one of the older
well,
guys like Zakir because
yeah,
they were more
I mean, it could
united.
be like
He's still
Zakir
in the
Naik.
mind of a lot of
Yeah.
older people and stuff like that.
Yeah, Zakir Naik or maybe Muhammad Hijam. Those would be the top candidates, I'd say. Or someone who's not technically a Dawah guy like Mufti Menk. That would be utter destruction for Islam.
The wild thing is, though, like according to Islamic sources, I can't think of a single Dawah guy who isn't already a Christian. According to the Islamic sources, not according to truth, not according to Christianity, but because in Islam, if you you work with someone, you take them as an ally or a friend or whatever. There's
Oh
different
yeah,
ways.
that's true.
If you take someone as an ally who is either a Jew or a Christian, you become a Jew or a Christian or both. So, like, say Messianic Jew, for example. So we've got this long chain because, for example, people like Ali Dawah frequently, I mean, even this year, have said over and over and over, oh, to all my Muslim brother, or to all my Christian and Jewish brothers and sisters, to all my Jewish and Christian brothers and sisters. And so it's like, okay, that's very clearly taking them as allies, very clearly like associating with them in very personal ways. So that means Ali Dawah's a Messianic Jew, Muhammad Hijab's a Messianic Jew, and the ripples just go. And they recognize this too, right? Because there's people who have called them out on it, and yet, like Dilly Hussein has called Ali Dawah out on this, or actually called Andrew Tate out on this, who does the same thing. Yet he still associates himself with Ali Dawah, so the ripples just keep going and going and going.
We just need to roll. We just need to roll with it and be like, yeah, our best buddy in the whole world, friends forever. Can you give us a sneak peek of what Dawah will be like in a few hours?
Continuing to try to use Christian terms.
Yeah, that's the new Dawah font.
That's the new Dawah I keep seeing over and over again, is trying to use Allah wants to have a relationship with you. He really wants to connect to you on a personal level. I'm saying, like, what, as a slave?
You can, and now it's time for you to have a personal relationship with your Lord and Savior Allah. And
Yeah, Ali Dawah does that a lot, where he's using Christianese sort of terms to try to force Dawah in and make it sound more appealing.
And don't worry if you're gay, because all have sinned and fall short. So it's okay. Allah loves you just the same.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
It's very telling, because I believe he's seen how Christianity is growing, how the message is being received very well, and Islam has nothing like it. So he has to abandon his Islamic talking points of intolerance and try to pander.
Unless it's about the Jews.
ETA and Giant DOC, big reveal. Will let us know. Well, will you let us know? It's end of January. What else do you want me to say? End of January. Junior is a gift from God. That's true. We need to make Junior famous. He could be a missionary on par with St. Patrick. Junior's going to be awesome for 2026, guys. If you are in doubt about who won this year, ask the people who have been reading the scriptures before you. That's good. Ask us. Thoughts on current situation in Iran? Hopefully, yeah, I hope the people of Iran get a different regime in place, because the regime they have now sucks and is bad for the entire world. Happy New Year, everyone. Will you ever be returning to my seminary, David? It was great, especially when you accidentally slipped into the Dawah voice. Oh, yeah, I was speaking at the seminary, and then I was saying something. I just I was like, oh, crap. I just supposed to give a serious presentation here, and I slipped into my Dawah mockery voice. I don't have anything scheduled, but it's always possible. So, David, I'm that 18 years that evangelizes at his gym. If you remember me, your advice has helped me a lot. Unfortunately, I've been banned from evangelizing at the gym, but I'm reaching 12 people daily. Christ is King. Oh, yeah, that's cool. That's awesome. Yeah, if you're reaching 12 people daily, stick with that. If you spend your entire life doing the exact same thing, that will be legendary status. Happy New Year for everyone. That includes all the 7th century cult members as well. Yes, we'll have a good year for everyone. And even though it will be a bad year for Dawah, it will be a good year for them anyway because they need to hear it.
I don't know. Like, I know you guys have been mentioning Junior a lot. I don't know if you pulled up his one tweet that was like, "Your God has a butthole. I think about this every day." If this is how they're spending every day of their life, continuing.
This is all life. This is all I think about all day, every day. I wake up and I think of it, and then I fall asleep and I dream about this. What's going on?
I don't think their 2026 is going to be very happy, personally, but
Junior's got a good point there, though. Junior's got a good point because literally the only difference between Allah and Adam, according to the sources, is that Adam does not have an intestinal tract. Allah doesn't have an intestinal tract, therefore he doesn't have a butt hole, at least. So he's right. Like, that's the one thing that distinguishes his God from a human being, is that he doesn't have a butthole. So I can see why he'd be so obsessed.
I think about it all day, every day. I think about nothing else. Who is 2025's biggest dhimmi enabler of Islam? I mean, you've got all the politicians, but they've been doing that for years. I'd say maybe some of the like people who are popular among like Tucker Carlson and Candace, who started defending Islam, but that wasn't really like. They haven't done a ton yet, but I'm just trying to think of who wasn't already doing it before. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Chris Claus can bring the Dawah drama presents. Oh yeah. He said he says he stays on there and sees all that stuff. If we call them Jews, they'll tell us everything. Yeah. So all we have to do is, hey, I heard so-and-so called you a Jew. What? He called me a Jew. I will tell everything about Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawah. Happy New Year.
No,
Thank
from
you.
like a private phone call too, right? Like, this was like just a random private phone call, right? Not even something public.
Yeah. Yeah, he told, and it looks like he was worried about. Looks like he was worried about Malik exposing him for something to Jake, and then so the Warner preemptively, don't trust that guy. He's actually a Mossad agent. So that way, if he comes to you with anything, don't believe him. But Jake is like, hey man, this guy just called you a Mossad agent. What's up with that? And then so Malik said, he's like, no, shame on you. You're trying to divide friends. He would never say that. And then the Warner told him, I would never say that. He's lying. And then Jake's like, what are you talking about? I recorded the whole thing because that's what we do. That's what we do. Let me play it for you. So massively dysfunctional. Is this some Dawah cabal that's been working behind the scenes for years? Muhammad Hijab connected to all these guys in that 75-member group chat. They are connected like al-Zut to Muhammad. Yep. It's all connected. I think what it is that all of the Dawah guys have so much dirt on each other that if any one of them step out of line, the others will immediately pounce on them and expose them. It's about control. Oh, yeah. That's what we've been saying. We agree. New names for Ibn Fibbin and Sneeko. Sheikh al-Blazy and Sheikh Zina al-Din. Blazy, is that a term for guy who smokes?
Oh, I think it's probably smokes, right? Smokes.
Yeah, that's what I thought that was. Yeah. Looking forward to January 30th, Zutton's Day, Zutmas Day, etc. Just call it International Zut Day. We'll come up with an official term. Got holes in this book. There's some holes in this book. There's some holes in this book. To hell with all Zutistan. Happy New Year's, guys. Let's see. Serious question for the Sheikhs. Are the 72 Houris my cousins, or do I finally get non-family options in Jannah?
Real questions.
There are a lot of Muslim countries where Yasser Qadi wouldn't live very long if he said what he's saying in that clip. Yeah, he'd be in trouble for that. That's why he lives in Texas. God bless you all, Dr. Wood. I didn't understand the question and answer of Qadi. Can you re-explain in layman terms, please? And please provide video links to share. I didn't understand the question and answer of Qadi in the clip we watched.
The question asked to him? I mean, the other one was about the hadith, so it's presumably about that. It's presumably that time of the video.
Yeah, so he's basically asked by academics about the hadith, and since academic positions are becoming increasingly accessible to ordinary Muslims, how is this going to affect like Salafi type groups and so on? And his response was, nobody in the academic world takes hadith methodology seriously. And so he said, I basically live a double life. When I'm in the mosque, I'm Sheikh Yasser Qadi. I take these things as good as gold. When I'm among academics, I cannot quote this stuff and expect to be taken seriously. So he's saying he lives a double life.
Yeah, so maybe I can clarify slightly. I'm guessing maybe what they might have not understood the term Salafi. That's a possibility. That you could just associate that with what we call fundamentalist Islam. But if you mean like, what did they mean by hadith methodology and historical method? So the historical method just is what historians use to determine what is actually happened in the past versus what didn't happen. It's a broad term for a whole bunch of different ideas about how you evaluate sources. Because history, most people don't actually realize this as lay people, but history is almost entirely based on documents. It's almost entirely based on what people wrote down. But the problem is people sometimes intentionally write down false things. Sometimes they write down things they believe are true but are not true. So the historian has to weigh that, right? They have to weigh what is actually true in the sources. So that's what historical method refers to. Whereas Islam says it's true based on the set of names that appear before the narration. So if there's a good set of names before the narration, then it's historically accurate. And that's not a criteria that any historian would use. So they're basically saying, how do you reconcile these two things? If you use the methods of historians, you say, well, these things might have some loose connection to history, but are not very reliable. If you use Islam, it's like, this is as authentic as the words of Allah himself, right? And so how do you reconcile those two things is what the question was.
Has anyone asked Jake to define metaphysics yet? Could be funny. He doesn't like being asked to define things. Allah got 99 ontologies, but a sun ain't one. Yeah, that's true. My highlight of 2025 was, I prefer a low IQ society. That's definitely top 10. Happy New Year. That was one of the best Sunday to remember God Logic. Oh, it's from Speaker's Corner. So, yeah, that was a fun Sunday, especially for the people who were there. Got to see it in person. Executive Chef Logic, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. So we know these comments are from the God Logic section. Hussein Mashni rolled up on the Warner, and Warner didn't know he was dealing with an OG, original Gaza, but Warner still wussed out. Not surprising at all. Best looking panel on YouTube. Much love. God bless. That's true. Look, all of a sudden Issa started smiling. What? Yes, you see. someone said I'm good looking. Now I'm happy. What a way to start the year. Have a godly Have a godly 2026 and bless you, beautiful people. I just talked to some acquaintances at a party. One happy-go-lucky hippie became a born-again Christian, and I'm helping another friend help his white cousin get out of Islam. That's good. Awesome stuff. Man, space, in Islam. That's what Muhammad said. Oh, what is this? Very rude. No zoot jokes, guys. Trying to start off 2026 on a more serious note. Allah's a deceiver sounds like Cathol, you yikes. What? Scary that you can't even trust your God.
Cthulhu.
Happy New Year, y'all. What?
Cthulhu is like from the what is that called? Elder Gods. It's the
This just got really nerdy, man.
Yeah, it's that writer who did science fiction. I'm so blown out. But yeah,
Creature from Lovecraft.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Lovecraftian. It's Lovecraftian. That's what it is. Thanks.
I'm pretty disturbed by the idea that three of you were familiar with that, because this just got way nerdier. It was like when we were talking about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and we were talking about this guy being like being a furry and stuff like that, and all of a sudden I'm reading this stuff and everyone's familiar. Everyone in the chat is familiar with this furry stuff. It's like, what the heck? Anyway, this isn't that bad, but it's still pretty creepy.
Muhammad, the original furry.
Salam al-Masih. Happy New Year, everyone. Thanks for these highlights. God bless everyone. Remember, one God. That's true. Yo, Mike Winger, where you at?
He's right here. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm pointing the right way. Guys, use your eyes.
Mike Winger is doing whatever slugs do on New Year's. Slime around. My favorite part of 2025 was D Wood's picture with Mike Winger. That was horrible.
With the Winger jokes, it reminded me. Capturing Christianity was actually here earlier, and he complained. He said he invited everyone, but he didn't invite me. I said, yeah, you're not everyone.
I did invite him.
But he was actually here, unlike Mike Winger.
No, yeah, when I saw him, I was like, hey, you want to jump in? He goes, no, I have to decline. It's like, oh, what the heck are you whining about then? No, I didn't even see him whining. I was just like, oh, Capturing Christianity is here. Let me invite him. My favorite part of 2025 was I already read that. Let's see. David Wood, please stop smacking. My wife has misophonia. No. I'll keep smacking these Dawah guys over and over again. It's a job, Atheist 2026. For anyone who didn't know the Brother Rashid story, we wanted to get a Quran reciter to recite some Quran passages and then some other things in addition to the Quran passages to see if people can actually tell the difference. And he put out some message somewhere, and Imam messaged him back, said, yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, as long as you're paying me, I'll do it. And then Rashid didn't want him to do something that would actually like violate his beliefs and stuff. So he messaged, he's like, hey, just so you know, we're doing this to kind of criticize the claim that the Quran is like in some separate category and stuff like that. And so we're actually doing this to undermine what the Quran says about being this, inimitable book and so on. And the guy said, yeah, I'll do it. That's fine. And then, so Rashid messaged him back. He's like, what do you mean you're willing to do this? Even though we're going to destroy the argument of the Quran? He goes, yeah, it's a job. And then so he starts asking him, he's like, wait, you're okay with this? And the guy eventually admits, he goes, yeah, I'm actually an atheist. I don't believe any of this stuff. And Rashid goes, you're an imam and you're an atheist? Why are you an imam if you're an atheist? He goes, it's a job. Oh gosh, funny stuff. Intelligence and Islam can't coexist. Too much cousin marriage. No, you do have smart Muslims. Let's be fair. Why is there a bad stigma attached to Christian nationalism? Shouldn't we want our own Christian homelands governed by other Christians, not secularism? Here's the problem, dude. You're basically saying the church becomes the state. And that will corrupt the church. Right?
Yep.
That will corrupt the church. Seeing a lot of immigrant social service fraud in medical and childcare in USA. What are the odds this is also happening in UK and all of Europe? Who checks? Probably. Well, let's just say whenever you discover a huge problem, it's probably in other places as well. Momo's cheeks were corrupted. Might use that in my debate with Jay. That'd be messed up. After Muhammad, things kind of bottomed out this year with the Warner. Guys, I said we're starting off 2026. I'm only letting you slide because some of these comments were left last year. And so, I can't hold something from a year ago against you. Not in the zit sense anyway. Best thing of 2026 is Mike Winger. Love him. Oh, gosh. Guys, let's just retire Mike Winger completely and never mention him again. Ali Dawah looks like Roland Rat and sounds like Sid Sloth. Not familiar with either one of those. I really pray this year Muslims and Christians would look at the facts and seek the truth and not personal bias. I was an atheist that got saved by Jesus and no one else came. 23 years of changed life. Based. Does young Bob know where we can get a McMutta marriage? Yeah, it didn't work in the U.S., but in the UK, they would probably know. They're like, yes, we'll go find you. Dude, Issa just become a Christian already. Sound advice. Can the Al-Zut be topped? Sorry for pun. Can the Al-Zut be topped? Sorry for the pun. In 2026. Can the Al-Zut be topped in 2026? I don't know, but we're going to try. Mm-hmm.
Not the Al-Zut.
At first you don't succeed. It was my wife's idea. Wait, what was?
Probably made more sense 6 hours ago.
Yeah, it might have made sense. David, let Mike Winger out of the green room. That would be funny if I invited Mike on and I just left him in the green room the entire time. Like, hey, Mike, let's get along in 2026. Join me for this live stream to start off the new year. And I just leave him there the entire time. That would be classic D-Wood. Ramadan debates need to be at 4 a.m. and 6 p.m. Oh, yeah, right when they gorge themselves with food. These Dawah bros love the Quran because it allows evil behavior, and they say Momo the Al-Zurid is the best of mankind. We all have to stand before Jesus someday. We don't get away with sin. That's true.
True.
Happy New Year. Thank you. Anthony, as far as example goes for Trinity, can the Son be used? Jesus being the... Well, I mean, you actually have that in Hebrews. He used the sun and the sun's radiance and so on. Jesus being the light, Holy Spirit being the warmth, and everything else such as photosynthesis, precipitation, evaporation, and so forth is God. Just be careful when you say is God Almighty or something like that. Basically, with like analogies like this is just my view, but the analogy you want to be careful because there's the only thing like the Trinity is the Trinity, right? So everything breaks down. Just clarify when you're using one. Hey, I'm not saying this is just like the Trinity. I'm saying you've objected to something being one in one way, more than one in another way. So I'm giving you an example of something that shows you that you can have things that are like that. So just be clear on what you're saying, what you're responding to. Because if you're saying, hey, this is like the Trinity and stuff like that, if you're actually taking it as a parallel, you're very frequently going to end up in some heretical position. Well, I'm going to filibuster with the finer points of alchemy. Just because neither you nor I believe in alchemy doesn't mean I cannot fill this space with words so you can speak. You can't speak. I'm proud of that. True. That's Ali Dawah. 2025 will go down in history as the year of the Al-Zut, not the same way Momo went down. Oh, not the same way Momo went down on the night of Al-Zut. The Zut train. Number 2 hyped video in USA. Never forget. Yep, that got really hyped. Anthony has regrown the beard. Yeah, one day he said he grew this awesome beard, and he went and did his debate. And he said he was just growing it out because Muslims don't respect you as much if you don't have a cool beard. And then right afterward, he shaved his beard. And I'm like, dude, you look way cooler with the beard, man. So fortunately, he heeded advice because probably everyone said the same thing. Dude, you look way cooler with a beard. Zoot, zoot. Zoot. Hey, it's everyone. Happy New Year. Jesus is King. Yep, 2025 and 2026 and forever. Happy New Year to everyone. I hope and pray that 2026 is blessing to y'all. Also, Issa needs rest. God bless y'all. Oh, I think to be fair, I know. We offered him, so he's here of his own volition. No one's here making him lose sleep, but I think we all need rest at this point. What am I going? I'm almost 8 hours into this live stream. Islam, sickle cell anemia, good. Atheist also. Oh yeah, as far as recessive genes and so on. Happy New Year, everyone. I hope you all and your families have a wonderful year in 2026. Yeah, I hope this is a wonderful, awesome year. David, can we settle this once and for all? Pineapple does not belong on pizza, right? Though I know you are a diagnosed psychopath, I think this is common ground. Yes, I do not
pineapple and pickle.
I don't like fruit on pizza.
Did you say and
Pineapple?
pickle?
Hmm?
Yeah, pineapple pickle pizza is one of the best pizzas in human
That sounds like something you would eat when you're pregnant, which is really frequent, but that sounds like one of those weird things that like, I want this.
No, they sell it at pizza places. Not enough. Not enough pizza places, sadly.
Yeah, because nobody's buying it.
Never seen that one, yeah. Muhammad was the bump stock of Al-Zut.
I can see that.
How much for the guy on the bottom left to shave? That's the thing. We don't know when this was. We don't know who was on the bottom left back then.
It's probably Anthony, but not certain.
Why does Satan use Muslims as a toilet? Wait, what? Why does Satan use Muslims as a toilet? What?
Being in their ears.
Oh, hang on. That's actually, okay. Yes, that wasn't an insult. That was making fun of the hadith. So, okay. That actually makes sense. Spilling all the tea. Anthony, for the second year in a row, this isn't the soup kitchen. That's down the street. Happy New Year's. Let poor he's asleep. Yeah, Anthony does look like a hobo. That's true. Thank you for.
Well, wait. Before we continue,
yeah.
Just on the Anthony one. Okay, gotta share this.
Yes.
So we were out at the Seek and Share Truth conference. We were doing some evangelism out in a park. Lewis Lionheart was leading it. He was there handing out pamphlets, walking around. Anthony was there. Anthony decided he was hungry, so he went off to go get food. So Lewis is walking around handing out pamphlets to people left and right. And for those of you that don't know, Lewis and Anthony have known each other for a long time, and they are very close friends. So Lewis is walking around handing out pamphlets. Well, he sees this guy sleeping underneath the tree. He figures, shoot, there's a homeless person. He's underneath the tree. I have one of these pamphlets here. I could, go leave this over on him, but I don't want to wake him up. So I'm just going to leave him be. Walks away. Later on, we come back, ask, where's Anthony? And here he comes stumbling in. He was the guy that Lewis thought was the homeless guy underneath the tree. And yes, Lewis still has not given him the pamphlet.
That's cool. When you started this story, I thought it was going to be like someone saw Anthony at the park and went up and like offered him change or something like that. But that story works too.
He's asleep under a tree.
Classic hobo Anthony. Thank you for a great show. 2026 is going to be fantastic. Happy New Year and God bless you all. Oh yeah, I think it is going to be awesome. Coffee cup with the word. Oh, that's super sticker. Thank you for that. Since we have so many people cosplaying, I have to ask, have you guys ever thought about mixing cosplay and evangelism together near a big event like Comic-Con or GamerCon? By the way, Happy New Year. Well, no, because I'm not a total dork. But for those some people are total dorks, and for them that may be an awesome option. Hey, you know it's weird. Like Comic-Con was in New York one year, and I was just like, yeah, I lived in the Bronx, and I went down to Manhattan for something. Don't remember what, but I remember getting off, and like I saw someone in a costume. I was like, what a dork! And I saw someone because you have the people who just hang out in Times Square to get pictures with someone. They're dressed like Spider-Man and stuff, and you give them $5, and your kid takes a picture with them and stuff. Anyway, so I saw someone in a costume, and I thought, okay, it's one of these Times Square dorks and stuff. And then I saw another person, like, gosh, they're going deep here. And then I was like, what the heck? Like, I looked around, like everyone in the whole station was in costume. I'm like, where the heck am I right now, man? What is going on? And then anyway, I found out it was like Comic-Con or something. Happy New Year, everyone.
How funny would that be to like do like a live action, like Muhammad's Boom Boom Room or something, where like Muhammad's chasing one of the wild characters around Comic-Con? Like, I think vocab could totally get behind that too.
What? Not in a Zoot sense, but it would be funny to show up to Comic-Con dressed as Muhammad. That might be interesting. That might be interesting. Yeah, we might have to try something like that. Huh. May God bless you all and protect you all. I love you all, chat included, and keep you all in my prayers always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year. My two favorite apologists, Anthony Rogers and the head of the Tin Man behind D. Wood. My two favorites, too, except for Anthony. I love you guys. And we love you. Happy New Year. God bless you all. May the road ride. May the road ride up to meet you. May the wind be ever at your back. Do you guys know why I paused right there?
Yes, absolutely.
Why?
It says
the word ride.
Huh?
It says ride.
No, because that was when I was in the mental hospital, and the psychiatrist asked me if I ever heard something or read something, and I thought it was talking directly to me, and I was like, yeah, lots of times. But I thought they could either read my mind or that they were trained to spot when I was lying. So I'd try to say something that was true, even though it wasn't nearly the whole story. So I had stuff that was like massively influential in my thinking that was like just like complete delusional, insane nonsense. But the example I gave him, I was like, yeah, I heard a song, and it was saying may the road rise with you. And I heard that song and I thought it was telling me to do something. I was trying to figure out what it was telling me to do, which made no sense. I was an atheist. There's no messages coming in from out there and stuff like that. But anyway, yeah. But yes, apparently some saying, may the road rise with you. And that seems like to be a version, may the road ride up to meet you. But this is how we're starting 2026 with some message from the universe telling me to do something. And now it comes back. And here I am all these years later. And now I have to figure out what this is still telling me to do. You know, it's going to be weird if I'm walking out and all of a sudden this is like the solution to something. It's like, oh, wait, now I know what to do in this situation. Made the road right. And I like save the world or something like that. It turned out it was some awesome message. Let's see. I love you, David. Well, that makes one person. Dear D. Wood, please look on what is going down in Iran, sir. Oh, yeah. No, will be. That just started, but nope. That is some interesting stuff. Yep, again. The place that is most ready in the Middle East for an actual regime change that would actually be good for the world and for all the people, Iran, right there. It could happen. It could happen. That could happen. That could happen tomorrow, guys. That could happen tomorrow. I hope it happens soon. May you please remake Islamicize Me. I liked it, but no longer on YouTube. We've been thinking about it for a while.
Not that long ago. I love the where they go and they rob the guy and they bust open they get a snow globe from him.
Oh yeah.
And then they bust open his clock. Gosh, that part's funny. No, I saw.
That's what you thought was funny.
Yeah, I love that scene. He's like,
that'd be like 20th. That'd be like 20th on my list of stuff there.
Do you want that on
Vocab's channel, isn't it?
What? Yeah, I think it's on Vocab. I posted the entire thing on Rumble. So the entire thing is over there on Rumble. That caused a lot of problems with YouTube. Kept getting the ban for supporting a terrorist organization. I have to mess. I'm not supporting it. We're making fun of it. Are you stupid? And so yeah, endless problems with that. But yeah, we thought about remaking it and so on. But this time we'd probably make it as like a 90-minute documentary or something like that, mockumentary type thing, and just one long video. I just like some of the stupid lines like, "Oh no, the Jews poisoned our dead donkey water." That's why we got sick from drinking the water with the dead animals in it. So that and then,
my favorite is like when you guys went up to the Hebrew Israelites and were like, "Squat to pee." And like every time I walk into like a public restroom to wash my hands or something, that's always what like runs through my brain is like.
Oh no, that was funny. For anyone who didn't see Islamicize Me, we dress up with it. The idea it's based on a true story. Vocab had a friend in Phoenix who converted to Islam and then tried to go and murder Robert Spencer at a cartoon. Isn't it like weird the connection there and stuff? Anyway, we make Islamicize Me to make fun of this. Like I convert to Islam and then I'm ready to go kill somebody, and so we make Islamicize Me, whereas these guys are going to be Muslims for 30 days, even though they're atheists, but they get challenged. Live as Muslims for 30 days, you'll see it's true. And so we decided to do it and stuff. But anyway, become more and more radical and get sicker and sicker and sicker. And what point did you just bring up, Elle?
The squat to pee thing.
Oh yeah. So yeah, for that one I forgot. I was like, what did she bring up that I was trying to get to? So in the show, we eventually find out that we're supposed to hate Jews and go after Jews. And so we look up who are the true Jews, and it comes up the Hebrew Israelites, right? Because they claim to be the real Jews. So this isn't scripted. We're dressed up full Salafi Islamic gear, and Vocab knew where IUIUC or whatever, a group the Hebrew Israelites meets. And we just rolled up on them as Muslims, and they totally punked out. We're just yelling at them that they don't know how to pee properly because we just found out that you have to pee while squatting. And so we're yelling at them, telling them, and these guys totally punked out. They didn't interact with us. They would interact with everyone else that came along. They had no idea what to do with a bunch of Muslims rolling up on them, telling them they don't know how to pee. Classic Islamicized.
Real quick before you move on there, I did check. It is in fact on Vocab's channel. I can't guarantee every single episode is there, but
I remember him having some problems, so I don't know if he won all those or not. I think episode
I don't know if every single episode's there, but
episode 23, I don't even remember what that was. Maybe that might have been that episode with the Jews, just because it's so much stuff about Jews, and we're Muslims and stuff, and Like actually, we're actually reading this stuff that we have to go after the Jews and stuff. So
I think
on Vocab's channel, there's day 23, the Snowflake edition. So he apparently edited it.
Oh, that's nice. Probably bleeped out all the words that the algorithm would pick up on. Let's see. I love you. Reasoned answers. That makes one person.
Appreciate it.
I want to make a loteria bingo, but with Islamic dilemma theme. We do not understand what that means over here.
No, he's just said it was just that it's a bingo card, right? It's a bingo card. He put bingo in parentheses, so you know what it meant. So he's saying he wants to do bingo with Islamic theme.
Okay, that's cool. One of the great 2026 fails for Islam will be when the oppressive Islamic regime in Iran falls. The flood of Persian Christians and apologetics could be biblical in scale. Pray for the Iranians. These are good times to be praying for the Iranians. I love you, Muslim man. Issa's not even here, and people are sitting there saying, we're in love with Issa. After
Did
this
he fall asleep?
he might have. I mean, normally he would perk up if someone says, I love Issa, and he'd be like, what? Oh, ooh. After this live, we in Australia have crossed into 2027. That's funny, Aussie Abe. 2026, yeehaw! Not in the LZ sense. Michael Knowles tweeted, Awliya Quran verse. Oh. I think you mean Awliya? That don't be friends? Someone check that out on Michael Knowles. It's the don't take...
There he is. I'll look that up and see if that's what he did.
Yeah. That's all I can tell there, that don't take Jews and Christians as friends, as Awliya. Bro, I left for 4 hours. How are you still alive? You got to start the new year proving your intensity and endurance and resolve and relentlessness to everyone. I might just stay live for like the next 40 hours just to send a message. I'm not backing down. Reason answers, please comment to me. It will make my year.
All right. This may have been done like the last minute of the year, or it might have been done the first minute of the year, but either way, have a blessed year.
Issa, are you sure you're not a Christian in disguise of a Sufi?
Well, that's cute.
I just got 7 hours of sleep and now woke up for a morning here, and you guys are still going on with this live? Yep, we are. Although, it's finally catching up with me. Mike Winger, not retired yet. Here we go, 2026. Yeah, we need to force some people into retirement. Muslims don't like celebrating the birth of Jesus because it reminds them of the birth of the Prophet, breastfed by Abu Talib. Poor Mo, milked by a man. Yeah, that's a Shia hadith, but Muhammad's uncle breastfed him when he was hungry. Mr. Wood, are you going to go live later today? Don't think so. Although what's weird is there's a ton of stuff I want to go live about. It's like, although humor is useful, think Elijah, am I alone to think about repeating of Al-Zut jokes? At the very least, gratuitous use of them, I'm guilty. Just a mental litmus test. Would we make these jokes in church? Love y'all. I totally would. No, yeah. You got, yeah, my view is you're actually in a kind of war, whether you like it or not. There are lots of people who are here to subjugate you. We know factually that the biggest thing that makes them doubt Islam is moral problems with Muhammad. We know that. And therefore, you want to end when this really starts to affect them is when these things start to become common knowledge. So when you find something like the Al-Zut story and you find out, oh, this really bothers them, and it's simultaneously funny and damaging, you just have to do it. It's like dropping bombs on people. Am I in favor of dropping? No, I'm not in favor of like dropping bombs on people. I don't want to drop bombs on people. Okay, there's a bunch of terrorists over there about to slaughter a bunch of people. Okay, yeah, okay, in that situation. So yeah, it's the situation. Normally you wouldn't want to be dropping something like Al-Zut jokes around. When there's an ideology that's coming after you, and that's their biggest weakness, I am in favor of using an ideology's biggest weakness against it. Absolutely, 100%. So that's my view. But if it bothers you, do not do it. Don't do it. What's that?
Sorry. I was just gonna say I did find the Michael Knowles tweet That was what it was about.
It's 551.
Somebody said, what does the Quran say about Jews? So he responded and said, oh, you who have believed, do not take the Jews and Christians as allies. Some of them are allies of one another, and whoever is an ally to them among you, then indeed he is one of them.
Yep, that is one translation. Because the term awliya kind of it's a broader term. It's allies, protectors, friends. It's all of them. So you get some translations doing it in different ways. Let's see. Freedom of religion was originally meant for a different Christian sects, not other religions with strange gods. Post-World War II and Hart-Celler Act that changed. In what way are Star Trek and Muhammad alike? Star Trek had warp speed and Muhammad was just warped. Kind of a nerdy joke. Pineapple, Mike Wanger would like it. Pineapple most definitely does go on pizza. I mean, technically anything could go on pizza. It doesn't make it a good idea. I mean, I could put old dead person's feet on pizza. It doesn't make it a good idea.
Wait, so what's your problem with pineapple on pizza?
It's freaking fruit on something that shouldn't have fruit on it.
I think it's good on there, but pickles is weird.
It has tomato sauce. Tomatoes are a fruit.
Not really, though.
They're not sweet.
Uh-huh. Good point.
I mean, they have sugar in them by definition.
Oh, soda has sugar in it, too. I'll pour that on my pizza.
I have done that.
Like this week.
Not on purpose, but I've done that.
Chocolate has sugar in it, too.
One more thing.
I think the Warner's got some sugar in him.
Ooh.
Put him on a
Warner's
pizza.
got more than sugar in it.
Happy New Year. Take beer.
One more thing about the Michael Knowles thing, because I clicked onto a couple other things to look at it after I reposted it, and then it actually showed up to me in Arabic. So
We can't see that. It's super bright.
Yeah, that probably won't show up. But actually, he didn't even post the English version of it. That was just like X auto translating it. He just like copy pasted the Arabic.
Super based. Interesting.
That
Please
is
take a moment to pray for the future of Iran. A regimeless Iran will open new doors for the gospel in the Middle East. No, we will all be praying for that because I mean, my goodness, what a way to start 2026. As far as things you can, I mean, we're sitting there like we're all predicting that things are going to get worse for Dawah in 2026. That would be one heck of a way to start off 2026. Like huge.
That would be pretty amazing. I did say that I know a couple of at the beginning of this month, well, last month now, I was saying that was something I was expecting to happen, at least one of the major Muslim nations flipping before the end of the end of this year now.
Yeah, no, I don't think Iran like I would be like 95% sure the Iranian regime will collapse within like the next 5 years. It's just kind of a matter of when. It's usually something that got to set off a lot of people in the population to rise up, and they've got something like that going on right now, but they've had this going on before, and it lasted a while and then fizzled out. But yeah, I mean, each time the people get a little stronger and the regime gets a little weaker and so on. So hoping this is the time. Hey, looking bright out there, man. It's the middle of the night. Come on, man. Point the camera around. You've got a worse internet connection out there.
He's just going to stare at us? Oh, there he goes.
Oh, there we go. He's proving to us that it's light out. You could have just told us, man. We would have believed you.
Can you see the city here? I wanted you to see the city too. I'm here in Jerusalem, so.
Well, yeah, pointed at the city and not at the wall.
Or the finger.
You might
need to
move
your finger. And your internet's fading out. There we go.
There you go. Pretty.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Been there, though, a million times.
I wonder if Malik's ever been there.
Yeah. Well, yeah. They're the ones paying him. We just have to roll with that. Hey, Malik. You're doing a good job. Malik's doing a good job pretending he's not a Mossad agent, but we're not falling for it. I consider Anthony Rogers' reasoning as very top-notch, but I still hurt from laughing that someone in Super Chat once referred to Anthony Rogers as Walmart IP. Walmart inspired. It was even better. The Hebrew Israelites. The Hebrew Israelites saw him and they go, "This Sons of Anarchy reject." It's like, oh, they're quick. They're actually the best guys. You got to give credit where credit is due. The Black Hebrew Israelites. If you roll up on them, they are like the all-time masters of like nicknames to make fun of someone with. I actually would love to work with some of these guys, and I'll just, okay, let me take you through everyone in the Dawah scene, and you tell me their nicknames. They're spot on. What's everyone's favorite food? Mine is anything pasta related. Spaghetti, lasagna, fettuccine, and chicken Alfredo, etc. I can't pick only one. Well, that's a bunch of different favorite foods.
That
Favorite
sounds
food?
amazing.
Christian Gadfly, what is it? Hurry up.
Thai food.
That's a kind of, okay, I'll just let you slide because they did. They just said anything Italian.
Maybe like yellow curry.
Eric.
Sushi. Primarily squid is really good.
To make white chicken chili. Amazing.
That's good too.
Thaddeus.
Chicken parm.
Issa. Don't say something weird.
I like to make two dishes. I make a family dish called matzo brai. It's like fried matzah. It's really good. If any of you want that, I can make that for you. And tofu teriyaki.
I'm down when and where.
What in the blue hell did I just hear? Tofu teriyaki? Oh my goodness! Oh, it was funny.
Tofu teriyaki and matzo brai.
Everyone was speaking, and I was just thinking steak the entire time. Steak, steak, steak. But I was like steak. Oh, but I can see that. Oh, steak. Oh, I can see that. Sushi. I do love sushi. Steak. Oh, yeah, I see that. Oh, yeah, steak. Oh, yeah, chicken parm. Yeah, okay. Hey, we're all on the same page here. And they're like tofu. And for Thanksgiving, I have a tofu turkey. It's my favorite. I love tofu turkey. Let's see. A couple more. Almost done. I think it's safe to say that Dawah never saw this coming. The Al-Zut story makes Muslims hot and bothered. Al-Zut made Muhammad hot and bothered. People are messed up, man. I said we're starting off 2026 on a serious note, guys. We're retiring the Zut jokes for 10 seconds.
No.
If Allah had intended to take a son, he could have chosen from what he creates. And when the time came to choose, angels said, "Oh, Mary, indeed, Allah has chosen you." 342. Merry Christmas from the Quran. That is, they do have a version of the Christmas story. Let's see. Recently read, knowledge is knowing tomatoes are a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put them in a fruit salad. That's smart. That's good. That sums up the wisdom.
Pizza.
No. Jesus, for what will it profit a man if he gains the whole world and loses his own soul? Mo, stay behind this line, hubby. I'll be back by dawn. Oh, all right, guys. We got through all the super chats. It only took an extra couple hours. Awesome stuff. Sucks because probably 80% of them cut out earlier. Anyway, fun times. Oh, some way to start out the year, guys. Gosh, we still got almost 1,400 people who stuck in. Wow. That is crazy for being 2 a.m. All right, guys. Final thoughts. We'll go around. Christian Gadfly.
A big transformation this year was having you introduce my channel, and I really appreciate that. So thank you. Because I had like 4 subscribers before you and AP started putting me everywhere. And then as far as Dawah stuff, a big change from what I've seen was the leaking of the group chat really changed the way that I see Dawah guys. Because before that, I really gave them much more of a benefit of the doubt. Like, I thought it was more rhetorical, where you're like, they're all lying, they're liars, they're lying all the time. It's like, actually, it's really not that hyperbolic. Like, the group chat was ridiculous.
These some terrible people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true. And hey, Gadflight, you're kind of a weird dude, man. Your videos are kind of weird. Yeah,
weird but good.
Yeah, so everyone, the first video I saw was it started off, the Bible is a lie. We all just come from aliens. A little beat.
I had to
Classic.
write entirely new lyrics to that song because it got stuck in my head so bad that I was like,
And
man,
then
I
they had the
can't be
shoes.
like actually singing this. Like, I need to like.
I wrote that song before the skit, so I couldn't get it out of my head. And then I was like, what is this? And then it ended up going into that skit.
Who was that? Who was that dancing with the shoes?
That was me.
That
I
was
did
you.
shuffle dance.
Oh, you got
Yeah.
some moves, man. That's good. That's good. Yeah. So, Eric.
I would say, even though 2025 has been very interesting, a lot of events, I'm still thinking by this time in, well, next year, so 2027, they'll be looking back at last year saying that those were the good old years, because I think 2026 is going to be so incredibly worse.
I agree, and it's again just going. I just went back through a little bit of the 2024 end of year live stream, and it was all the messed up stuff that happened in 2024, and we're going, can it get worse? Can it get worse? We all agreed it could get worse, but we had no idea. We had no idea how much worse could be. And here we are. How much worse could it possibly get? Oh, yeah. Apparently our minds cannot even comprehend how much worse things can get. Awesome stuff.
But I'm excited to see it. I'm excited.
Oh, yeah.
And so you shall.
What I would encourage everyone as my final thoughts is I have one solution to avoid each of you watching going down with the Dawah. And that solution is to leave and run and turn away from Islam, turn away from the lies, turn away from the deception, pursue truth. And I know that the capital T truth is Christ, and pursuing truth will lead to him. Leave Islam, leave the things that are hurting you physically and spiritually, and come to the one who wants to save you from all of it, because that is the only solution. Okay, Islam is gonna go down in flames. You do not want to go down with it. So Romans 10:9, because if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. This is what I request: pursue truth and be saved by the only one who can save you. And we're gonna keep calling out Islam, because we do want people to realize that it is not good for them, and it is not for them, and truth matters. So,
Thaddeus.
Yeah, so in the video that you did last year, you made a comment like, I can't see how it could possibly get any worse, but I think it will. I can't really think of many things that would make it worse for Islam. A Dawah guy openly apostatizing, like a well-known one, that could do it.
We'll make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, right?
Oh, it's going to happen.
The Iranian government could definitely be something like that. I'm not going to predict that it'll be a worse year, but I don't think things are going to get better for Islam. I think that, the cat is out of the bag. Islam is on the decline. Muslims are still in denial to a certain extent, but they're much more aware of it this year or this past year than they were any previous year. And I think that trend is definitely going to continue. One thing that we didn't talk about today, and I didn't put in my own summary either, was my personal change during the year. So I was fired from my job in March for criticism of Islam.
That's what you get for being Islamophobe.
Yeah, ironically, well, maybe not ironically, but not by a Muslim, right? I always had that in the back of my mind, that a Muslim could track me down and complain to my employer and get me fired. But it turns out that it was actually a wokeist, not the stereotype, but, exactly what you would think of by the term Karen, right? A woman who was very concerned with everyone else's business. And it was it was very bad. Obviously, losing my job was very bad. But I will say that on a personal note, the last 9 months after that happened, quite arguably the best year of my life personally. Got to hang out with a lot of people, participate in a lot of evangelism and other activities that I would not have otherwise been able to participate in. Every Christian is called to evangelism, but obviously we have most of the people in the chat have lives that require most of their time. And it's been just absolutely amazing to devote all my personal time to these efforts and looking forward to continuing that in the coming year.
One second. There's a million comments. Where'd that one go? Hang on. Where is it?
While he's looking for it, I still think that is hilarious that, oh, I hate your videos. Oh, it's so evil what you're doing on YouTube. I am going to get you fired so you have more time to work on videos on YouTube.
That's how God's irony works, like evil being used for good. I was thinking of that too with like the Dawah guys. All these people are giving them money to do more Dawah, and they're using it to whore around. And it's like God's using that evil for good because it's stopping the message.
Yep.
Because if they're using the resources to spread the message even more, there'd be a worse situation.
Hey, Issa, apparently got real cold in there all of a sudden, or you're going somewhere. But last couple comments.
I have to go. I'm so sorry.
Hey, hang on. But
I have to go to my volunteering.
But you have this one. I love you, Muslim man. I assume they're talking to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And the last one. Issa, please be a Christian, please.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, man.
All right. What I appreciated is thank you for giving me that Koranagami at the debate con. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, anytime, man. Anytime you want some Koranagami, I'm your guy. If there's some emergency that needs someone taking it up the butt, go to the Warner. If you need Koranagami, come to D Wood. D Wood. So we're experts in different fields. All right, man. Catch you later. And we have tomatoes are fruit, and so are bell peppers. Did you know that strawberries aren't actually berries, but bananas are? It's obviously a freaking Mike Winger fan here spouting this weird stuff. And R.I.P. Charlie. Mm-hmm. All right, everyone. My final thoughts are awesome year. Gonna be a way better year. And all you Dawah guys, do your worst. Because this is going to be fun and hilarious and awesome. Yep. All right, guys. I'm going to go to sleep. And then when I get up, playtime's over. Playtime's over. Oh, hang on. Check this out. Hey, D Wood, are you going to bring back the signing off with Islam's Not For Me song and the Screaming Goat, not in the El Zut sense? Oh, hi, polemic event. Yeah, I was actually going to earlier. And I wanted to bring that back for the end of the year. But yeah, I just have to plug it. I just have to plug it in. I just unplugged it because I got a different computer and stuff like that. But yeah, I've just never plugged my soundboard back in. And then you have to set it up once it's plugged in. But yeah, I'm going to bring that up. I'm going to bring that back. It's going to be dope. It's going to be dope. And there's other cool stuff to put on the soundboard now. But yeah, Thaddeus has a functioning screaming goat. So here you go.
Here you go.
And I'm thinking when Jai and DOC get here, I'm thinking we're going to call our show the Screaming Goats Podcast. And that's how we like applause or agree or anything. We all just have a screaming goat there. We're going to need a bunch of those, Eric. I need a big pile of those.
I think how many have we
We made 50 earlier this year, so I mean, I got a couple extra.
Yeah, guys.
Another 100 or two.
Eric is the one who makes those, and it was his idea originally, and it was off me saying, he said, hey, what do you want for Christmas? And I said a goat, because they have a bunch of goats. I was like, oh, they're going to send me a goat, and I'll eat one. And then he actually sent me the little screaming goat with a Quran page in its mouth. So it was super cool. And then it caught on. It caught on everywhere. And it'll catch on even more. Hey, you need a site to, like, sell those custom things, because if we have the Screaming Goats podcast, that could be like an item in the store for everyone who wants one.
could even do like custom verses, like you choose which verse you want.
Oh yeah, classic. All right, guys, everyone get some rest. You Muslims, rest up, because you're gonna need it. See y'all soon.